Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Read Harry. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry absorbed the Horcrux at age 2 and gained Tom Riddle's genius and magical knowledge. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Mind That Woke. The night of October 31st, 1981, smelled of burnt wood and something else, something that made Hagrid's massive hands tremble as he pulled the small body from the wreckage. The boy was alive. Impossible, given what the half-giant had just witnessed, but alive nonetheless. A cut on his forehead bled sluggishly, shaped like a lightning bolt, and the child's eyes were open. Green eyes, Lily's eyes, staring up at the star-scattered sky with an expression Hagrid couldn't quite name. "There now," Hagrid whispered, his voice cracking. "There now, little one. You're safe. You're safe." The boy didn't cry. Hagrid would remember that later, would mention it to Dumbledore, who would file it away as shock. Children who witnessed trauma often went quiet. It meant nothing. But the boy wasn't in shock. Harry James Potter, 15 months old, was listening to someone scream inside his own skull. The Dursleys' house sat at the end of Privet Drive like a monument to aggressive normalcy. The lawn was trimmed to militant precision. The car gleamed in the driveway. The milk bottles on the step were arranged with geometric care. Albus Dumbledore materialized from the shadows at 11:30, his silver beard catching the light of a street lamp he'd just extinguished. He stood for a long moment, studying the house where he would place the most important child in the wizarding world. "Fancy seeing you here, Professor McGonagall." The tabby cat sitting on the garden wall gave him a look of profound irritation before flowing into the shape of a severe-looking woman in emerald robes. "How did you know it was me?" "My dear Professor, I've never seen a cat sit so stiffly." "You'd sit stiffly if you'd been sitting on a brick wall all day." She stepped down, brushing invisible dust from her robes. "I've been watching them. All day. They're the worst sort of muggles imaginable. The boy, Dudley, they call him, I've never seen a child throw so many tantrums. And the way they talk about magic, Albus. If they knew what their nephew, they will know." McGonagall stared at him. "A letter? Albus, these people will never understand. They'll raise him away from it all. Away from the fame, the pressure, the expectations. He'll grow up knowing nothing of what he is until he's ready." Dumbledore's eyes, usually twinkling, had gone distant. "It's the kindest thing I can do for him." "The kindest," McGonagall's voice rose, then dropped to a furious whisper. "James and Lily would never have wanted this. There must be someone else. Someone in our world who could, the blood protection, Minerva. Lily's sacrifice created something ancient, something that will keep him safe as long as he can call this place home." Dumbledore turned to look down the street, where a low rumbling had begun to build. "It must be the Dursleys. There is no other way." The rumbling grew to a roar, and a motorcycle descended from the sky. Hagrid climbed off, enormous and gentle, cradling a bundle of blankets like it was made of spun glass. "Professor Dumbledore, sir. Professor McGonagall." He sniffed loudly. "Got him. House was near destroyed, but he was alive. Don't know how, but he was." Dumbledore reached out and took the bundle. Inside, a small face looked up at him, not sleeping, as he'd expected, but awake. Alert. The lightning bolt cut had scabbed already, an angry red mark against pale skin. "Hello, Harry," Dumbledore said softly. The child's green eyes met his. Held them. And for just a moment, Albus Dumbledore felt something he hadn't experienced in decades, the uncomfortable sensation of being studied. Then the boy blinked, and the moment passed. "Well," Dumbledore said, tucking the blanket tighter, "let's get you to your new home." He walked up the garden path, placed the bundle on the doorstep, and tucked a letter into the blankets. The three of them stood there for a moment, the greatest wizard of the age, his most trusted professor, and the half-giant groundskeeper, staring down at the boy who lived. "Good luck, Harry Potter," Dumbledore whispered. Then they left. And on the doorstep of number 4, Privet Drive, Harry Potter continued to listen to the screaming in his head, and began to understand what it meant. The fragment of soul that had torn itself from Lord Voldemort in the moment of his destruction did not enter Harry Potter's mind quietly. It came like a storm. Like a violation. A foreign consciousness slamming into the soft, unformed architecture of an infant's brain, looking for purchase, looking to survive. But Harry's magic had other ideas. Accidental magic in children manifests most strongly during moments of extreme emotion, fear, anger, desperate need. The killing curse had provided all three. And the ancient protection woven into Harry's blood by his mother's sacrifice had activated something deeper still. The foreign soul tried to attach. Harry's magic wrapped around it, examined it, and began to pull. Not push out. Not destroy. Absorb. It happened over hours that felt like years. The fragment fought, it had no choice, survival was its only drive, but Harry's magic was relentless. Methodical. It pulled apart the soul piece strand by strand, broke it down to its components, and integrated what it found. Memories came first. Disjointed, fragmented, but vivid. A gray stone building. Beds in rows. Children who were cruel and a boy who learned to be crueler. A cave by the sea. 2 other children. Terror and something that felt like triumph. Hogwarts. The word arrived with a cascade of images, moving staircases and floating candles and a ceiling that showed the sky. Magic. Theory and practice, spells and rituals, the feel of power channeling through flesh and will. Knowledge. 60 years of study and experimentation, compressed and downloaded like water pouring into a cup. By the time Petunia Dursley opened her door the next morning, screamed at the bundle on her doorstep, and reluctantly brought it inside, Harry Potter was no longer entirely a normal child. He was something that had never existed before. Petunia Dursley put the baby in the cupboard under the stairs. It wasn't intended as permanent, not at first. She told herself it was practical, Dudley had the nursery, and they didn't have another room prepared, and she'd move the freak's child somewhere more suitable once she figured out what to do. But days became weeks became months, and the cupboard remained Harry's home. He didn't cry. That was the first thing that made her uneasy. Dudley screamed for hours, for food, for attention, for no reason at all. But the Potter boy just watched. His green eyes tracked movement with an intensity that made her skin crawl. "There's something wrong with him," she told Vernon one night, when Harry was 3 months old. "Something not natural." "Course there is. He's one of them." Vernon spat the word like a curse. "Bad blood. You said yourself your sister was always strange. Stands to reason her spawn would be worse." Petunia nodded, but she couldn't shake the feeling that Vernon had missed the point. It wasn't just that the boy was magical, she'd known that was coming. It was the way he watched. Like he understood things. Like he was waiting for something. The first incident happened when Harry was 14 months old. Petunia had left him in his cupboard while she took Dudley shopping. She'd been gone 4 hours, longer than planned, but Dudley had wanted ice cream, and then a toy, and then another toy. When she returned, she found the cupboard door open and Harry sitting in the middle of the living room floor, surrounded by books he'd pulled from the shelf. That wasn't the strange part. The strange part was that he was reading them. Not looking at pictures. Not chewing on pages. His tiny fingers were tracing words, and his lips were moving silently, and when Petunia got close enough to see which book he held, she realized it was a novel. A novel. Her own paperback romance, 800 pages of small print. "No," she whispered. Harry looked up at her. Smiled. And said, in a voice far too clear for his age, "Hello, Aunt Petunia." She told Vernon that night. He didn't believe her at first, so she made Harry demonstrate. Put him in front of the television, told him to read the words on the news ticker. Harry read them flawlessly. Then, because he was 14 months old and hadn't yet learned caution, he commented on the news story itself. "That's economically illiterate," he said, pointing at a segment about inflation. "Raising interest rates now would cause a recession." Vernon's face went purple. Then white. Then purple again. "We don't speak of this," he said, his voice strangled. "Not ever. Not to anyone. Do you understand me, boy?" Harry looked at him with those two knowing eyes and nodded. "I understand perfectly, Uncle Vernon." Harry learned to hide. It wasn't immediate. At first, the new knowledge was overwhelming, a flood of memories and abilities that didn't fit in his small body, a constant background noise of someone else that threatened to drown out his own thoughts. But as the months passed, he began to sort through it. To separate the useful from the poison. Tom Riddle had been a genius. That was objective fact, stripped of moral judgment. His understanding of magic was profound, his memory nearly perfect, his ability to manipulate and deceive unmatched. All of that was now part of Harry. Tom Riddle had also been broken. Fundamentally, irreparably broken. A child starved of love who had grown into a man incapable of it. A brilliant mind that had concluded, wrongly but understandably, that power was the only thing that mattered because power was the only thing he'd ever had. Harry could feel that brokenness. Could trace its edges in the absorbed memories. Could understand, with a clarity no child should possess, exactly how Tom had become Voldemort. And he knew, with equal clarity, that he would not follow that path. Because Harry had something Tom never did. One truth that burned bright enough to illuminate even the darkest corners of his borrowed knowledge. His parents had loved him. They had loved him enough to die for him. That was the difference. That was everything. Tom had been abandoned. Unloved from his first breath. He had concluded that love was weakness because no one had ever loved him, and he'd built an entire philosophy around that wound. Harry had been loved. Perfectly, unconditionally, sacrificially. And even though his parents were dead, even though he'd been placed with people who despised him, that love remained. He could feel it in his blood, literally. The protection his mother had created was woven into his very cells. So when Harry sorted through Tom's memories, he kept the knowledge and discarded the conclusions. Magic theory, useful. Spell construction, essential. How to read people, how to manipulate, how to deceive, tools to be used carefully. The belief that power mattered more than connection, that other people were means to ends, that love was a fool's game, rejected. Completely and permanently rejected. He was Harry Potter. He had his mother's eyes and his father's hair and Tom Riddle's knowledge and absolutely no intention of becoming anyone's Dark Lord. But he was also living in a cupboard under the stairs, surrounded by people who would panic if they knew what he was. So he learned to hide. At 2 years old, Harry deliberately regressed. He stopped speaking in complete sentences. He pretended not to understand words he knew perfectly. He cried when he was hungry, threw mild tantrums when he didn't get his way, and generally acted like the child he should have been. Petunia watched him like a hawk for weeks after the reading incident. She was waiting for more signs of freakishness, more evidence that her sister's son was some kind of monster. Harry gave her nothing. He smiled vacantly, babbled nonsense, and played with blocks like a normal toddler. Eventually, she relaxed. Decided that the reading thing must have been a fluke. That the boy was damaged, certainly, strange, definitely, but not an active threat. Harry, watching her through carefully dulled eyes, added Aunt Petunia to his mental file of people who saw only what they expected to see. The years passed slowly at Privet Drive. Harry's 5th birthday came and went without acknowledgement. He received no presents, no cake, no celebration. Dudley's 5th birthday, 3 months prior, had featured a bouncy castle, a magician, and enough gifts to fill a small room. Harry didn't mind. He had other concerns. The library, for one. He'd discovered the Dursleys' local branch when he was 4, during a rare outing with Petunia. She'd brought Dudley to pick out picture books. Dudley had thrown a tantrum and demanded ice cream instead, and Harry had slipped away to explore. He'd returned every chance he got since. The librarians knew him now, the quiet boy who came in alone, who always handled the books carefully, who sat in the corner for hours reading about history and science and psychology. They thought he was precocious. A troubled home situation, clearly, but bright. They let him check out books with Petunia's library card, which he'd memorized the number of. Harry read everything. Not just the magical knowledge floating in his head, that was already comprehensive, if disorganized, but Muggle knowledge. Psychology, to understand his own fractured mind. History, to compare against Tom's memories and see which matched. Science, because Tom had disdained it and Harry suspected that was a weakness. He learned to play chess at 6, teaching himself from a library book and then practicing against a cheap electronic set Dudley had discarded. Within weeks, he could beat the machine at its highest setting. The patterns felt natural. The strategic thinking was second nature. He learned to cook at 5, because Petunia started demanding he contribute to the household. Tom's memories contained nothing useful there. The Dark Lord had never lowered himself to domestic labor, but Harry found he enjoyed it. The precision. The chemistry. The ability to create something nourishing from raw ingredients. He learned to fight at 7, when Dudley's gang started using him as a punching bag during school recess. Not through formal training, no one would teach a scrawny boy in overlarge clothes, but through observation and analysis. He watched how the other boys moved. Identified weaknesses. Practiced footwork in his cupboard at night. The first time he fought back properly, he broke Dudley's nose. It should have been disaster. Vernon's rage was volcanic, and for a moment Harry genuinely thought his uncle might kill him. But Harry had prepared for this. He'd positioned the fight carefully, made sure there were witnesses, ensured that the first 3 blows were clearly Dudley's. "He attacked me, sir," Harry told the headmaster the next day, his voice small and scared and perfectly calculated. "I was just trying to get away. I didn't mean to hurt him." The headmaster, who had seen Dudley's gang terrorizing smaller children for years, believed every word. Vernon and Petunia were called in. Concerns were expressed. The word police was mentioned. After that, Dudley left Harry alone. And Vernon, for all his rage, never raised a hand against his nephew. The risk was too great. The freak had proven he knew how to make trouble. Harry added strategic positioning to his list of useful skills. The magic started manifesting properly when Harry was 8. He'd felt it before, of course. Tom's memories included the sensation of casting thousands of spells, and Harry's own magic was a constant presence, warm and waiting, like a muscle he hadn't yet learned to flex. But controlled manifestation required something he'd been lacking, a wand. Or so he'd thought. The truth came during one of Vernon's rages. Harry had accidentally let a dish slip while doing the washing up, and his uncle had backhanded him across the face hard enough to send him sprawling. Harry had lain there, tasting blood, feeling that familiar heat building in his chest, and he'd pushed. Vernon flew backward. Hit the wall. Slid down it, gasping, his eyes wide with terror. "What did you do?" he wheezed. "What did you do, boy?" Harry stood slowly. His face throbbed where he'd been struck. His magic hummed with satisfaction, eager for more. He could kill his uncle. The knowledge was right there, clear as crystal. A precise strike to the heart, a spell that required no wand and no words. Tom had used it a dozen times. It would be easy. It would be satisfying. But Harry wasn't Tom. "An accident," he said quietly. "Just an accident, Uncle Vernon. The magic acts up sometimes. I can't control it. This was a lie. He had controlled it precisely. If you hit me again, Harry continued, his voice still soft, I can't promise it won't happen again. I don't want it to happen. But I'm not sure I can stop it. This was also a lie. He could stop it easily. Vernon stared at him from the floor. His face cycled through rage, fear, and something that might have been calculation. Fine, he grunted at last. Fine. Just, stay away from me. Stay out of sight. Do your chores and stay out of my way, you hear? Yes, Uncle Vernon. Harry went back to his cupboard and sat in the darkness for a long time, examining his own feelings. He hadn't wanted to kill Vernon. That was good. The temptation had been there. Tom's memories made violence feel simple, natural, almost satisfying, but he hadn't wanted it. He'd wanted to be safe. He'd wanted the hitting to stop. He'd achieved both goals without permanent harm to anyone. But the ease of it troubled him. The way the dark thoughts had surfaced, ready and waiting. Tom's solutions to Tom's problems, still lurking in his borrowed memories. He would have to be careful. Always careful. The knowledge was a gift, but it came with shadows attached. Harry reached under his thin mattress and pulled out a notebook. It was battered and water-stained, rescued from Dudley's trash, but the pages were blank. He'd been saving it for something important. Now he knew what. Rules for survival, he wrote at the top of the first page. 1. Never reveal your full capabilities. 2. Always leave yourself an exit strategy. 3. Knowledge is power, but wisdom is knowing when to use it. 4. Tom's solutions are not my solutions. 5. Love is not weakness. He stared at the last rule for a long time. It felt important. Essential. The foundation on which everything else would rest. Tom had built his life on the belief that connection was vulnerability. Harry would build his on the opposite. Someday, when he was back in the magical world, when he had access to proper resources and proper training, he would find people worth trusting. People who could know him, really know him, and not turn away. Until then, he would survive. He would learn. He would plan. And he would never, ever become what Tom Riddle had been. The dream started when Harry was 9. They came unpredictably, sometimes nightly, sometimes not for weeks, but they were always vivid. Always the same basic theme. He would be standing in darkness. Complete, perfect darkness, without even the sense of a floor beneath his feet. And he would feel, observed. Studied. Something vast and old and hungry, circling him just beyond the edge of perception. You are interesting, the darkness would say. Not with words, exactly. The meaning simply arrived in his mind, cold and precise. You should not exist. 2 souls in one body, one consuming the other. What are you becoming, little anomaly? Who are you? Harry would ask, every time. I am what remains when magic goes wrong. When wizards reach too far and break things that should not be broken. Your predecessor summoned me, though he did not know it. Every Dark Lord feeds me without meaning to. And you are something new. I'm not a Dark Lord. No. Not yet. But you have the tools. The knowledge. The power. A sensation like laughter, vast and terrible. I wonder which path you will choose. Then Harry would wake, gasping, his scar burning like it had been touched with a heated brand. He told no one about the dreams. There was no one to tell. But he added them to his mental files, alongside everything else he didn't understand. The entity. The darkness. The suggestion that Voldemort had summoned something without knowing it. Tom's memories contained nothing relevant. Whatever this thing was, it had kept itself hidden from its previous host. That worried Harry more than anything else. At 10 years old, Harry Potter had mapped out his entire strategy for the next decade. He knew Hogwarts would come. The magical school was too deeply ingrained in wizarding culture to skip, and anyway, Dumbledore would insist. The old man, Harry knew quite a lot about Dumbledore from Tom's memories, would want to keep the boy who lived close. Observable. Controllable. Harry planned to let him think he was succeeding. The key was appearing ordinary. Bright enough to explain away any slips, but not so bright that anyone looked closer. Talented but not exceptional. Brave but not strategic. The kind of hero the wizarding world wanted, photogenic, quotable, and fundamentally simple. The real work would happen in the shadows. He needed to understand the current political landscape. Tom's memories were 60 years out of date at best, and the magical world had gone through significant upheaval since. The war against Voldemort, the aftermath, the current balance of power, all unknowns. He needed to identify potential allies. People who could be trusted with pieces of the truth, if not the whole thing. People who would follow him because they believed in him, not because he manipulated them. Tom had only ever had servants. Harry intended to have friends. He needed to prepare for Voldemort's return. Because Voldemort would return. Harry knew, with the certainty of absorbed memory, that Tom Riddle had taken steps to prevent his own death. The Horcruxes, fragments of soul, torn away through murder, anchoring him to the physical world. Harry didn't know where they all were, but he knew they existed. And he knew, though he tried not to think about it too closely, that one of those fragments had been absorbed into his own mind. That he was, in some terrible sense, one of them. The implications of that were too large to contemplate. So he filed them away for later and focused on what he could control. School. Strategy. Survival. The Hogwarts letter would come in less than a year. Harry intended to be ready. The letter arrived on July 24, 1991, carried by a dignified barn owl that dropped it through the mail slot and departed without waiting for a response. Harry heard it land while he was cooking breakfast. He waited until Vernon was buried in his newspaper and Petunia was fussing over Dudley's fourth helping of bacon before slipping into the hallway. The envelope was heavy, made of yellowish parchment. The address was written in emerald ink, Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging Surrey. Harry felt something shift in his chest. Not quite excitement, he'd been expecting this for years, but something like recognition. The first tangible proof that the other world, the world of his parents, was reaching out for him. He tucked the letter into his waistband and returned to the kitchen. Anything in the post? Vernon grunted. Just bills, I think. Harry set a fresh plate of eggs in front of his uncle. I didn't look closely. That night, in his cupboard, he read the letter by the light of a candle he'd smuggled from the kitchen. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confede, of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Harry read it 3 times. Then he read the equipment list, cross-referencing it against Tom's memories. Standard first-year supplies. Nothing unexpected. He would need to respond. Would need to make arrangements. Would need to begin the elaborate dance of appearing to be a normal boy who'd just discovered magic was real. But for this one moment, alone in his cupboard, he let himself feel the truth. It was finally beginning. The Dursleys' response to the letters that followed, because more did follow, dozens of them, increasingly creative in their delivery, was predictable enough that Harry could have scripted it. Vernon tried to intercept them. Failed. Tried to burn them. More arrived. Tried to board up the mail slot. They came through the windows. Through the chimney. Under the doors. We're leaving. Vernon announced on July 30th, his face an alarming shade of puce. "All of us. Now. We'll go somewhere they can't find us." Harry wanted to tell him that running was pointless. That magic could find anyone, anywhere, that no amount of driving would escape a tracking charm. But that would reveal too much, so he simply climbed into the back of Vernon's company car and watched Surrey disappear behind them. They ended up, after hours of paranoid driving, in a rotting shack on a rock in the middle of the sea. Vernon seemed to believe this would be sufficient. Harry checked his watch as midnight approached. July 31st. His 11th birthday. The door blew off its hinges exactly on time. Hagrid filled the doorway like a mountain given human form. Rain sheeted off his massive coat. His eyes, beetle black and kind, found Harry immediately. "There ya are," he said. "Last time I saw you, you was only a baby. Ya look a lot like your dad, but ye've got your mum's eyes." Harry had practiced this moment. Had rehearsed the proper expressions of wonder, confusion, and dawning excitement. He'd prepared a dozen reactions to a dozen possible approaches. But standing there, looking up at the half-giant who'd carried him from the ruins of his parents' home, he found that the emotions came naturally. Not because he was surprised by magic. He'd known about magic for nearly his entire life. But because someone had come for him. Someone from that world, his parents' world, had cared enough to track him down and bring him home. "Who are you?" Harry asked, letting his voice shake slightly. "Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." The giant man beamed down at him. "And I'm here to tell ya, Harry, you're a wizard." Harry let his eyes go wide. Let his mouth fall open. "I'm a what?" Hagrid's smile grew even wider, delighted by the reaction. And Harry Potter, hidden behind his mask of innocence, began to plan his entrance into the wizarding world. The rest of that night unfolded like a scene from someone else's life. Hagrid produced a squashed birthday cake. Gave Dudley a pig's tail. Told Harry about his parents, about Voldemort, about the night everything had changed. His version was simple, heroic, tragic, the evil wizard killed by the power of love, the boy who survived the unsurvivable. Harry listened and nodded and asked the questions a normal child would ask. Where did my parents go to school? What house were they in? What's a house? Inside, he was cataloging everything. Hagrid's obvious affection for Dumbledore. His simplistic view of good and evil. His inability to keep secrets. His genuine, overwhelming kindness. Trustworthy, Harry decided. Loyal to a fault. Can't lie to save his life, which means I can never tell him anything sensitive. But a good man. A good friend, if I let him be. He filed this assessment away and continued playing the odd orphan. Dawn found them departing for London. Hagrid had a flying motorcycle, which Harry pretended to find terrifying and exhilarating rather than merely efficient. They landed in a grimy alley behind a pub called the Leaky Cauldron, and Harry's education in the wizarding world began properly. The pub's patrons recognized him immediately. Of course they did, Harry had expected that. The boy who lived, icon of their victory, walking among them for the first time in a decade. They crowded around, shaking his hand, thanking him for something he didn't remember doing. Harry smiled and nodded and felt nothing. These people didn't know him. They knew a story, a symbol, a face on newspaper articles they'd saved from a decade ago. They would have expectations. Would want him to be brave and noble and simple, a hero from a children's tale. He would give them exactly that. And when they weren't looking, he would become something else entirely. Diagon Alley was overwhelming in a way Harry hadn't anticipated. Tom's memories contained the place, but memories were flat things, images and sounds without texture or life. The reality was different. The magic was different, flowing through the air like an invisible current, making Harry's skin prickle with awareness. He'd felt magic before, of course. His own, primarily, and the faint traces of whatever wards Dumbledore had placed on Privet Drive. But this was magic concentrated, magic everywhere, magic so thick he could almost taste it. And the shops. Row after row of them, selling things that shouldn't exist but absolutely did. Cauldrons and telescopes and books that hummed with contained power. Broomsticks hovering in windows. An apothecary's display of preserved creatures and dried herbs. Harry let himself stare. It wasn't difficult, the place genuinely was remarkable. And anyway, it fit his cover. A Muggle-raised child should be amazed by all of this. Hagrid guided him through the crowd, first to Gringotts for gold, then to Madame Malkin's for robes. The Goblin Bank was impressive in a clinical sort of way. Harry made mental notes about the security measures, the cart system, the obvious distrust between species. The robe shop was simpler, but it provided his first encounter with someone his own age from this world. Draco Malfoy was exactly as obnoxious as Tom's memories suggested his family would produce. Pale, pointed, arrogant in that peculiar way of children who'd never been denied anything. He talked about Quidditch and houses and blood purity while Harry stood on a stool being measured for robes. "I really don't think they should let the other sort in, do you?" Draco said, his nose wrinkling. "They're just not the same. They've never been brought up to know our ways." Harry considered several responses. Outrage would be expected. Malfoy was essentially insulting Harry's Muggle-born mother. But outrage would also be predictable, and Harry had learned from Tom's memories that the Malfoy family was well-connected, wealthy, and potentially useful. So instead, he said, "I don't know much about any of it, honestly. I was raised by Muggles." Draco's expression flickered. Confusion, then interest. "Were you? That must have been dreadful. Which family are you from?" "Potter." The effect was immediate. Draco's eyes went wide, and something shifted in his posture, the unconscious recalibration of someone who just realized they were talking to someone important. "Potter? You're Harry Potter?" Harry smiled mildly. "That's what they tell me." Draco was still staring when Madame Malkin declared Harry's robes finished. Harry nodded politely to the blonde boy and left. First contact with the old families. Not a disaster. He filed away Draco's reactions for future analysis and continued through Diagon Alley. The wand shop was inevitable, and Harry had been dreading it. Ollivander's establishment looked unremarkable from outside, a narrow building with peeling gold letters and a single wand on a dusty cushion in the window. But Harry could feel the magic radiating from within. Thousands of wands, each containing a core of magical material, each waiting for a compatible wizard. And somewhere in there was the wand that would choose him. The problem was, Harry already knew which wand it would be. Tom's memories contained the details: Holly, 11 inches, Phoenix feather core. The brother wand to Voldemort's own, made from a feather donated by the same Phoenix. This was fine for his cover, no one would question the wand choosing the boy who lived. But Ollivander might recognize something wrong. The man was old, brilliant, and utterly devoted to his craft. He knew wands better than anyone alive, and he had a reputation for seeing more than he should. Harry pushed open the door anyway. There was no avoiding this. The shop was narrow and dusty, lined floor to ceiling with thin boxes. Ollivander emerged from the shadows like a spirit, his pale eyes catching what little light filtered through the window. "Ah, Mr. Potter. I wondered when I'd be seeing you." His voice was soft, almost whispery. "It seems only yesterday your mother was in here, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches, swishy, made of willow. Nice wand for charm work." Harry nodded politely. "So I've heard. Your father, on the other hand, favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power and excellent for transfiguration." "Well, I say your father favored it, it's really the wand that chooses the wizard, of course." Ollivander moved closer, and Harry had to force himself not to step back. The old man's eyes were unnerving, too pale, too focused, too knowing. And that's where. Ollivander reached out a pale finger and touched Harry's scar. I'm sorry to say I sold the wand that did it. 13.5 inches. You. Powerful wand, very powerful, and in the wrong hands, well. If I'd known what that wand was going out into the world to do. He trailed off, shaking his head, then seemed to collect himself. Well now, Mr. Potter. Let's see what finds you. The process that followed was tedious by design. Ollivander handed Harry wand after wand, snatching them back almost immediately. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. Maple and phoenix feather. Ebony and unicorn hair. None of them felt right, and Harry let his confusion show, the bewildered boy who didn't understand why nothing was working. Finally, inevitably, Ollivander paused. I wonder, he murmured, more to himself than Harry. Yes, why not, unusual combination, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. He handed over the wand. Harry felt the magic surge through him the instant his fingers touched the wood. Warmth spread up his arm, into his chest, through his whole body. Golden sparks erupted from the wand's tip, dancing in the dusty air. Oh, bravo! Ollivander cried. Yes, indeed, oh, very good. Well, 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 how curious, how very curious. He was staring at Harry now with an intensity that made alarms ring in the back of his mind. Sorry, Harry said carefully, but what's curious? Ollivander took the wand back, examining it closely before beginning to wrap it in brown paper. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar. Harry let his face show appropriate shock. Voldemort's wand? Yes, 13.5 inches. You. Curious indeed how these things happen. The wand chooses the wizard, remember. I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great. Harry paid for the wand and turned to leave. But at the door, Ollivander's voice stopped him. Mr. Potter. Harry turned back. The old wand-maker was watching him with those unsettling pale eyes. His expression was unreadable, but something in his posture had changed, tension where there had been professional interest. The wand chooses the wizard, Ollivander repeated slowly. That has always been true. But I have been making wands for a very long time, Mr. Potter. And I have never, not once, felt a wand respond to a child's magic the way yours just did. Harry kept his face carefully blank. I don't understand. No. Then perhaps I'm wrong. I'm old, after all. My senses aren't what they were. Ollivander's smile didn't reach his eyes. But I would swear, Mr. Potter, that when your wand chose you, the magic that answered was not entirely a child's magic. The shop fell silent. Harry could hear his own heartbeat, loud in his ears. I don't know what you mean, he said finally. I'm just Harry. Of course you are. Ollivander's smile remained fixed. Just Harry. Who survived the killing curse? Who was chosen by the brother wand of the darkest wizard in a century? Just Harry. He turned away, disappearing into the stacks of wands. Have a good year at Hogwarts, Mr. Potter. I suspect it will be interesting. Harry left the shop with his heart racing and his mind spinning. That had been close. Too close. Ollivander had felt something, not enough to understand, not enough to act on, but something. He added the wand maker to his mental list of threats. Not enemies, not yet, but people who might see too much if he wasn't careful. The mask would have to be perfect. The rest of August passed in preparation. Harry read his textbooks cover to cover, not to learn, since he already knew everything in them and considerably more, but to identify what a first-year student was expected to know. He practiced looking confused by concepts he'd mastered a decade ago. He rehearsed asking questions he already knew the answers to. He also read between the lines. Hogwarts, a history gave him current information about the school's layout and staff. A history of magic confirmed that the wizarding world's understanding of recent events was superficial at best. The Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection, was laughably inadequate, but it showed him what the Ministry considered acceptable defensive knowledge. On September 1st, he stood on platform 9 3/4 with his trunk and his new owl, Hedwig, a snowy white female who'd chosen him rather than the reverse, and let himself feel something like excitement. It wasn't hard. Despite everything, despite the masks and the planning and the knowledge that made him older than his years, he was still a boy about to start school. About to enter the world his parents had loved. About to meet people who might, if he was very careful, become friends. The Hogwarts Express gleamed red against the grey platform. Students and parents milled about, saying goodbyes, loading luggage, reconnecting after the summer. Harry watched them with something between longing and calculation. Normal, he thought. That's what normal looks like. He would never be normal. The thing in his head, the knowledge he carried, the destiny the prophecy had laid out, none of it allowed for normal. But he could pretend. And in pretending, maybe he could protect something of the child he should have been. Harry boarded the train, found an empty compartment, and settled in to wait. Soon enough, someone would join him. Probably Ron Weasley. The red-headed family was hard to miss, and the youngest son would be starting Hogwarts this year. He would make friends. Careful, strategic friends, chosen for loyalty and potential. He would navigate the political waters of a school divided into houses. He would hide from Dumbledore's two knowing eyes and Snape's certain hostility. He would prepare for the return of Voldemort, which he knew with absolute certainty would come. And somewhere, in the gaps between all of that, he would try to figure out what the entity in his dreams wanted. Why it was watching him. What it had meant when it said that Dark Lords fed it. The train began to move, pulling away from the platform. London fell away behind them, replaced by countryside that grew wilder and more beautiful as they traveled north. Harry watched it all through the window, his reflection ghosted over the passing landscape, a skinny boy with messy black hair and bright green eyes and a lightning bolt scar. Just Harry. He smiled at the thought. It was funny, in a dark sort of way. The most dangerous student Hogwarts had ever enrolled, and they thought he was just Harry. The door to his compartment slid open. A red-haired boy poked his head in, looking nervous. Anyone sitting there? Everywhere else is full. Harry's smile widened into something warmer. Practiced, but not entirely false. Go ahead. Ron Weasley entered, and Harry Potter's Hogwarts adventure began. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, Diagon Alley. The train rocked gently as it picked up speed, leaving London's grimy sprawl behind for open countryside. Ron Weasley settled into the seat across from Harry, his ears slightly red, his posture broadcasting discomfort so clearly that Harry almost felt sorry for him. I'm Ron, by the way. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. Ron's eyes went immediately to Harry's forehead, then away, then back again. The internal struggle playing across his face was almost comical, the desire to ask warring with the awareness that asking would be rude. Harry saved him the trouble. He lifted his fringe, revealing the scar. Yes, it's real. Yes, I have it. No, I don't remember anything about that night. Ron's ears went redder. Sorry. It's just, you're famous. Everyone knows about you. So I've been learning. Harry let his fringe fall back. I didn't know anything about magic until a month ago. The muggles I lived with never told me. Blimey. Ron's expression shifted from embarrassment to something like sympathy. That must have been rough. Growing up with muggles, I mean. It had its moments. An understatement so severe it barely qualified as truth, but Ron didn't need to know that. What Ron needed was to feel comfortable, to see Harry as approachable, to start building the foundation of what Harry hoped would become genuine friendship. Because Harry had been watching the Weasley family on the platform. Had seen the hand-me-down robes, the battered trunk, the way Mrs. Weasley counted her children with the anxious precision of someone who couldn't afford to lose anything. Had noted the warmth between them, the easy affection, the complete absence of the cold functionality that characterized the Dursleys. The Weasleys were poor. They were also, by every indication, good. The kind of family Tom Riddle would have dismissed as worthless and Harry recognized as invaluable. He wanted Ron to like him. Not as a calculated move, though it was that too, but because Ron seemed real in a way that most people didn't. Uncomplicated. Honest. The kind of person who would never occur to manipulate anyone because the thought simply wouldn't cross his mind. Harry had enough complexity for both of them. A friend who was straightforward might be exactly what he needed. So, Ron said, clearly fishing for a change of subject, "Do you know what house you'll be in?" "All my family have been in Gryffindor. My brothers are all there now, well, except Bill and Charlie, they've already left. Percy's a prefect, and Fred and George are," he grimaced. "Fred and George are Fred and George." "I don't know much about the houses," Harry lied. "Gryffindor is supposed to be for brave people, right?" "Yeah. Brave and noble and all that." Ron puffed up slightly, then deflated. "I hope I get in. Could you imagine if I was the first Weasley in Slytherin? Mum would have kittens." "What's wrong with Slytherin?" Ron stared at him like he'd grown a second head. "What's wrong with, mate, that's where all the dark wizards come from. You know who was a Slytherin. So were most of his followers." "Ah." Harry filed this away. The house prejudice was even more entrenched than Tom's memory suggested. "So it's not just about being ambitious." "Ambitious, cunning, willing to do anything to get what they want." Ron ticked the traits off on his fingers. "Basically, it's the house for people who'll stab you in the back if it benefits them. Everyone knows that." Everyone knows that, Harry thought, because everyone keeps saying it, which makes the ambitious kids defensive, which makes them act more clannish, which confirms what everyone already believed. It was a self-fulfilling prophecy. Probably deliberate, if Harry had to guess, some long-ago political maneuver that had calcified into tradition. The wizarding world seemed fond of those. "Well," he said aloud, "I hope I'm in Gryffindor too, then. If you're there, at least I'll know someone." Ron's face lit up. "Yeah. That'd be brilliant." A knock on the compartment door interrupted them. A plump witch with a kind face slid it open, revealing a cart laden with sweets. "Anything off the trolley, dears?" Ron's hand went to his pocket, then stopped. His ears reddened again. "No thanks. I'm all set." He held up a lumpy package wrapped in brown paper, sandwiches, from the look of it. Homemade. Probably made by a mother who couldn't afford trolley sweets but didn't want her son to go hungry. Harry pulled out a handful of gold coins. "We'll take the lot." Ron's jaw dropped. "Harry, you can't, I've never had wizarding sweets before." This was technically true. "And I've got no one to spend money on. Consider it an investment in my magical education." He bought everything. Pumpkin pasties and cauldron cakes, and Bertie bought every flavor beans and a truly alarming number of chocolate frogs. Ron protested weakly, but his eyes kept drifting to the pile of sweets with transparent longing. "Go on," Harry said, pushing a cauldron cake toward him. "Tell me what's good." Ron hesitated for exactly 1 second before his hunger won out. "Well, you've got to be careful with Bertie bots, they mean every flavor. George swears he got a bogey-flavored one once." They spent the next hour working through the pile. Ron explained the cards and chocolate frogs, Harry collected 4 Dumbledores and traded them all for Ron's extras. They discovered that Harry had an unfortunate tolerance for flavors that made Ron gag, which led to an impromptu contest of who could eat the most disgusting bean without flinching. It was, Harry realized with something like surprise, fun. Not calculated, not strategic, just fun. Two boys on a train, eating too much sugar and laughing at stupid jokes. He'd almost forgotten what that felt like. The compartment door slid open again around midday, and a girl with bushy brown hair and an already bossy expression poked her head in. "Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one." "No," Ron said through a mouthful of pumpkin pasty. "Haven't seen any toads." The girl's eyes swept the compartment, cataloging the scattered sweets, Ron's chewing, Harry's carefully neutral expression. Her gaze lingered on Harry's forehead just long enough for him to know she'd recognized him. "You're Harry Potter," she said. "Not a question. I've read about you, of course. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century." "Am I?" Harry kept his voice mild. "I haven't read those yet." "You should. It's important to understand your own history." She stepped fully into the compartment, apparently deciding the toad search could wait. "I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. I've memorized all our textbooks already. I do hope it's enough. No one in my family's magic at all, so it was ever such a surprise when I got my letter. I've tried a few simple spells just for practice and they've all worked for me. Do either of you know what house you'll be in? I've been asking around, and I think Gryffindor sounds best, though Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad either." She said all of this without pausing for breath. Ron looked slightly stunned, like he'd been hit by a verbal bludgeon. Harry just watched, assessing. Hermione Granger. Muggle-born. Clearly intelligent, clearly insecure about her place in a world she didn't grow up in. Overcompensating through knowledge acquisition. The sort of person who annoyed people because she was trying too hard, not because she was actually unpleasant. Tom would have dismissed her immediately. Muggle-born meant no political connections, no family influence, no useful resources. She was nobody by the standards that had mattered to him. Harry saw something different. He saw someone who reminded him uncomfortably of himself, an outsider trying to prove they belonged, using intelligence as armor against a world that didn't quite make sense yet. "I'm hoping for Gryffindor," he said. "Ron's family are all Gryffindors, and he's been telling me about it." "Oh, that's nice." Hermione glanced at Ron, clearly unimpressed by the crumbs on his robes. "Well, you'd better get changed soon. I expect we'll be arriving before long." She swept out, presumably to continue the toad hunt. Ron stared after her with an expression of pure bewilderment. "Mental, that one," he muttered. "Imagine memorizing all the textbooks before term even starts." Harry made a noncommittal sound. He'd done considerably more than memorize the textbooks, but Ron didn't need to know that. "We should probably change," he said instead. "She's right about us arriving soon." The train pulled into Hogsmeade Station as the sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. Harry stepped onto the platform and was immediately hit by the smell of pine and wood smoke and something else, something that made his magic sit up and take notice. Hogwarts, he thought. I can feel it from here. The castle's wards were legendary. Tom had spent years studying them, probing for weaknesses, mapping their boundaries. They were layered and ancient, some dating back to the founders themselves, and they saturated the entire valley with ambient magic. To a normal student, this would manifest as a vague sense of rightness, of coming home. To Harry, with his borrowed sensitivity to magical currents, it was like stepping into a river. Fur's years. Fur's years over here. Hagrid's voice boomed across the platform. Harry spotted him easily, hard to miss a man that size, and began making his way over. Ron stuck close, apparently having decided that Harry was his designated friend for the foreseeable future. The boats were waiting by the edge of a great black lake. "For students to a boat," Hagrid called, and Harry found himself sharing with Ron, Hermione, who'd abandoned the Toad search, and a round-faced boy who was presumably Neville of the Lost Toad. Trevor. Neville gasped suddenly, pointing at something in the bottom of the boat. There you are. The Toad croaked mournfully. Hermione looked smug. Then the boats rounded a bend, and Hogwarts came into view. Harry had seen it in Tom's memories. Had known, intellectually, what it would look like, the towers and turrets, the lights in countless windows, the sheer presence of the place. But memories were flat things, and reality was not. The castle rose from the cliffside like it had grown there. Like the rock itself had decided to become something magnificent. It was impossible and beautiful and absolutely, unmistakably magical. Even Harry, who taught himself to suppress emotional reactions years ago, felt his breath catch. This is real, he thought. This is where I'm supposed to be. For one moment, just one, he let himself feel like a normal 11-year-old seeing something wonderful for the first time. Then the boats docked, and it was time to become the boy who lived again. Professor McGonagall was exactly as Tom's memories had described her, tall, severe, with the kind of presence that made even the most rambunctious first years fall silent. She explained the houses, the point system, the importance of the upcoming sorting, all with crisp efficiency. Harry listened with half an ear. He was more interested in watching the other students, their faces, their postures, the way they clustered into anxious little groups. Draco Malfoy had found him again, flanked by two large boys who had the look of bodyguards. Their eyes met across the entrance hall. Draco nodded slightly. Harry nodded back. Testing the waters, he thought. Interesting. The Malfoy family had been Death Eaters, at least on the father's side. Lucius Malfoy had claimed Imperius, had bought his way out of Azkaban, but everyone knew the truth. The son would have been raised on pure-blood ideology, on the certainty of magical superiority and the glory of the Dark Lord's cause. And yet here he was, nodding politely at Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The one who destroyed everything his father had worked for. Draco was either very stupid or very calculating. Harry suspected the latter. McGonagall led them into the Great Hall, and even Harry had to work to keep his expression appropriately odd. For long tables stretched the length of the room, each packed with students in different colored trim. Above them, candles floated in defiance of gravity, and higher still, the ceiling showed a perfect replica of the night sky. It's bewitched to look like the sky outside, Hermione whispered. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history. I know, Harry didn't say. Tom helped design the maintenance spells. The Sorting Hat sat on a stool at the front of the hall. It was battered and patched and clearly ancient, and when it opened a tear near its brim and began to sing, the first years collectively jumped. Harry didn't listen to the song. He was too busy studying the staff table. Dumbledore sat in the center, his silver beard catching the candlelight. His eyes moved over the first years with benevolent interest, lingering on Harry just slightly too long. He's measuring me, Harry thought. Trying to see if I'm what he expected. To Dumbledore's left sat a tiny wizard who must be Flitwick. To his right, a woman with a severe bun who Harry didn't recognize, Sprout, probably, the herbology professor. Further down, a man with a purple turban was having an animated conversation with, Harry's magic screamed. The man next to Turban was greasy-haired and hook-nosed, with black eyes that could have been carved from obsidian. Severus Snape. Former Death Eater. Spy for Dumbledore. The man who had loved Lily Evans and hated James Potter with equal intensity. But it wasn't Snape that had triggered Harry's alarm. It was the turban. Or more precisely, what was under the turban. The magical signature was faint, suppressed, layered under protective charms. A normal wizard wouldn't have sensed anything wrong. But Harry had absorbed 60 years of Tom Riddle's magical knowledge, including his intimate familiarity with his own magical signature, and he knew exactly what he was feeling. Voldemort. Voldemort was in that turban. Attached to the back of that man's head, parasitic and waiting. Harry forced his face to remain neutral. Forced his body to stay relaxed. Forced his breathing to stay even. He's here, he thought. He's already here. Dumbledore must know, the wards would have detected dark magic that strong, so why hasn't he done anything? Unless Dumbledore was playing some longer game. Unless this was a test, a trap, a carefully orchestrated scenario designed to, what? Draw out Voldemort's followers. Test Harry's capabilities. Something else entirely. The hat finished its song. McGonagall began calling names. Harry watched Turban, Quirrell, his memory supplied, defense against the dark arts professor, and tried to calculate his next move. He couldn't reveal what he knew. That would raise too many questions about how he knew it. He couldn't attack Quirrell directly, not without proof, not without exposing himself. But he couldn't ignore it either. Voldemort was here, in Hogwarts, within striking distance of Harry Potter. Whatever the Shade was planning, it couldn't be good. Granger, Hermione. Hermione walked to the stool with her chin held high, clearly terrified but refusing to show it. The hat took several minutes with her, probably arguing about Ravenclaw, Harry thought, before finally shouting, Gryffindor. She practically ran to the Gryffindor table, her relief palpable. More names were called. Neville went to Gryffindor too, looking stunned. Draco went to Slytherin without the hat even touching his head, which drew scattered applause from that table. Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Then the whispers started. Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter? I heard he was raised by Muggles, killed you-know-who when he was just a baby. Harry walked to the stool with his heart pounding. Not from fear of the sorting, he'd made his choice about that weeks ago, but from awareness of the thing hiding in Quirrell's turban. Voldemort was watching him right now. Assessing him. Trying to see what had become of the infant who'd destroyed him. Keep the mask on, Harry told himself. Don't let him see anything. He sat on the stool. McGonagall placed the hat on his head. Oh my, said a voice in his ear. Oh my. What do we have here? Harry had been expecting this. He'd prepared his mental defenses, constructed a surface layer of normal-seeming thoughts for the hat to examine. But he hadn't expected the hat to cut through them like tissue paper. Don't bother with the walls, the hat said, sounding almost amused. I've been sorting students for 1,000 years. I've seen every kind of mind there is. And I've never, not once, seen anything like yours. Harry's hands gripped the edge of the stool. What do you mean? You know exactly what I mean. The hat's voice had gone serious. 2 souls in one body. 2 sets of memories, 2 magical signatures, woven together so tightly they're almost indistinguishable. You're not Harry Potter, not entirely. But you're not Tom Riddle either. You're something new. I'm Harry, Harry thought fiercely. I'm Harry Potter. I have his memories, but I made my own choices. I'm not him. No. You're not. The hat paused, and Harry got the sense of something vast and old turning its attention fully upon him. He was sorted 60 years ago, you know. I remember it well. Such potential, and such emptiness. He wanted Slytherin before I even touched his head. He wanted power, recognition, the chance to prove himself superior to everyone who'd ever dismissed him. I know. I have the memories. Do you? Then you know what I told him. That he could have been great in any house. That Slytherin would give him what he wanted, but not what he needed. A mental sigh. He didn't listen, of course. They never do, the ones who need it most. Harry's mind raced. The hat knew about him. Knew everything. It could expose him right now, announce his secret to the entire hall. I am bound by ancient magic, the hat interrupted. What I see in the minds I sort cannot be shared. Not with Dumbledore, not with anyone. Your secrets are safe from me, young Potter. Or should I say young Riddle? Potter, Harry thought immediately. I'm Potter. I'll always be Potter. Will you? The hat's voice was gentle now, almost kind. You have his knowledge, his gifts, his understanding of magic. You could accomplish things he only dreamed of. But you also have something he never did, the certainty that you were loved. That your parents died protecting you. That you matter to someone. Harry's throat tightened. He hadn't expected the hat to understand. Hadn't expected anyone to understand. It's the only thing that matters, he thought. The only difference between us that counts. Yes. I believe you're right. The hat was quiet for a moment. So where shall I put you, Harry Potter? You could thrive in any house. Slytherin would sharpen your cunning. Ravenclaw would celebrate your intellect. Hufflepuff would teach you to trust. And Gryffindor. Gryffindor, Harry thought. Please. I need to be where no one expects me to be dangerous. Ah. The hat's voice held something that might have been respect. You've thought about this. Calculated the optimal position. Very Slytherin of you. Maybe. But it's also true that I want to be brave. I want to stand for something, not just manipulate from the shadows. Tom chose Slytherin because he wanted power. I want to choose Gryffindor because I want to be better than that. A long pause. Harry could feel the hat weighing his words, examining his intentions, testing the truth of what he'd claimed. You know, the hat said finally, I think you might actually mean that. You might be the most interesting student I've sorted in centuries. Very well, Harry Potter. I'll give you what you want, and what I suspect you need. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Watch for the shadow in the mirror, Harry Potter. You are not the only thing that woke that night. Before Harry could ask what that meant, the hat shouted to the hall, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted. Students were standing, cheering, chanting, "We got Potter. We got Potter." Harry walked toward them on slightly unsteady legs, his mind still reeling from the hat's final words. The shadow in the mirror. You are not the only thing that woke that night. The entity from his dreams. The hat knew about it. Knew something Harry didn't. He filed it away for later, put on a smile, and accepted the congratulations of his new housemates. Across the hall, Severus Snape was staring at him with an expression of pure loathing. And in Quirrell's turban, something ancient and terrible was beginning to plan. The feast was spectacular. Mountains of food appeared on golden plates, more variety than Harry had seen in his entire life. He ate mechanically, responding to the conversations around him on autopilot while his mind worked through the implications of what he'd learned. Voldemort was here. In Hogwarts. Attached to a professor like some kind of magical parasite. The hat knew about Harry's true nature. It was bound by ancient magic not to reveal anything, but its final warning suggested there were dangers Harry hadn't anticipated. And Snape hated him. That much was obvious from the glares the potion's master kept sending his way. Tom's memories suggested the hatred was transferred from James Potter, but there was something else in Snape's expression, something that looked almost like fear. He knows, Harry realized. Or suspects. Something about me triggers his instincts. More complications. More variables to track. The careful anonymity Harry had planned was already fraying at the edges. Harry. Harry. He blinked, refocusing on his immediate surroundings. Ron was waving a chicken leg at him. I asked if you were all right. You've been staring into space for 5 minutes. Sorry. Just, taking it all in. Harry gestured vaguely at the hall. It's a lot. Yeah, I suppose it would be. Imagine growing up with muggles and then coming to this. Ron shook his head sympathetically. Must be mental. Something like that. Percy Weasley, the prefect, leaned over from further down the table. Don't worry, Harry. Hogwarts seems overwhelming at first, but you'll get used to it. The important thing is to focus on your studies, follow the rules, and remember that your house is your family while you're here. Thanks, Percy. Harry kept his voice appropriately grateful. I'll remember that. Your house is your family. An interesting concept. Tom had never thought of Slytherin that way. His housemates had been tools, competitors, potential servants. But Harry had the chance to do it differently. To build genuine connections with people who might, in time, become friends. If he was careful. If he didn't let the mask slip. The feast eventually wound down. Dumbledore rose to give announcements, something about a forbidden corridor, Harry noted with interest, and then they were sent off to their common rooms. The Gryffindor dormitory was in a tower, behind a portrait of a fat lady who demanded passwords. The common room was warm and red and gold, full of squashy armchairs and crackling fireplaces. Harry climbed the stairs to the first-year boys' room, claimed the bed nearest the window, and pretended to fall asleep while his roommates chattered excitedly about the feast. In reality, he was thinking about Quirrell. The professor had avoided looking at Harry all evening. That was telling. Voldemort would want to study his enemy, but not obviously, not in a way that might attract attention. He would be patient, careful, waiting for the right moment to strike. Harry would need to be more careful. More patient. He couldn't afford to move against Quirrell until he understood what the Shade was planning. The forbidden corridor, he thought. 3rd floor, right-hand side. Dumbledore specifically warned us away. Which means there's something there worth protecting. The Philosopher's Stone. It had to be. Tom's memories contained extensive knowledge of Nicholas Flamel's creation, the legendary artifact that could produce the elixir of life and transmute lead into gold. Dumbledore and Flamel had been friends for centuries. If Flamel needed a safe place to hide the stone. Voldemort wants the stone, Harry realized. He's using Quirrell to get close to it. That's why he's here, why he's risking discovery. The elixir of life could restore his body. It made horrible sense. A wraith couldn't do much, it could possess willing hosts, influence weak minds, but it had no real power of its own. The stone would change that. Would give Voldemort a body again, a return to full strength. Harry couldn't let that happen. But he also couldn't expose what he knew. Couldn't charge in like a Gryffindor hero and save the day. He needed more information first. Needed to understand the protections around the stone, the extent of Quirrell's access, Dumbledore's intentions. Patience, he reminded himself. Tom was always too impatient. He wanted everything immediately, couldn't stand to wait for anything. I won't make that mistake. Sleep came eventually, restless and dream-filled. The entity was there again, circling in the darkness, its attention cold and vast. You've come to the castle, it said. Good. Everything begins here. Everything ends here. I've been waiting a long time for someone like you, Harry Potter. What do you want? The same thing I've always wanted. Something like laughter, felt rather than heard. To be fed. Your predecessor was promising, but he made mistakes. Split his soul too many times, diluted his power, drew too much attention. You won't make those errors, will you? I'm not your servant. Not yet. The darkness pressed closer, colder. But you will be. They all are, in the end. The brilliant ones, the ambitious ones, the ones who think they can control the power instead of being controlled by it. I've existed longer than your recorded history, child. I know how this story goes. Harry woke with his scar burning and his heart pounding. Dawn was breaking over the Scottish Highlands. His dormmates were still asleep, their breathing slow and even. Everything was quiet, peaceful, normal. But Harry knew better. The shadow in the mirror. The thing that fed on Dark Lords. He was beginning to understand what the hat had meant. The first week of classes established patterns that Harry carefully memorized. Transfiguration with McGonagall on Monday and Wednesday. She was strict but fair, and Harry made sure to perform well enough to earn her approval without exceeding expectations. His first successful transformation, a match into a needle, earned Gryffindor 5 points and a rare nod of satisfaction from the professor. Charms with Flitwick on Tuesday and Thursday. The tiny professor was enthusiastic and encouraging, the kind of teacher who celebrated effort as much as results. Harry liked him immediately, in a way that had nothing to do with strategy. Herbology with Sprout on Mondays. Defense against the dark arts with Quirrell on Tuesdays. History of magic with Binns, a ghost so boring that even Harry struggled to pay attention, on Wednesdays. And potions with Snape on Friday. Harry had been anticipating this confrontation since the feast. Snape's hostility was obvious, his hatred for James Potter legendary, and Harry had no intention of giving him ammunition. But the reality was worse than he'd expected. The dungeons were cold and damp, lit by torches that cast flickering shadows on walls lined with pickled creatures. Snape swept into the room like a vampire emerging from his coffin, his black robes billowing, his presence immediately dominating the space. "There will be no foolish wand-waving or silly incantations in this class," he said, his voice barely above a whisper but somehow carrying to every corner. "As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion-making. However, for those select few who possess the predisposition, I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death." His black eyes found Harry in the crowd. Fixed on him. Didn't look away. Then again, maybe some of you have come to Hogwarts in possession of abilities so formidable that you feel confident enough to not pay attention. Harry hadn't moved. Hadn't looked away. His quill was in his hand, his posture attentive. "Potter," Snape said, and the name dripped with contempt. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The draft of living death." First-year students weren't expected to know this, it was covered in advanced potions, years away. Snape was trying to embarrass him. Harry had two choices. Play dumb and let Snape have his petty victory. Or demonstrate knowledge and invite suspicion. He chose a middle path. "I'm not sure, sir." The sleeping draught, perhaps. Something to do with death, based on the asphodel. Snape's eyes narrowed. The answer was wrong, but not randomly wrong. It showed research, effort, a partial understanding of symbolic ingredients. An incomplete answer, but not as ignorant as I expected. Snape's voice dripped with disappointment. "Asphodel and wormwood make the draught of living death. And where, Potter, would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat, sir. It's a stone that can counteract most poisons." This answer was correct. First-year level, just barely. Snape's expression flickered, he'd been expecting failure. "What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, sir. Also called aconite." Silence. The class held its breath. Snape stared at Harry with something that wasn't quite hatred, something more complicated, more unsettling. "Well," he said finally. "It seems Potter has been doing some reading. Perhaps there's hope for him yet." The words were positive, but the tone was anything but. 10 points to Gryffindor for correct answers. "Now, why aren't the rest of you writing this down?" The lesson continued. Harry brewed his boil-cure potion competently, neither best nor worst in class. Snape prowled between the desks, criticizing everyone but Malfoy's group, looking for excuses to dock points. But his eyes kept returning to Harry. And Harry could feel the suspicion building, the questions Snape wasn't asking out loud. "He knows something is wrong with me," Harry thought. "He just doesn't know what." After class, Ron was practically bouncing with indignation. "Can you believe that? Asking you all those advanced questions, trying to make you look stupid. And then only giving us 10 points when you got them right. He doesn't like me, Harry said mildly. Probably because of my dad. Yeah, I heard they hated each other at school. But that's not your fault. You didn't even know your dad. No, Harry thought. But I know yours. Because Tom's memories contained information about Snape that Harry doubted anyone else possessed. The obsession with Lily Evans. The enmity with James Potter and Sirius Black. The dark path that had led to Death Eater robes and a dark mark branded on flesh. And the moment of regret. The desperate bargain with Dumbledore. The vow to protect the son of the woman he'd loved and the man he'd hated. Snape was complicated. Damaged. Dangerous in his own way, but also potentially valuable. Harry filed the information away and continued toward his next class. By the end of September, Harry had established himself exactly where he wanted to be, the middle of the pack. His grades were good but not exceptional. His magical demonstrations were competent but not remarkable. He had friends, Ron primarily, with Neville and Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan as secondary connections, but he wasn't the center of social attention. Only two people seemed to see through the facade. The first was Hermione Granger. She'd been watching him since the train. At first Harry thought it was simple curiosity about the boy who lived, but it quickly became clear that her interest was more specific. You don't read like someone who's new to magic, she said one evening in the common room, her voice pitched low so Ron wouldn't hear from across the room. You look at the books like you're checking something you already know, not learning it. Harry kept his expression neutral. I've always been a fast learner. Fast, yes. But that's not what I mean. Her eyes were sharp, analytical. In Transfiguration today, you hesitated before completing the spell. Not because you didn't know how, because you were deciding how well to do it. That's ridiculous. Is it? She leaned closer. I've memorized all our textbooks. I know exactly what a first-year spell should look like. Your match-to-needle transformation on the first day was perfect. Textbook perfect. And every spell since has been slightly less perfect. Like you're calibrating. Harry's heart rate increased. He controlled his face, his breathing, his body language, all the tells he trained himself to suppress, but Hermione's words hit uncomfortably close to home. You're imagining things. Maybe. She sat back, but her eyes never left his. Or maybe you're hiding something. I haven't figured out what yet, but I will. She returned to her homework after that, and Harry was left staring at her with something between alarm and respect. Hermione Granger. Muggle-born. 12 years old. And she'd spotted his act in less than a month. He would need to be more careful around her. Or I could trust her, a small part of him suggested. She's brilliant. Loyal, I can see that already. If I let her in, even partially. It was tempting. The loneliness of his situation weighed on him more than he liked to admit. Having someone who knew, even a little, would be a relief. But it was too soon. Too risky. He'd only known her for weeks. Trust had to be earned over time, tested under pressure. Later, he told himself. Maybe later. The second person who saw through him was, unfortunately, Severus Snape. The confrontation came in October, during a detention Harry hadn't earned. Snape had invented a pretext, disrespectful attitude, during a lecture, and assigned him to scrub cauldrons on Saturday evening. Harry arrived at the dungeon classroom alone. Snape was waiting, seated at his desk, his dark eyes fixed on the door as Harry entered. Sit, Snape said, gesturing to a chair facing the desk. No cauldrons in sight. Harry sat, his senses on high alert. This wasn't a detention. It was an interrogation. I've been watching you, Potter. Snape's voice was soft, controlled. Since the moment you entered my class. Something about you is wrong. I don't know what you mean, sir. Don't you? Snape leaned forward. You answer questions no first year should know. You perform magic with a precision that takes years to develop. You watch people like you're cataloging their weaknesses. And your eyes. He stopped. Something flickered across his face, pain, maybe, or memory. Your eyes are your mother's, he said quietly. But they don't look at the world the way hers did. There's something old in them. Something that shouldn't be there. Harry said nothing. His mind was racing, calculating responses, but nothing felt right. What happened to you? Snape asked. What did they do to you in that Muggle house? The question was unexpected. For a moment, Harry almost answered honestly, almost told this complicated, damaged man about the cupboard and the neglect and the knowledge that had been his only companion for years. But that would reveal too much. Would invite more questions. Would start him down a path he couldn't control. They didn't do anything, Harry said carefully. They just left me alone. I read a lot. Learned to take care of myself. Snape's eyes bored into his. You're lying. Yes. The admission slipped out before Harry could stop it. But not about the important things. Silence. Snape seemed genuinely thrown by the honesty. What does that mean? It means I'm not your enemy, Professor. Harry met his gaze steadily. I know you and my father hated each other. I know you probably see him when you look at me. But I'm not him. I never even met him. You know nothing about what I see when I look at you. Maybe not. Harry paused, considering his next words carefully. But I know that you loved my mother. And I know that whatever else you feel about me, you don't want me dead. The color drained from Snape's face. His hands, resting on the desk, had gone white-knuckled. How do you know that? I'm observant. Not entirely a lie. And I've read about the war. About the people who switched sides. About the things they had to do to survive. Snape stared at him for a long, frozen moment. Then, very slowly, he rose from his desk and turned away. Get out, he said. His voice was rough. There are no cauldrons to scrub. Get out of my classroom. Harry stood. Professor, get out. Harry got out. He walked back to Gryffindor Tower with his heart pounding and his mind racing. That had been dangerous. He'd revealed too much, pushed too hard, let his strategic mask slip in favor of something that felt uncomfortably like honesty. But he'd also accomplished something. Snape wouldn't stop watching him, nothing would change that, but the nature of that watching had shifted. From suspicion to something more complicated. Maybe something that could, eventually, become useful. Or maybe I just made everything worse, Harry thought. I won't know until later. He added Snape to his mental list of variables and continued planning for the inevitable confrontation with Quirrell. Halloween arrived with a feast that put the welcome banquet to shame. Pumpkins the size of garden sheds floated beneath the enchanted ceiling. Bats swooped through the air. The food was spectacular, roast beef and potatoes and pies in every flavor imaginable. Harry sat with Ron and the other first years, laughing at appropriate moments, eating with apparent enthusiasm. But his attention was on the staff table, where Quirrell sat picking at his food with the air of someone who wished he were anywhere else. You're planning something, Harry thought, watching the professor's nervous movements. Tonight, maybe. The distraction of the feast would be perfect cover. Hermione wasn't at dinner. Ron had made her cry earlier, something about having no friends, and Harry had been too focused on other concerns to intervene. He felt a twinge of guilt about that, filed it away for later attention. The doors to the great hall burst open. Quirrell sprinted in, his turban askew, his face white with terror. Troll, he screamed. Troll in the dungeon. He stopped, swaying on his feet. Thought you ought to know. Then he collapsed. Pandemonium erupted. Students screamed, surged toward the doors, collided with each other in panic. Dumbledore's amplified voice cut through the chaos. Silence. An order was gradually restored. Prefects will lead their houses back to the dormitories immediately. Teachers will follow me to the dungeons. Harry stood with the other Gryffindors, his mind working furiously. A troll. In the dungeons. On Halloween night, when the entire school was gathered in one place. It was too convenient. Too perfectly timed to be coincidence. Distraction, he realized. Quirrell let the troll in. He's using it to get to whatever's hidden on the third floor. He had seconds to decide. Follow his house to safety, as expected. Or slip away and investigate, risking exposure. Hermione, something in him said. She doesn't know about the troll. She's still in the girls' bathroom, crying because Ron was cruel. Harry grabbed Ron's arm. Hermione doesn't know about the troll. Ron's face went pale. Oh, bloody hell, they ran. The corridors were chaos, students hurrying in every direction, prefects shouting orders, teachers rushing toward the dungeons. Harry and Ron moved against the flow, ducking into side passages, navigating by Harry's internal map of the castle. The smell hit them first. A thick, choking stench of unwashed flesh and swamp rot. Harry rounded a corner and stopped dead. The troll was massive. 12 feet tall, gray-skinned, its small head barely visible above enormous shoulders. It had a club the size of a tree trunk and was using it to demolish the door to the girls' bathroom. The bathroom where Hermione was trapped. Oh, no, Ron whispered. Harry didn't hesitate. He pulled his wand and charged. He could have killed the troll. Tom's memories contained dozens of lethal spells, ways to stop a heart or sever a spine or simply unmake the creature at a molecular level. The knowledge was right there, accessible, ready. But Harry wasn't Tom. And anyway, an 11-year-old using dark magic would raise questions he couldn't afford. "Hey!" he shouted, throwing a bolt of light at the troll's back. "Hey, stupid! Over here!" The troll turned. Its tiny eyes found Harry. It grunted, a low, rumbling sound that vibrated in Harry's chest, and raised its club. Harry dove as the club smashed into the floor where he'd been standing. Stone shattered. The corridor shook. "Ron! Do something!" Ron was frozen, wand out but useless, terror written across his face. Hermione had emerged from the bathroom, equally frozen, her eyes huge. The troll was turning again, choosing its next target. Its gaze landed on Hermione. It took a step toward her, club rising. Harry made a decision. He leaped onto the troll's back, scrambling up its rough hide, and jammed his wand into its ear. The troll roared, spinning, trying to throw him off. Harry held on grimly, channeling every ounce of magic he possessed into a single, focused spell. Not dark magic. Not lethal. Just, pressure. A targeted burst of magical force, directed into the creature's skull. The troll's eyes rolled back. Its grip on the club slackened. It swayed once, twice, and crashed to the ground like a felled tree. Harry rolled clear, gasping. His wand arm ached. His heart was hammering. But the troll was down, and Hermione was unhurt. "Is it dead?" Ron asked shakily. "Unconscious." Harry checked the troll's shallow breathing. "It'll wake up eventually." Footsteps thundered in the corridor. McGonagall arrived first, her face pale, followed by Snape and Quirrell. All three stopped dead at the sight before them, 2 first-year boys, a terrified girl, and a mountain troll laid out on the floor. "What on earth?" McGonagall began. "It was my fault, Professor." Hermione's voice was small but steady. "I went looking for the troll because I thought I could deal with it on my own. I've read all about them. Ron and Harry came to find me, and if they hadn't, I'd probably be dead." Harry blinked. That was, not what had happened. Hermione was lying. Covering for them. McGonagall's expression shifted from shock to disapproval. Miss Granger, that was extremely foolish. 5 points will be taken from Gryffindor for your serious lack of judgment. Hermione's head dropped. As for you two, McGonagall turned to Harry and Ron. Not many first years could take on a full-grown mountain troll. You each win Gryffindor 5 points. Professor Dumbledore will be informed of this. You may go. They went. Quickly, before anyone could ask questions Harry didn't want to answer. Outside the bathroom, safely out of earshot, Hermione turned to them. Thanks, she said quietly. For coming to find me. You covered for us, Ron said, looking bewildered. Why? Because you came for me. No one's ever, she stopped, swallowed. No one's ever done that before. Something shifted between the three of them. Not friendship, not yet, but the foundation of it. The recognition that they'd faced danger together and survived. We should get back to the common room, Harry said. Before anyone notices we're missing. They walked in silence. Harry's mind was already moving past the immediate events, analyzing implications. Quirrell had let the troll in. That was certain now. He'd used it as a distraction, which meant the third-floor corridor was his target. But something had stopped him. The confrontation with the troll, maybe. Or the teachers mobilizing faster than expected. He'll try again, Harry thought. He needs the stone. Voldemort needs the stone. The question was when. And how. And what Harry was going to do about it. Behind him, Ron was telling Hermione about the feast, his voice animated. Hermione was responding with statistics about troll behavior she'd memorized from their textbook. It should have been annoying, but somehow it wasn't. Friends, Harry thought, testing the word. I might actually have friends. It was a strange feeling. Warm and uncomfortable at the same time. He wasn't used to people mattering, wasn't used to caring whether someone lived or died. But Hermione had been in danger, and he'd acted without calculating the risks. That meant something. Later, he told himself. Figure out what it means later. For now, focus on Quirrell. Focus on the stone. Focus on surviving. The Gryffindor portrait hole came into view. Harry spoke the password and climbed through, already planning his next move. The game was accelerating. And Harry Potter intended to stay several moves ahead. November brought cold winds and the first whispers of snow, but Harry barely noticed the weather. His attention was fixed on two things, the third-floor corridor and the increasingly suspicious behavior of Quirrell. The professor had become more nervous since Halloween. His stutter had worsened, his hands trembled constantly, and he avoided Harry with an intensity that would have been comical if Harry hadn't known what lurked in his turban. Meanwhile, Harry had been doing research. The third-floor corridor was protected by a three-headed dog. Hagrid had let that slip during a visit to his hut, along with the dog's name, Fluffy, and the disturbing information that he'd provided it as part of the stone's protection. What stone? Hermione had asked, her eyes sharp. Hagrid had gone pale and refused to say more. Since then, Harry and his friends had been piecing together the puzzle. The break-in at Gringotts over the summer. The vault that had been emptied the same day Harry visited. Dumbledore's friendship with Nicholas Flamel. Ron thought it was exciting, a real adventure, right out of the books he'd grown up with. Hermione was more cautious, aware of the dangers, but equally curious. Harry let them think he was just as ignorant as they were. In truth, he already knew everything. The stone's properties, Flamel's history, Voldemort's desperate need for a physical body. The only missing piece was the nature of the protections, who had designed them, what they consisted of, how to bypass them. He was working on that. It's Snape, Ron declared one afternoon in the library. Has to be. He was bitten by Fluffy on Halloween, that's why he was limping. He let the troll in as a distraction and tried to get past the dog. We don't know it was a bite, Hermione said uncertainly. It could have been. What else has 3 heads and bites people's legs? Come on, Hermione, it's obvious. Harry said nothing. Ron's theory made sense from the outside. Snape was unpleasant, had been a Death Eater, and obviously hated Harry. Easy to cast him as the villain. But Harry knew better. Snape had been trying to protect the stone that night. He'd gone to the 3rd floor not to steal, but to investigate what Quirrell was planning. That's why he'd been bitten. He'd interrupted Quirrell's attempt. Which meant Snape suspected Quirrell. Which meant Harry wasn't the only one playing this game. The question was whether Snape knew about the possession. If he did, why hadn't he told Dumbledore? If he didn't, how could Harry warn him without revealing his own knowledge? Too many variables. Too many ways it could go wrong. Harry decided to wait and watch. Christmas approached, and with it, a choice. You're staying, right? Ron asked. Mum and Dad are visiting Charlie in Romania, so me and the twins are staying here. Percy too, though he'll probably just study the whole time. Harry hesitated. He'd been planning to stay regardless. The castle would be nearly empty, perfect for investigating the 3rd floor without interference. But something in Ron's hopeful expression gave him pause. He wants me here, Harry realized. He actually wants me around. It was a strange sensation. The Dursleys had never wanted him present for holidays. They'd shipped him off to Mrs. Figg whenever possible, treated his existence as an inconvenience to be minimized. Yeah, Harry said finally. I'm staying. Ron's grin was worth the lost research time. Christmas morning at Hogwarts was magical in the most literal sense. Harry woke to a pile of presents at the foot of his bed, more presents than he'd ever received in his life. Most were food, from Mrs. Weasley, a green sweater with a large H knitted into it, and Hagrid, rock cakes that could have doubled as weapons. But one package was different. It was wrapped in shimmering cloth that seemed to flow like water. No note, no indication of the sender. Just the package. Harry opened it, and his breath caught. An invisibility cloak. The invisibility cloak, if his suspicions were correct. One of the 3 Deathly Hallows, passed down through the Potter line for generations. A piece of paper fluttered out. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. Harry recognized the handwriting from countless documents in Tom's memories. Dumbledore. The old man was giving him a tool. Perhaps hoping Harry would use it to explore, to satisfy his curiosity about the 3rd floor. Perhaps testing how he would respond to temptation. Either way, it was useful. Harry spent Christmas Day with Ron, playing chess. He lost intentionally, though Ron was genuinely skilled, and eating too many sweets. But that night, when the castle was quiet and the other Gryffindors were asleep, he slipped the cloak over his shoulders and went exploring. The castle at night was different. Quieter. More aware. Magic that slept during the day stirred in the shadows, ancient presences turning their attention to the boy walking invisible through their halls. Harry felt their awareness and was not afraid. He'd carried something old and dark in his head for 10 years. A few curious spirits were nothing. He made his way to the 3rd floor. Fluffy was awake, all 3 heads alert, but Harry had no intention of testing the dog's defenses tonight. He was here to observe, to map the corridor, to understand the layout. What he found was interesting. The door to Fluffy's chamber was warded, but not strongly. Alohomora would open it, first-year magic, barely a challenge. Beyond that, according to Hagrid's accidental hints, were additional protections, a plant of some kind, flying keys, a giant chess set, others unknown. Each protection seemed designed for a specific professor. Sprout's expertise in herbology. Flitwick's in charms. McGonagall's in transfiguration. Snape's in potions. And at the end, guarding the stone itself, something from Dumbledore. It's a gauntlet, Harry realized. A test, not a real security system. No serious thief would be stopped by challenges first years could potentially overcome. Which meant Dumbledore didn't expect a serious thief. Or he did expect one, and the gauntlet served a different purpose. A test. For someone specific. Perhaps for Harry himself. The thought was disturbing. Dumbledore manipulating events, positioning pieces on a board, it was exactly what Tom's memories had warned him about. The old man played deep games, and people who thought they were making free choices were often dancing to his tune. But I'm not most people, Harry thought. And I see the strings. He returned to Gryffindor Tower with more questions than answers, but also with the beginning of a plan. The winter holidays ended. Students returned. Classes resumed. Harry continued his dual existence, average student by day, strategist by night. He and Hermione researched Nicholas Flamel until they finally found him in a chocolate frog card, confirming what Harry already knew. They discussed theories about the protections, who might be after the stone, what to do about it. Through it all, Harry watched Quirrell. The professor was deteriorating. His turban had begun to smell, a faint, rotting odor that Harry recognized from Tom's memories of dark rituals. His stutter had worsened to the point where classes were nearly incomprehensible. And his eyes, when they met Harry's by accident, held something desperate. Voldemort is pushing him, Harry understood. Demanding results. The shade is getting impatient. It would happen soon. The attempt on the stone. Harry could feel it building, like pressure before a storm. When it came, he would be ready. The confrontation arrived in June, on a night when everything aligned. Dumbledore had left the castle, called away to the ministry on urgent business that Harry strongly suspected was a decoy. Quirrell was nowhere to be seen. And the magical signatures around the third-floor corridor had shifted, weakened, as if someone had already begun dismantling the protections. Harry gathered Ron and Hermione after dinner. "It's tonight," he said quietly. "Someone's going for the stone." "Snape," Ron said immediately. "It has to be." "Maybe." Harry didn't correct him. "Either way, we can't let them get it." "We should tell a professor," Hermione said anxiously. "McGonagall, or, they won't believe us. Dumbledore's gone, and everyone else will think we're making trouble." They'd tried. McGonagall had dismissed their concerns with barely concealed impatience. "So we go ourselves," Harry finished. "We stop whoever it is." Ron looked scared but determined. Hermione looked terrified but resolved. Neither of them suggested staying behind. "Friends," Harry thought again. "I have friends." The thought warmed him more than it should have. The trapdoor beneath Fluffy was already open when they arrived. Harry's flute, borrowed from Hagrid weeks ago for exactly this purpose, put the dog to sleep within minutes, and they dropped into the darkness below. The devil's snare was first. Hermione recognized it, remembered its weaknesses, created the light that freed them. One obstacle down. The key room was next. Flying keys swirled around them, glittering in the torchlight. Harry spotted the one they needed, old, battered, one wing bent as if it had been caught before, and used his seeker skills to chase it down. 2 obstacles down. The chess game was massive. Life-sized pieces, enchanted to violence. Ron took command, analyzing the board with an intensity Harry had never seen in him before. "We have to be pieces," Ron said. "Harry, you're a bishop. Hermione, you're the castle on the Queen's side. I'll be a knight." The game that followed was brutal. Ron sacrificed piece after piece, maneuvering toward checkmate with a brilliance that made Harry reconsider everything he thought he knew about his friend. "I have to be taken," Ron said finally. His face was pale but determined. "When I move, the Queen will take me. That leaves you free to checkmate the king." "No," Hermione said. "Ron, there has to be another way." "There isn't." Ron looked at Harry. "End this. Get the stone. He moved. The White Queen struck. Ron crumpled to the floor, and Hermione screamed, but the Black King threw down his crown. Checkmate. Harry ran to Ron's side. The boy was breathing, unconscious but alive. Hermione was crying. Stay with him, Harry said. Get him out when he wakes up. Find a professor. Harry, I have to finish this. He met her eyes. Please, Hermione. Trust me. She nodded, tears still streaming. Harry left them and moved on. The next chamber held a troll, already knocked out, presumably by Quirrell. Then a room with 7 bottles and a logic puzzle, easily solved. Then a wall of black flame, and beyond it. Harry stepped through and found exactly what he'd expected. Quirrell stood before a magnificent mirror, the Mirror of Erist, which Harry had discovered during his Christmas exploration. The turban was still in place, but Harry could feel the malevolent presence within it more strongly than ever. You, Quirrell said, his stutter vanishing. Dumbledore's golden boy. Professor. Harry kept his voice calm. Step away from the mirror. I think not. Quirrell smiled, an ugly expression on a face that had become haggard and drawn. The stone is in the mirror. I can feel it. But I can't figure out how to retrieve it. Let me help. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Cold. Familiar. The voice from Harry's nightmares, from Tom's memories, from the thing that had killed his parents. Let me speak to him, Voldemort said. Face to face. Quirrell's hands went to his turban. He began to unwrap it, layer by layer, revealing what lay beneath. The back of his head was not empty. A face pressed against Quirrell's skull like something trying to emerge from inside. Chalk-white skin, eyes red as blood, slits for nostrils. The face of Lord Voldemort, reduced to a parasite but still undeniably present. Harry Potter, the face whispered. We meet again. Harry felt his scar flare with pain but pushed through it. Tom. The red eyes widened. Then narrowed. You know my name. I know a lot of things. Harry's wand was in his hand, though he hadn't remembered drawing it. I know what you are. What you've done. What you're planning. Do you? Voldemort's voice was almost amused. Then you know I cannot be killed. Cannot be stopped. I am immortal, boy. And you are nothing but a child who got lucky once. Maybe. Harry stepped closer to the mirror. Or maybe I'm something you don't understand. The mirror's surface rippled. Harry saw himself reflected there, not as he was, but as he could be. Older. Powerful. Standing atop something that might have been a throne or might have been a pile of bodies. The mirror showed desires. Deep desires. And some part of Harry, the part that carried Tom's knowledge and ambition, desired exactly what the image promised. But that wasn't all of him. Harry focused. Pushed past the dark reflection. Found the truth beneath. He saw his parents. Saw them smiling, proud, at peace. Saw a version of himself surrounded by friends, Ron and Hermione and others he didn't yet know, living and laughing and happy. He saw the stone, resting in his reflection's pocket. He felt weight in his real pocket. The stone, Voldemort hissed. He has the stone. Seize him. Quirrell lunged. His hands closed around Harry's throat, and, pain. Agony. Quirrell screamed and recoiled, his hands blistering, blackening, burning. Harry understood instantly. The protection. His mother's sacrifice, woven into his blood. Quirrell, hosting Voldemort's soul, couldn't touch him without destroying himself. Get the stone. Voldemort shrieked. Kill him if you must, but get the stone. Quirrell attacked again, ignoring the damage, his face contorted with agony and determination. His hands burned even as they reached for Harry's throat. Harry didn't run. Didn't dodge. Didn't reach for a spell. He reached up and pressed his palms against Quirrell's face. The effect was immediate and terrible. Quirrell's skin blackened. His screams echoed off the chamber walls. Voldemort's voice rose in a howl of fury and disbelief, and then Quirrell crumbled. His body collapsed into ash and dust, and from the remains rose something dark and formless, a wraith, a shade, the remnant of what had once been Tom Riddle. It hung in the air for a moment, its presence pressing against Harry's mind with desperate malevolence. "You," the shade whispered. "You are more than you seem. I felt it. The moment I touched your mind, I felt myself." Harry said nothing. His scar was agony. His body was failing. "What are you?" "I'm Harry Potter," Harry managed. "And I'm nothing like you." The shade laughed, or tried to. What emerged was more like a scream. "We'll see," it said. "We'll see, child. This isn't over. This will never be over." Then it fled, passing through the chamber wall like smoke through a crack, leaving Harry alone with the ashes of Quirrell and a stone that burned cold in his pocket. Harry's legs gave out. The world was spinning. He was vaguely aware of voices, footsteps, someone catching him before he hit the ground, then darkness. He woke in the hospital wing 3 days later. Dumbledore was sitting beside his bed. The old man's expression was gentle, concerned, and deeply thoughtful. "Good afternoon, Harry." Harry tried to speak, found his throat too dry, accepted the glass of water Dumbledore offered. "The stone," he managed. "Destroyed." Dumbledore's eyes held no accusation. "Nicholas and I agreed it was for the best. He and Perenelle have enough elixir stored for a while, and after that, well, they've had a very long time together. They're ready for the next great adventure." "Death." Dumbledore meant death. Said with such casual acceptance that Harry almost laughed. "Quirrell. Gone. You destroyed him quite thoroughly, Harry. The protection your mother gave you proved comprehensive." There was a question in that last word. Dumbledore wanted to know how Harry had understood what to do, how he'd thought to use the protection as a weapon. Harry decided on partial truth. "I felt him burn when he touched me. I just kept touching him. Remarkable instincts." Dumbledore's gaze was penetrating. "You continue to surprise me, Harry. When I left that night, I believed you would be in no danger. I was wrong, and I apologize. You knew I'd go after the stone. I suspected. The cloak was, perhaps, an unfair temptation." A slight smile. "Though I confess I didn't expect you to reach the final chamber. The protections were designed for someone older. More experienced. Ron and Hermione helped. Yes. Mr. Weasley's chess skills and Miss Granger's logic are quite impressive." Dumbledore paused. "As is your ability to inspire loyalty in your friends." There was something else in his voice now. Something probing. "Sir," Harry said carefully, "what happened to Voldemort?" "The shade?" "Fled. Back to whatever dark corner he's been hiding in since that night 10 years ago." Dumbledore's expression darkened. "He's weak, Harry, but he won't remain so forever. Someday he'll find another body, another way to return. And when he does, I'll be ready." The words came out with more conviction than Harry had intended. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. "Yes," the old man said finally. "I believe you will." The end-of-year feast was a triumph. Gryffindor won the House Cup, thanks to last-minute points Dumbledore awarded for the third-floor adventure. Ron and Hermione were heroes. Even Neville got recognition for trying to stop them from leaving that night. It takes a great deal of bravery to stand up to your enemies, but just as much to stand up to your friends. Harry sat among his housemates, accepting congratulations, smiling at the right moments. The mask was firmly in place. But beneath it, his mind was churning. Voldemort had felt something. In those final moments, the Shade had sensed that Harry was more than he appeared. Had felt the echo of its own soul, perhaps, or the knowledge that shouldn't exist in an 11-year-old's mind. "This isn't over," it had said. "This will never be over." The Shade was right. The stone was just the beginning. There were Horcruxes to find and destroy, a Dark Lord to permanently defeat, an entire corrupt wizarding society to navigate. And beneath all of that, the entity from Harry's dreams, the shadow that fed on Dark Lords, that had called Harry interesting. It was too much for one person. Even for someone with Tom Riddle's knowledge and Harry Potter's determination. He would need allies. Real ones, not just pieces on a board. People who knew the truth about him, or at least enough of it to help. Ron. Hermione. Maybe, eventually, others. Harry looked at his friends, still strange to think, and felt something that might have been hope. He wasn't alone anymore. He didn't have to be. The train ride home was quiet. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione, watching the countryside slide past, already planning for next year. "You'll write this summer?" Ron asked anxiously. "Mum wants to invite you to stay. Get you out of that Muggle house for a while." "I'd like that." And Harry found he meant it. Hermione was watching him with that sharp, analytical expression he'd come to recognize. "You're different," she said quietly. "From the first day, I knew something was. I still don't understand what." "Someday," Harry said. "Someday I'll explain. Promise?" He met her eyes. "Promise." The train pulled into King's Cross. Harry gathered his things, said goodbye to his friends, and walked through the barrier to find the Dursleys waiting with expressions of barely concealed disgust. One summer, he thought. Then back to Hogwarts. Back to planning. Back to the game. He climbed into the Dursleys' car without complaint. He had work to do. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The Diaries whisper. The summer at Privet Drive was precisely as miserable as Harry had anticipated. Vernon had installed new locks on Harry's door, 3 of them, heavy-duty, purchased from a security specialist in London. The window had bars now, welded in place by a man who'd asked no questions and accepted cash. Harry's trunk and wand were locked in a cupboard under the stairs, inaccessible, supposedly rendering him harmless. The Dursleys had no idea how wrong they were. Harry lay on his thin mattress in the smallest bedroom, staring at the ceiling, and practiced wandless magic in perfect silence. Small things, levitating dust motes, warming the air around his hands, unlocking and relocking the door just to prove he could. Tom's memories contained extensive knowledge of wandless casting, and Harry had been developing the skill since childhood. The wand was a focus, a refinement tool, but it wasn't strictly necessary for someone with enough control. Still, he missed it. The Holly wand felt like an extension of his own magic in a way that wandless casting didn't quite match. Hedwig was gone, released before the Dursleys could cage her, with instructions to find Ron and Hermione and let them know Harry was alive. She'd return when she could, slipping through the bars at night to deliver letters and accept treats before disappearing again. The letters from his friends were his lifeline. Ron wrote about his summer, Egypt, of all places, because his father had won a ministry prize. The letters were full of curse breakers and mummies and descriptions of ancient tombs that made Harry's researcher instincts itch with jealousy. Hermione wrote about her holiday in France, but her letters were different. Between the lines about beaches and museums, Harry could read her real questions. "You promised to explain. When? What are you hiding? I know there's more." He wasn't ready to answer. Not yet. Not through letters that could be intercepted. But soon. He'd promised, and Harry Potter kept his promises. The house elf arrived on Harry's birthday. Harry was lying in bed, having just finished a meager dinner of cold soup and stale bread, when a crack split the air and something small and bat-eared appeared at the foot of his mattress. "Harry Potter," the creature squeaked. "Such an honor it is." Harry sat up slowly, his mind racing. House elves. Bound servants of wizarding families, magically compelled to obey their masters. Tom had owned several, had treated them with casual cruelty that made Harry's stomach turn even in memory. This one was wearing a filthy pillowcase and had eyes the size of tennis balls. It was wringing its hands with obvious anxiety. "Who are you?" Harry kept his voice low. The Dursleys were downstairs, and the last thing he needed was Vernon investigating strange noises. "Dobby, sir." "Just Dobby." "Dobby the house elf." The creature bounced on its heels. "Dobby has come to warn Harry Potter. Harry Potter must not go back to Hogwarts." Harry's eyes narrowed. "Why not?" "There is a plot, Harry Potter. A plot to make most terrible things happen at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this year." Dobby's voice dropped to a whisper. "Harry Potter must stay where it is safe." "Safe." Harry glanced at the bars on his window, the locks on his door. "You think I'm safe here?" "Better here than at Hogwarts, sir. If Harry Potter goes back to school, he will be in mortal danger." Harry considered the elf carefully. House elves couldn't lie to their masters, but they could mislead, omit, and manipulate within the bounds of their orders. This one seemed genuine, terrified, even, but that didn't mean it was telling the whole truth. "Who sent you, Dobby?" The elf's eyes went wide with panic. "Dobby cannot say, sir. Dobby would have to iron his hands if Dobby told Harry Potter who his family is." "His family." So Dobby belonged to someone. Someone who either wanted Harry kept safe or wanted him kept away from Hogwarts. The distinction mattered. "This plot," Harry said slowly. "Who's behind it? What are they planning?" "Dobby cannot say." The elf was practically vibrating with distress. "Dobby only knows it is terrible, sir. History will repeat itself. The Chamber of Secrets will be opened again." Harry's blood went cold. The Chamber of Secrets. Tom Riddle's greatest achievement at Hogwarts, a hidden chamber containing a monster, used to terrorize Muggleborns 50 years ago. Tom had framed another student for the attacks, had nearly gotten away with murder, had learned to kill with impunity. If the chamber was being opened again, that meant someone had access to it. Someone who knew Tom's secrets. Someone who could control the monster within. "Dobby," Harry said carefully, "how do you know about the chamber?" The elf froze. Its huge eyes darted to the door, then back to Harry. "Dobby has said too much," it whispered. "Dobby must go. But Harry Potter must promise not to return to Hogwarts." "Promise Dobby." "I can't do that. Then Harry Potter leaves Dobby no choice." Before Harry could react, the elf vanished with a crack. A moment later, there was a crash from downstairs, something breaking, someone shouting, and Harry knew, with horrible certainty, that Dobby had just done something catastrophic. He was right. The Ministry Owl arrived within minutes, carrying a formal warning about underage magic. Vernon's face turned purple. Aunt Petunia shrieked about freaks and abnormalities. And Harry found himself locked in his room with a cat flap installed in the door for meal delivery, his situation somehow worse than before. But his mind wasn't on his imprisonment. It was on what Dobby had revealed. The Chamber of Secrets. Someone was planning to open it. And Harry had a very good idea who. Ron arrived 3 days later, in a flying car. The rescue was chaotic, loud, and exactly the sort of thing Harry would have expected from the Weasley twins. Fred and George hung out the windows, grinning maniacally, while Ron worked at the bars with a hook and rope. "Stand back!" Ron called, and the car accelerated. The bars ripped free with a screech of tortured metal. Harry threw his trunk through the window, grabbed Hedwig's cage, and scrambled into the back seat just as Vernon burst through the bedroom door. "Come back here," his uncle bellowed, grabbing at Harry's ankle. "Come back, Anne." The car lurched upward. Vernon's grip slipped. And Harry was free, flying through the night sky toward the burrow and whatever came next. The Weasley home was everything Privet Drive wasn't: warm, chaotic, filled with love. Mrs. Weasley fussed over Harry's thin frame, piling his plate with food at every opportunity. Mr. Weasley peppered him with questions about muggles. How did airplanes stay up? What exactly was the function of a rubber duck, with an enthusiasm that was oddly endearing. The twins treated Harry like a co-conspirator, Ron like a brother. For 2 weeks, Harry let himself relax. Let himself be a normal boy in a normal, well, magical, household, playing Quidditch in the orchard and deganoming the garden and staying up late to talk with Ron about everything and nothing. But the chamber never left his mind. He researched at night, when the house was quiet. The Weasleys had a small library, nothing compared to Hogwarts, but adequate for basic history. Harry found references to the chamber's first opening, 50 years ago. A girl had died. The attacks had stopped when a student named Rubeus Hagrid was expelled. Harry knew the truth, of course. Hagrid was innocent. Tom had framed him, had killed Myrtle Warren with the basilisk and blamed it on Hagrid's pet Acromantula. But the official record still painted Hagrid as the culprit. If the chamber was opening again, the school would be in genuine danger. A basilisk was no joke. Its gaze killed instantly, its venom was lethal, and it could live for centuries in hibernation. Whatever was controlling it had to be stopped. The question was how. Tom had opened the chamber through blood, his connection to Salazar Slytherin, inherited through his mother's line. Harry had that same connection now, absorbed along with everything else. He could open the chamber himself, could speak to the basilisk in Parseltongue, could potentially command it. But that would raise questions he couldn't afford. The boy who lived, revealed as a Parselmouth. The political implications alone were nightmarish. Wait, Harry told himself. Gather information first. Figure out who's behind this before you act. It was the smart play. The Tom Riddle play. Harry wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not. Diagon Alley came at the end of August, and with it, several revelations. The first was Gilderoy Lockhart. Harry recognized the man immediately from the posters plastered across every bookshop window: blonde, blindingly white smile, the sort of handsomeness that seemed calculated rather than natural. He was signing copies of his autobiography at Flourish and Blots, surrounded by a crowd of swooning witches. Harry Potter. Lockhart spotted him from across the shop and descended like a golden hawk. "I thought it was you. Come, this is perfect." Before Harry could react, he'd been dragged to the front, positioned beside Lockhart, blinded by camera flashes. "Ladies and gentlemen." Lockhart's voice carried to every corner. "What an extraordinary moment this is. When young Harry here stepped into Flourish and Blots today, he only wanted to buy my autobiography, Magical Me, which I shall now present to him, free of charge." The crowd applauded. Harry smiled tightly, already cataloguing Lockhart as a threat of a different sort, not dangerous, exactly, but definitely a complication. "And he will also be getting the real Magical Me," Lockhart continued, beaming. "Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I have great pleasure and pride in announcing that this September, I will be taking up the post of defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Harry's heart sank. Defense against the dark arts. With this preening peacock as instructor. Wonderful, he thought grimly. Just wonderful. The second revelation came outside the bookshop. Lucius Malfoy materialized from the crowd like a serpent from tall grass, tall, pale, with hair so blonde it was nearly white. Draco trailed behind him, looking uncomfortable. Well, Lucius drawled, his eyes fixed on Arthur Weasley. "Arthur Weasley. Busy time at the ministry, I hear. All those raids. I do hope they're paying you overtime." He reached into Ginny Weasley's cauldron, extracting a battered copy of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. His lip curled. Obviously not. What's the use of being a disgrace to the name of wizard if they don't even pay you well for it? Arthur's face reddened. We have a very different idea of what disgraces the name of wizard, Malfoy. Clearly. Lucius's gaze shifted to Harry, and something flickered in those cold grey eyes. And here's the famous Harry Potter. Draco has told me all about you. Has he? Harry kept his voice neutral. Nothing too embarrassing, I hope. Lucius smiled, a thin, reptilian expression. On the contrary. My son speaks quite highly of your talents. There was something in his tone. An undercurrent Harry couldn't quite identify. Lucius Malfoy was fishing for something, testing for a reaction. Harry gave him nothing. Well, Lucius continued, dropping Ginny's book back into her cauldron with deliberate carelessness, I'm sure we'll be seeing more of each other, Mr. Potter. Draco tells me you're quite the rising star. He turned and swept away, Draco following with one last unreadable glance at Harry. Harry watched them go, his mind working. Lucius Malfoy. Former Death Eater, current political power, father of the boy who'd been surprisingly cordial since their first meeting. And Dobby's master, that was clear now, from the elf's terror and the Malfoy family's obvious wealth. If Lucius was behind the chamber plot, it would make sense. He had the connections, the resources, the ideology. And he would want Harry kept away from Hogwarts, kept safe from whatever was coming, not out of concern for Harry's well-being, but because the boy who lived stumbling into the wrong place at the wrong time could ruin everything. But something didn't fit. Lucius was cunning, patient, the sort of man who planned years ahead. Opening the chamber was risky, attention-drawing, the opposite of his usual style. Unless he wasn't opening it personally. Unless he was using someone else. A pawn, a proxy, someone expendable. Harry's gaze drifted to Ginny Weasley, who was still clutching her cauldron with a stunned expression. Something nagged at him. Something about the way Lucius had handled her books. The deliberate carelessness. The sleight of hand that Harry, with Tom's trained eye for deception, had almost missed. Lucius had added something to Ginny's cauldron. Not removed, added. Harry filed the observation away and said nothing. The train to Hogwarts should have been routine. It wasn't. Harry and Ron arrived at King's Cross with minutes to spare, pushed through the crowd to the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, and bounced off solid brick. What the? Ron pushed again. Nothing. The barrier had sealed. It won't open, Harry said, checking his watch. The train leaves in 30 seconds. What do we do? Harry considered their options. The barrier was sealed by magic, Dobby's magic, almost certainly, a last-ditch attempt to keep Harry from Hogwarts. They could wait for it to reopen, but by then the train would be gone. Your dad's car, Harry said slowly. The flying one. You know how to drive it? Ron's eyes went wide. You can't be serious. Have you got a better idea? Ron did not, in fact, have a better idea. 10 minutes later, they were airborne, the invisible Ford Anglia climbing through the clouds with Hogwarts-bound trajectory. It was, Harry reflected, exactly the sort of reckless, impulsive decision that Tom Riddle would have scorned. Tom had always calculated, always planned, never acted without considering every angle. But Tom had also been alone. Had never had a friend willing to steal his father's car for an insane rescue mission. Had never known the particular joy of doing something stupid with someone who trusted you. Harry decided he liked Ron's way better. The car ran out of magic somewhere over the Hogwarts grounds. It plummeted toward the earth, engine sputtering, Ron fighting the controls. Harry braced for impact, and they hit the Whomping Willow. The tree, which Harry remembered from Tom's memories as a notoriously violent specimen planted to guard a secret passage, lived up to its reputation. Branches the size of pythons slammed into the car from every direction. The windshield cracked. The roof dented. Ron screamed something unprintable. Then, miraculously, the car ejected them. Threw open its doors, dumped them and their luggage onto the grass, and fled into the forbidden forest with a grinding of gears that sounded almost like indignation. Harry lay on his back, staring at the star-filled sky, and started to laugh. Ron joined him a moment later. They lay there together, bruised and battered and absolutely hysterical, until a familiar voice cut through the night. "Well, well, well. What do we have here?" Severus Snape loomed over them, his expression suggesting that Christmas had come early and the present was Harry Potter's expulsion. They weren't expelled. Dumbledore intervened, citing the blocked barrier and the boys' genuine attempt to reach school. McGonagall assigned detentions. Snape glowered with barely contained fury. But Harry barely registered any of it, because something else had captured his attention. During their march to the headmaster's office, they'd passed Ginny Weasley in the entrance hall. She was pale, clutching a small black book to her chest, and she'd flinched when Harry looked at her. A book. Black. Old. Exactly the sort of thing Lucius Malfoy might have slipped into a child's cauldron. Harry's blood ran cold. He knew that book. Not its specific identity, but its type. Tom's memories contained detailed knowledge of his own Horcrux experiments, the theory, the ritual, the feeling of tearing one's soul apart and binding it to an object. And one of those objects had been a diary. Tom Marvolo Riddle's diary. Created when he was 16, after the first opening of the chamber. Imbued with a fragment of his soul, designed to be more than just an anchor, to be a gateway. A way for the preserved memory of young Tom to interact with the world, to influence, to control. Lucius had given Ginny Weasley a Horcrux. Harry's hands clenched at his sides. Rage bubbled up, hot and terrible, rage at Lucius for his casual cruelty, rage at Tom for creating such a thing, rage at himself for not acting sooner, for not snatching the book from Ginny's cauldron when he'd had the chance. Calm, he told himself. Think. The diary was dangerous, but it was also an opportunity. If Harry could get his hands on it, he could destroy it, eliminate one of Voldemort's anchors to the living world, one fewer obstacle in the eventual confrontation. But he had to be careful. The diary was subtle, seductive. It would charm its victim, draw them in, make them trust it. Ginny was already showing signs, the paleness, the anxiety, the way she'd clutched the book like a lifeline. He would have to watch. Wait. Find the right moment to intervene. And hope he wasn't already too late. September bled into October, and the signs of something wrong multiplied. Ginny grew paler each week. She stopped eating properly, stopped sleeping through the night, the twins reported hearing her walking the corridors at odd hours, stopped talking to her brothers with her usual spirit. Harry watched from a distance, gathering information, planning his approach. He couldn't simply confront her, "Hey, is an evil diary possessing you?" wasn't exactly subtle. And if the diary detected interference, it might accelerate whatever it was planning. Meanwhile, the school year proceeded with its usual chaos. Lockhart was every bit as terrible as Harry had anticipated. His classes consisted primarily of reenactments of his own supposed adventures, with students playing the roles of various monsters he claimed to have defeated. Harry endured it with gritted teeth, reminding himself that the Dada position was cursed and Lockhart wouldn't last the year. Quidditch practice resumed, with Oliver Wood driving the team even harder than before. Harry's flying skills were excellent, Tom had been a capable flyer, and Harry had inherited his instincts, but he kept his performance deliberately inconsistent. Too much success invited attention. His friendships deepened. Ron was a constant presence, loyal and uncomplicated. Hermione remained sharp-eyed and suspicious, but she'd stopped pushing for answers he wasn't ready to give. And surprisingly, Neville Longbottom had begun joining their study sessions, his anxiety slowly giving way to quiet determination. For friends, Harry thought sometimes. More than Tom ever had. It was a strange comfort. The first attack came on Halloween. Harry should have expected it. Halloween seemed cosmically determined to be significant in his life, his parents' death, the troll last year, and now this. He was returning from nearly headless Nick's death day party with Ron and Hermione when they found Mrs. Norris. The cat hung from a torch bracket, stiff and unmoving. Her eyes were wide and glassy. On the wall behind her, written in what looked like blood, were words that made Harry's stomach drop: "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." What's going on here? Filch pushed through the gathering crowd and saw his cat. His face went white, then purple. My cat. What's happened to my cat? His eyes found Harry. You, he screamed. You did this. You've killed my cat. I didn't, Argus. Dumbledore's voice cut through the chaos. The headmaster had arrived, flanked by McGonagall and Snape. His expression was grave as he examined Mrs. Norris. She is not dead. She has been petrified. Petrified? Filch sagged with relief, then stiffened again. But who? How? Dumbledore's gaze swept the corridor, lingering on the bloody writing. That, he said quietly, is what we must discover. The school erupted into panic. The Chamber of Secrets was legend. Most students had heard the story, knew about the monster supposedly hidden somewhere in the castle. But legend and reality were different things, and the reality of a petrified cat and a threatening message was enough to terrify even the bravest. Harry watched the chaos unfold with a strange sense of detachment. He knew what was happening. Knew that the diary was using Ginny to open the chamber, to release the basilisk, to target Muggleborns. Knew that if he didn't act, people would die. But he couldn't act directly. Couldn't reveal his knowledge, couldn't explain how he knew things no one should know. Every path forward was mined with potential exposure. Think, he told himself. There has to be a way. Hermione provided the answer, unwittingly. I've been researching, she said one evening in the common room, her voice low. The Chamber of Secrets. According to legend, it was built by Salazar Slytherin before he left the school. He supposedly sealed a monster inside, something only his heir could control. Everyone knows that, Ron said impatiently. What's the point? The point is, what kind of monster? The legends don't say, but if we could figure that out, we'd know what we're dealing with. Harry kept his expression neutral. Any theories? Not yet. But I've been cross-referencing attacks throughout history with magical creatures known to cause petrification. It's a short list: cockatrices, gorgons, basilisks. She trailed off, frowning. Basilisks, Harry repeated carefully. Don't they kill with a look? Yes, but... Hermione's eyes unfocused, the way they did when she was working through a problem. Mrs. Norris was petrified, not killed. If it was a basilisk, how did she survive? Maybe she didn't look directly at it. Ron suggested. Like, she saw its reflection or something. Hermione's head snapped up. Ron, you're a genius. I am. The floor was flooded that night, there was water everywhere from Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. What if Mrs. Norris saw the basilisk through the water? A reflected gaze might petrify instead of kill. Harry nodded slowly, as if working through the same logic. That would explain it. But if we're dealing with a basilisk, how is it moving around the castle? Someone would have seen it. Unless it's using passages we don't know about. Hermione pulled out a quill and parchment, already making notes. The chamber has been hidden for 1,000 years. There must be secret routes connecting it to the rest of the school. The basilisk could travel through them without being seen. Pipes, Harry said softly. Both his friends looked at him. The castle has pipes, he continued, the pieces clicking into place. Plumbing. Sewage. They run everywhere, and they're big enough for something to move through. Hermione's eyes went wide. Harry, that's brilliant. If the basilisk is using the pipes, Then the entrance to the chamber is probably connected to the plumbing system somehow. Harry stood. Myrtle's bathroom. The flooded corridor, the writing on the wall, they were all near Myrtle's bathroom. You think the entrance is there? I think we should find out. Moaning Myrtle was exactly as depressing as her reputation suggested. The ghost girl haunted a broken toilet in the second-floor girl's bathroom, spending her days crying and complaining about her death. The other students avoided the bathroom entirely, which made it the perfect location for a hidden entrance. Come to throw something at me? Myrtle wailed when Harry, Ron, and Hermione entered. Everyone throws things at poor Myrtle. As if dying wasn't bad enough, we're not here to throw anything, Hermione said hastily. We wanted to ask you about how you died. Myrtle's translucent face brightened, if such a word could apply to a ghost. Oh, it was dreadful. I was in this very bathroom, crying because Olive Hornby had been teasing me about my glasses, and then I heard someone come in. A boy. He was speaking some strange language, sort of hissing, and I opened my stall to tell him to go away. She paused dramatically. And I died. Just like that? Ron asked. I just remember seeing a pair of great big yellow eyes. Over there, by that sink. Harry's gaze snapped to the indicated sink. It looked ordinary, porcelain, slightly grimy, one of a dozen identical fixtures. But when he looked closer. There. On the side of one tap. A tiny snake, scratched into the copper. Found it, he breathed. Found what? Ron squinted at the sink. I don't see anything. The snake. Harry pointed. It's a marker. This is the entrance. Hermione leaned in, her eyes widening. Oh my, Harry, how did you even see that? It's practically invisible. Harry didn't answer. He was staring at the snake, feeling the parseltongue stirring in his throat like a physical thing. He could open this. Right now. Could speak the password, reveal the chamber, go down and face whatever waited below. But that would raise questions. Hermione was already suspicious enough. We should tell Dumbledore, he said finally. This is too big for us. Ron looked relieved. Hermione looked thoughtful. Neither argued. But as they left the bathroom, Harry glanced back at the sink with its hidden snake. Soon, he thought. When I'm ready. November brought more attacks. Colin Creevey was found petrified near the hospital wing, his camera raised as if to take a photograph. The film inside had been melted, but the indirect view through the lens had saved his life. Nearly headless Nick was next, along with Justin Finch-Fletchley, who'd been standing behind the ghost when the basilisk struck. Indirect gaze again, through nearly headless Nick's translucent form. The school descended into full panic. Students traveled in groups. Teachers escorted classes between locations. Dumbledore's reassurances did nothing to calm the fear. And through it all, Ginny Weasley grew worse. She barely spoke now. Her eyes had developed a strange, unfocused quality, as if she was seeing things no one else could see. Her brothers were worried, even Percy had noticed something was wrong, but no one connected her behavior to the attacks. No one except Harry. He watched her from across the common room, across the great hall, across the corridors. She was disappearing for long stretches, returning pale and shaking, unable to account for her time. The diary was taking more control. Using her body to open the chamber, to direct the basilisk. And with each use, it was draining more of her life force, preparing for something terrible. Harry needed to act. But every approach he considered had problems. Confront Ginny directly. She might not even remember what the diary was making her do. And the diary itself might sense the threat, might accelerate its plans. Tell Dumbledore. The headmaster would want to know how Harry knew so much, would ask questions Harry couldn't answer. Steal the diary. Possible, but risky. Ginny seemed to keep it close at all times, and the diary would certainly be protected against casual theft. Think harder, Harry told himself. There has to be a way. The answer came from an unexpected source. Harry was in the library, researching basilisk weaknesses. The crowing of a rooster was fatal to them, which explained why all of Hagrid's roosters had been mysteriously killed, when Draco Malfoy sat down across from him. Potter. Harry looked up, keeping his expression neutral. Malfoy. They hadn't spoken much since first year. Their encounters had been civil but distant, Draco clearly uncertain how to categorize Harry, Harry unwilling to commit to either friendship or enmity. My father is very interested in you, Draco said quietly. I noticed. He thinks you're hiding something. Something important. Draco's gray eyes were steady. He's usually right about these things. Harry said nothing. I'm not asking what it is, Draco continued. I know better than to expect you to trust me. We're not exactly friends. No, we're not. But I wanted you to know something. Father gave that Weasley girl a diary over the summer. Old, black, looked like rubbish. He slipped it into her cauldron at the bookshop. Harry went very still. Why are you telling me this? Because. Draco hesitated, and for a moment he looked less like his father's son and more like a 12-year-old boy grappling with something too big for him. Because I don't think he knew what it was. Not really. He thought it was just some dark artifact, something that would cause trouble and embarrass the Weasleys. But the way he's been acting since the attack started. He's scared, Harry finished. Terrified. I've never seen him like this. He keeps muttering about the Dark Lord's diary and things beyond his control. Draco's voice dropped even lower. I think he gave away something that belonged to you-know-who. And now he doesn't know how to get it back. Harry's mind raced. Draco was confirming everything he'd suspected, and offering something more. An alliance, tentative and unofficial, born from Draco's own fear of what his father had unleashed. Why should I believe you? Harry asked carefully. Because I don't want anyone to die. Draco's jaw tightened. I'm not. I know what people think of me. Of my family. But I'm not a murderer, Potter. And if that diary is doing what I think it's doing, then you want it stopped. Yes. Harry studied the other boy for a long moment. Tom would have dismissed this as weakness, would have seen Draco's fear as something to exploit. But Harry wasn't Tom. All right, he said finally. I believe you. But I need something in return. What? Information. Everything you know about the diary, where your father got it, what it's supposed to do, anything he might have said about it. Draco nodded slowly. I'll find out what I can. He stood to leave, then paused. Potter, why aren't you more surprised? About any of this? Harry met his gaze steadily. I have good instincts. Draco didn't look convinced, but he didn't push. He left the library without another word, and Harry sat alone with his thoughts. An ally in Slytherin. Information about the diary. And a timeline that was rapidly running out. The game was changing. Harry needed to change with it. 2 weeks before Christmas, Hermione was petrified. Harry found out in the hospital wing, standing over her frozen form, staring at the crumpled paper clutched in her hand. She'd figured it out. Of course she had. Hermione Granger, brilliant and relentless, had pieced together the puzzle just as Harry had. The paper confirmed it, notes about basilisks, their weaknesses, their methods of travel. Pipes, she'd written. It's using the pipes. But she'd been caught before she could share her discovery. Caught by the monster, saved only by the mirror she'd been carrying, another indirect gaze, another near miss. Harry's hands shook as he looked at her. Rage burned in his chest, at the diary, at Voldemort, at himself for not acting sooner. I'm sorry, he whispered. I should have stopped this. Hermione didn't respond. couldn't respond. Her eyes were wide and glassy, her body rigid as stone. "I'm going to fix this," Harry continued, his voice hardening. "I promise." He took the paper from her hand. Straightened up. Turned to leave. And found Ginny Weasley standing in the doorway. She was pale as death, dark circles under her eyes, her red hair lank and unwashed. She was staring at Harry with an expression of pure terror. "Harry," she whispered. "I think I've been doing terrible things." They talked in an empty classroom, wards raised, privacy ensured. Ginny's story came out in fragments, the diary, the writing, the blackouts she couldn't explain. She didn't know about the basilisk, didn't know about the chamber, but she knew that something was using her. Something that felt like a friend at first, that understood her in ways no one else did, that gradually took more and more control. "I tried to throw it away," she said, her voice breaking. "Tried to flush it down the toilet, tried to burn it. But it always came back. It always found me. Where is it now?" Ginny's hand went to her bag. Trembling, she pulled out the diary, small, black, innocuous looking. Harry felt its presence like a cold weight in the air. "Give it to me." Ginny hesitated. Her fingers tightened on the diary's cover, and for a moment something flickered in her eyes, resistance, possession, the diary fighting to maintain control. Then she thrust it toward Harry like it was burning her. "Take it," she gasped. "Take it, please." "I can't." Harry took the diary. The moment his fingers touched it, he felt the Horcrux react. It recognized him, not as Harry Potter, but as something else. Something familiar. "You," whispered a voice in his mind. Tom's voice. Young Tom, preserved in ink and memory. "I know you. You have my magic. My knowledge." "How?" Harry said nothing. He didn't need to. The diary could sense what he was, could feel the absorbed fragment, the knowledge that shouldn't exist in a 12-year-old's mind. "Fascinating," Tom whispered. "You're like me. But not me." "What are you?" "I'm the one who's going to destroy you," Harry said aloud. Ginny stared at him with wide eyes. She couldn't hear the diary's voice, could only see Harry speaking to empty air. "Destroy me?" Tom laughed, a cold, distant sound. "You can't destroy me, little anomaly. I'm preserved forever. I'll outlast you, outlast this school, outlast everything. We'll see." Harry closed the diary. The voice cut off, but he could still feel it, malevolent, curious, waiting. He had what he needed. Now he just had to end it. The entrance to the chamber opened at a word. Harry stood in Myrtle's bathroom at midnight, the diary in one hand, his wand in the other. He'd sent Ginny back to Gryffindor Tower with instructions to tell no one where he'd gone. She'd argued, but weakly, the diary's influence had left her exhausted, barely able to stand. "Open," Harry hissed in Parseltongue. The sink with the snake marking shuddered, then sank into the floor. Others followed, revealing a large pipe, wide enough for a man to slide through, descending into darkness. Harry looked down into the abyss. "This is insane," a rational part of him observed. Going alone, without backup, to face a basilisk. But he couldn't bring anyone else. Couldn't explain how he knew the password, how he could speak Parseltongue, how he understood things no 12-year-old should understand. This was his burden. His responsibility. He jumped. The slide down was long and slimy and absolutely disgusting. Harry emerged in a tunnel, the walls thick with mold, the floor covered with what he sincerely hoped were only rat bones. He walked for what felt like hours, wand lit, senses alert. The diary pulsed in his pocket, its presence a constant cold whisper at the edge of his mind. Finally, he reached the end. A massive door blocked the passage, carved with serpents that seemed to move in the wand light. Harry spoke the password, and it swung open. The Chamber of Secrets was vast. Stone pillars carved with more serpents stretched toward a ceiling lost in shadow. A walkway led toward the far end, where a massive stone face dominated the wall. Salazar Slytherin's face, Harry knew, though the founder had been dead for centuries. And lying at the base of the statue, pale and motionless, was Ginny Weasley. Harry broke into a run. She was alive, but barely. Her breathing was shallow, her skin ice-cold, her life force visibly draining into the diary that lay beside her. Harry snatched up the diary, and Tom Riddle materialized before him. Not a ghost. Not a memory. Something in between, a 16-year-old boy, dark-haired and handsome, with eyes that glittered like polished stone. "We meet at last," Tom said. "Properly, I mean. Face to face." Harry said nothing. He was cataloging Tom's appearance, his posture, his position relative to Ginny. The shade was drawing power from her, using her life to become more solid, more real. "I know what you are," Tom continued. "Or rather, what you contain. When I touched your mind through the diary, I felt, myself. My knowledge. My magic. Impossible, and yet here you are. Here I am." "How?" Tom stepped closer, his expression hungry. "How did you absorb me? How did you survive?" "My mother's protection." Harry kept his voice steady. "When Voldemort attacked, his soul fractured. A piece of it lodged in me. And my magic consumed it." Tom's eyes widened. Then he laughed, a sound of genuine delight. "Extraordinary. You're a Horcrux that devoured its creator. A vessel that became something more." He tilted his head. "We're the same, you and I. Two halves of the same soul, separated by time and circumstance. We're nothing alike." "No." Tom's smile was cold. "You have my knowledge. My power. My understanding of magic. You could accomplish anything you wanted, rule the wizarding world, reshape it according to your will. Why haven't you?" "Because I'm not you. Not yet." Tom spread his hands. "But you could be. Join me, Harry Potter. Let me finish what I started. Together, we could be unstoppable." Harry looked at the shade of Tom Riddle, young, brilliant, utterly convinced of his own superiority. This was what Voldemort had been before the murders, before the Horcruxes, before the madness. A boy who'd been denied love and decided that love was worthless. "You know what I think?" Harry said quietly. "I think you're afraid." Tom's smile flickered. "Afraid? Of what?" "Of being alone. Of being forgotten. Of dying without anyone caring." Harry gestured at the chamber around them. "All of this, the Horcruxes, the quest for immortality, the desperate need to be remembered, it's just fear. You were a scared, lonely orphan, and you never stopped being that. Be very careful, Harry Potter. I have your memories, Tom. I know what you felt, growing up in that orphanage. The loneliness. The hunger for something more. I know exactly how you became what you are." Harry stepped forward, and Tom's shade flickered, uncertainty cracking the confident facade. "The difference between us," Harry continued, "is that I had something you didn't. My parents loved me. They died for me. And that changed everything. Love." Tom spat the word like a curse. "Love is a weakness. A vulnerability. It makes you soft, makes you foolish, it makes me human. Something you stopped being a long time ago." Harry pulled the diary from his pocket. Tom's eyes went to it, and for the first time, he looked genuinely afraid. "What are you doing?" "Ending this." Harry had researched Horcrux destruction extensively. The soul fragment had to be damaged beyond magical repair, fiend fire, basilisk venom, certain killing curses. He didn't have fiend fire. He wasn't willing to use a killing curse. But he was standing in the Chamber of Secrets, where a basilisk had lived for 1,000 years. "Come to me," Harry hissed in Parseltongue. "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four." The mouth of Salazar's statue rumbled open. From the darkness within, something massive began to emerge. "No!" Tom screamed. "You can't, the basilisk is mine to command." "Stop," Harry commanded. "Do not attack. Do not look at me." The basilisk hesitated. It was caught between two masters, Tom, who had called it through Ginny, and Harry, who spoke with the same authority but a different voice. Harry could feel its confusion. Its hunger. Its ancient, terrible intelligence weighing the situation. "I am your master," he hissed. "I am the heir of Slytherin. I carry his blood. His knowledge. His power. Obey me." The basilisk's head swung toward Tom's shade. Its eyes were closed, Harry had commanded them shut, but its forked tongue tasted the air. "This one is nothing," Harry continued. "A fragment. A memory. It has no true claim to Slytherin's legacy. Only I do." Tom was backing away, his form flickering wildly. "You wouldn't. You can't. If you destroy the diary, you destroy part of yourself. I am not you." Harry threw the diary to the ground. The basilisk's head turned toward it, jaws opening. "Strike." The basilisk lunged. Its fangs pierced the diary's cover, venom flooding into the pages. Tom's shade screamed, a sound of pure agony that echoed off the chamber walls, and dissolved into mist. The diary convulsed. Ink bled from its pages, black and thick, spreading across the stone floor. A final shriek tore through the air, high and terrible, and then silence. Harry stood alone in the Chamber of Secrets, breathing hard, surrounded by the remnants of his victory. The Horcrux was destroyed. Ginny woke slowly, color returning to her cheeks, life flowing back into her body. Harry helped her sit up, supported her as she tried to stand. "What happened?" she whispered. "I remember, the diary, and then nothing." "It's over," Harry said. "The diary's destroyed. You're safe." She stared at the ruined book, at the unconscious basilisk coiled nearby. "How did you? It doesn't matter. Can you walk?" She could, barely. Harry half carried her back through the tunnel, up the pipe. The stairs appeared when he asked in Parseltongue, and out of Myrtle's bathroom. Dumbledore was waiting for them. The headmaster's office was warm and quiet after the cold darkness of the chamber. Ginny had been sent to the hospital wing. Harry sat across from Dumbledore, exhausted but alert. "You destroyed a piece of Voldemort tonight," Dumbledore said quietly. "A Horcrux. An anchor to the living world." Harry nodded. "You also revealed yourself as a Parselmouth. And demonstrated a level of magical control far beyond your supposed abilities." "Yes." Dumbledore's blue eyes were steady. "Harry, I have suspected for some time that you are not entirely what you appear to be. Tonight's events confirm it." Harry said nothing. "I'm not going to demand explanations." Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. "You've clearly been carrying a heavy burden, and you've done so with remarkable grace. But I want you to know that if you ever need help, if the weight becomes too much, my door is always open." "Thank you, sir. I also want to warn you." Dumbledore's expression grew grave. "Voldemort created multiple Horcruxes. The diary was one. There are others. And as long as they exist, he cannot truly be killed." "I know. Do you?" Dumbledore studied him closely. "Yes, I suppose you would. Well then, Harry, it seems we have work ahead of us. When you're ready to share what you know, and only then, I hope you'll come to me." Harry met the old man's gaze. "I will. When I'm ready. That's all I ask." The school celebrated the end of the attacks. Hermione was cured, along with all the other victims. Hagrid was released from Azkaban, his innocence finally acknowledged. Lockhart had somehow managed to obliviate himself and was shipped off to St. Mungo's, which Harry considered a net positive. But beneath the celebrations, Harry's mind was churning. He'd destroyed one Horcrux. The diary was gone, its fragment of Voldemort extinguished. But there were others, how many, he wasn't certain. Tom's memories contained plans for 7 Horcruxes, but the specifics were unclear. The locations, the objects, the protections around them, all unknown. A long road lay ahead. Years of hunting, of research, of careful planning. And at the end of it, a confrontation with Voldemort himself. Harry was ready. He found Ron and Hermione in the common room after the feast. They were laughing about something, normal, happy, alive. His friends. His anchors to the person he chose to be. There you are. Ron waved him over. We were just talking about summer plans. Mum wants you to stay with us again, says you're too skinny. I'd like that. Hermione was watching him with that sharp, analytical expression. She'd figured out more than she was saying, Harry could see it in her eyes. But she didn't push. Just smiled and made room for him on the couch. We should celebrate, she said. Properly celebrate, I mean. We survived another year. Barely, Ron snorted. What do you think next year will be? Evil teachers, possessed students, giant snakes, what's left? Werewolves? Harry suggested. Escaped prisoners? Time travel? They all laughed. It was absurd, of course next year would be calmer. Lightning didn't strike the same place 3 times. But as Harry sat with his friends, watching the fire crackle and listening to their easy conversation, he couldn't shake the feeling that the hardest battles were still ahead. The diary was destroyed. The chamber was sealed. But Voldemort was still out there, waiting. And Harry Potter would be ready when he returned. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, Shadows and Moonlight. The summer after second year was different. Harry returned to Privet Drive as required, the Blood Wards demanded it, and he wasn't ready to explain to Dumbledore why he could probably circumvent them. But this time, the Dursleys kept their distance. Vernon's near miss with the flying car incident had convinced him that the freakish nephew was genuinely dangerous, and Petunia had finally accepted that pretending Harry didn't exist was easier than confronting what he was. Harry used the isolation productively. His room had become a study. Books lined every surface, Muggle texts on psychology, history, and chemistry alongside magical tomes he'd ordered through Owl Post. He'd set up a small workstation for practicing wandless magic, warded against detection by the Ministry's trace. The trace was a joke, really. Tom had figured out how to circumvent it at 15, and Harry had inherited that knowledge along with everything else. As long as he kept his magical signature subtle and avoided anything flashy, the Ministry's detection spells would never register his activity. He spent hours each day working through Tom's memories, organizing them, separating useful knowledge from emotional contamination. It was delicate work. Tom's recollections came with echoes of his feelings attached, and Harry had to be careful not to let those echoes influence his own thinking. The Horcrux research was particularly important. Tom's memories contained the theory of Horcrux creation, the ritual requirements, the general philosophy. But the specific details of which objects he'd chosen, where he'd hidden them, what protections he'd placed, those were frustratingly incomplete. Tom had been paranoid even with himself, compartmentalizing information so that no single memory contained the full picture. Harry had identified 3 Horcruxes with certainty: the diary, destroyed, something belonging to Slytherin, probably the locket mentioned in Tom's memories, and something belonging to Hufflepuff, the cup, almost certainly. There were hints of others: Ravenclaw's diadem, a ring with a distinctive stone, possibly Nagini the snake, but nothing concrete. The hunt would take years. Harry accepted that. What mattered was making progress, gathering intelligence, preparing for the eventual confrontation. In the meantime, he had a school year to survive. The Hogwarts letter arrived in late July, accompanied by an unusual addition, a permission slip for Hogsmeade visits. Harry stared at the form with mixed feelings. Hogsmeade would be useful, access to shops, to information, to contacts outside the school's controlled environment. But getting the Dursleys to sign anything related to magic was typically impossible. As it turned out, he had bigger problems. The Evening News announced an escaped prisoner from a high-security facility. The man's name was Sirius Black, and his photograph showed a gaunt face with hollow eyes and matted hair. The newsreader described him as armed and extremely dangerous. Harry recognized the name immediately. Sirius Black. His godfather. The man who'd supposedly betrayed his parents to Voldemort, who'd killed Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles with a single curse, who'd laughed as the Aurors took him away. Except Tom's memories told a different story. Tom had known about the Fidelius charm protecting the Potters. Had known that someone called Wormtail was his spy among Dumbledore's inner circle. And Wormtail, according to Death Eater gossip that had filtered into Tom's awareness, was Peter Pettigrew, not Sirius Black. Harry's mind raced through the implications. If Pettigrew was the real traitor, then Black was innocent. Had spent 12 years in Azkaban for a crime he didn't commit. And now he'd escaped, presumably to, what? Clear his name. Seek revenge. Find Harry. The situation was dangerous but potentially advantageous. If Harry could contact Black, could learn what actually happened that night, could perhaps even prove his innocence, but that would require finding him first. And avoiding whatever the Ministry was doing to recapture him. Harry added Sirius Black to his list of priorities and began planning. The night bus was exactly as chaotic as Tom's memory suggested. Harry had slipped out of Privet Drive after dark, trunk in hand, wand ready. He'd planned to make his way to the Leaky Cauldron independently, but the purple triple-decker bus had materialized before he'd gone 3 blocks. "Welcome to the night bus," a pimply young conductor announced. "Emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard. My name is Stan Shunpike, and I will be your conductor this evening." Harry paid for a ride to London and settled into a bed that slid alarmingly across the floor every time the bus changed direction. The other passengers included a witch with a caged owl and an elderly wizard who slept through the chaos with admirable determination. Stan was chatty. He talked about Sirius Black, everyone was talking about Sirius Black, and Harry listened carefully, sorting fact from rumor. "Murdered 13 people with a single curse," Stan said, shaking his head. "And laughing about it, they say. Mad as a hatter, that one." "Why did he escape now?" Harry asked, keeping his voice casual. "After 12 years? Nobody knows. Some say he's after you-know-who's followers, wants to bring back the old Death Eater gang. Others say..." Stan lowered his voice conspiratorially. "Others say he's after someone specific. Someone at Hogwarts." Harry's interest sharpened. "Who?" Stan shrugged. "Don't know. But the Ministry's sending Dementors to guard the school. Can you imagine? Dementors at Hogwarts. Dementors. The guards of Azkaban, creatures that fed on happiness, that could drain a person's soul with a kiss. Having them near the school was dangerous, unprecedented, and almost certainly Fudge's idea of security theater. Harry filed the information away and said nothing more. The Leaky Cauldron was warm and welcoming after the night bus's chaos. Tom the innkeeper, no relation to the other Tom, thankfully, provided Harry with a room and a promise of discretion. The next 2 weeks were productive. Harry explored Diagon Alley thoroughly, mapping its layout, identifying useful shops and potential contacts. He visited Gringotts to check on his vault and began the process of understanding his financial situation. The Potter fortune was substantial, not Malfoy level, but enough to fund his operations for years. He also researched Sirius Black more thoroughly. The official story was clear: Black had been the Potters' secret keeper, had betrayed them to Voldemort, had killed Pettigrew and the Muggles when confronted. No trial, Black had been sent directly to Azkaban on Barty Crouch's orders, part of the wartime emergency measures that had never been properly reviewed. But the more Harry dug, the more inconsistencies he found. Black had been James Potter's best friend since age 11. Had been disowned by his family for refusing to support Voldemort. Had fought alongside the Order of the Phoenix throughout the war. Nothing in his history suggested the kind of calculated betrayal he'd been convicted of. Pettigrew, on the other hand, had been the weakest of the marauders. Follower, not leader. Easily pressured, easily scared. Exactly the sort of person Voldemort would target for recruitment. And there was the matter of the animagi. Tom's memories contained passing references to the Marauders' school year activities, their illegal animagus transformations, their moonlight adventures with a werewolf friend. James had been a stag. Black had been a dog. And Pettigrew had been a rat. A rat. Harry's mind made connections. A rat animagus could have escaped the explosion that supposedly killed him. Could have hidden in plain sight for years. Could be hiding still. He needed more information. Needed to find someone who knew the truth, who could confirm or deny his suspicions. But that would have to wait until he reached Hogwarts. The train ride north was eventful. Harry found a compartment with Ron and Hermione, who were full of summer stories, Egypt and France, family adventures and academic pursuits. He listened, contributed his own carefully edited account, and felt the familiar warmth of friendship settle around him. Then the train stopped. The lights went out. The temperature plummeted. And something moved in the corridor outside, something that radiated cold and despair and the absolute certainty that happiness was a lie. Harry felt it before he saw it. A weight pressing on his mind, dragging up memories he'd buried deep. The cupboard under the stairs. Vernon's fists. Tom's memories of murder and torture and the hollow emptiness of a soul torn apart. The compartment door slid open, and the Dementor entered. It was worse than the descriptions. A towering figure in ragged black robes, its face hidden beneath a hood, its presence an assault on everything good in the world. Harry could hear screaming, his mother's voice, begging Voldemort to take her instead, and then light. A silver form burst through the doorway, driving the Dementor back. Harry caught a glimpse of 4 legs, a mane, something equine and brilliant, and then the creature faded and a man stood in its place. "None of us are hiding Sirius Black under our cloaks," the man said mildly. "Go." The Dementor withdrew. The cold lifted. Harry found himself on the floor of the compartment, his friends hovering over him with worried expressions. "Harry? Harry, are you all right?" He managed to sit up. His head was pounding, but the worst had passed. "I'm fine." What was that? A Dementor. The man who'd cast the Patronus was watching Harry with shrewd, amber eyes. He was shabby, tired-looking, his robes patched and his face prematurely lined. One of the guards of Azkaban. "They're searching the train for Sirius Black. You drove it away." The Patronus charm. Rather advanced magic, but effective against Dementors. The man smiled slightly. "I'm Professor Lupin, by the way. I'll be teaching defense against the dark arts this year." Harry studied the new professor carefully. There was something familiar about him, the amber eyes, the name, the way he moved. And the Patronus had been a horse, or something like it, which matched certain details from Tom's memories about the Marauders. "Thank you, Professor," Harry said. "For helping." "Of course." Lupin's gaze lingered on Harry's face, specifically on his eyes, which were so much like lilies. "Here, eat this. It helps." He handed Harry a piece of chocolate. Harry accepted it, noting the slight tremor in Lupin's hand, the way his attention kept drifting to Harry's features as if searching for something. "He knew my parents," Harry realized. "He's the werewolf. The 4th Marauder." Another piece of the puzzle was falling into place. The Dementor incident spread through the school within hours. Harry heard whispered versions of the story everywhere, some claiming he'd fainted, others that he'd fought the creature off, still others that Professor Lupin had saved his life with spectacular magic. Harry let the rumors circulate. They provided cover, distracted from the questions he didn't want to answer. What concerned him more was his reaction to the Dementor. He'd heard his mother's voice. Her final moments, preserved somehow in his memory, or was it Tom's memory? The Horcrux had been present that night, had witnessed the killing, had experienced Voldemort's perspective on the murder. The Dementor had dredged up both sets of memories, tangled together in ways Harry couldn't fully separate. His mother begging for his life. Tom's satisfaction at the kill. The terror and the triumph, mixed into something that made Harry feel sick. He needed to learn the Patronus charm. Needed a defense against the Dementors that went beyond chocolate and rescue by professors. The memories they surfaced were too dangerous, too revealing. But that meant approaching Lupin. Revealing his vulnerability. Potentially exposing more than he intended. Harry weighed the risks and made his decision. You want me to teach you the Patronus charm? Lupin's office was cluttered with books and dark creature specimens, the walls lined with defense against the dark arts references. The professor looked surprised but not displeased by Harry's request. The Dementors affect me more than other students, Harry said carefully. I'd like to be able to defend myself. The Patronus is extremely advanced magic. Most adult wizards can't produce a corporeal form. Lupin studied him. Why do you think you can? I'm a fast learner. It wasn't a lie. Tom's memories contained extensive knowledge of the Patronus charm, the theory, the wand work, the emotional requirements. What Harry lacked was practice, and practice required a teacher willing to supervise. Lupin was quiet for a long moment. His amber eyes searched Harry's face, looking for something Harry couldn't identify. All right, he said finally. We'll start next week. But Harry, this won't be easy. The Patronus requires you to focus on your happiest memory, and the presence of a Dementor makes that extremely difficult. I understand. Do you? Lupin's voice was soft. You're very controlled, Harry. Very careful. I noticed it on the train. Most people who faint from Dementor exposure are embarrassed, defensive. You were analytical. Calculating how to prevent it from happening again. Harry said nothing. Your father was the same way, sometimes. When something scared him, he didn't retreat, he attacked the problem head-on. Lupin smiled sadly. You look so much like him. But your eyes. My mother's eyes. Yes. The word was barely a whisper. I knew them both, Harry. James and Lily. They were my friends. I know. Lupin's eyes widened. You know. I know you were friends at school. I know there were 4 of you, my father, Sirius Black, Peter Pettigrew, and you. Harry met his gaze steadily. I know about the full moons. The blood drained from Lupin's face. How? I'm observant. And I've done research. Harry paused. I'm not afraid of you, Professor. I know what you are, and I don't care. I just want to learn to defend myself. Lupin stared at him for a long, frozen moment. Then, slowly, he began to laugh, a broken sound, half sob and half relief. You're remarkable, he said. Truly remarkable. James would be so proud. Will you teach me? Yes. Lupin wiped his eyes. Yes, Harry. I'll teach you everything I know. The Patronus lessons became Harry's secret anchor to sanity. Every week, he and Lupin met in an empty classroom. A boggart stood in for the Dementor, it would transform into Harry's worst fear, which for the purposes of training was close enough. And every week, Harry pushed himself harder, searching for the memory that would fuel a full Patronus. The problem was finding one strong enough. Happy memories were complicated for Harry. His childhood had been misery. His time at Hogwarts was better, but even the good moments were shadowed by awareness of what he was, what he carried, what was coming. He tried various memories: his first flight on a broomstick, Christmas at the Burrow, the moment he'd realized Ron and Hermione were truly his friends. Each produced a silver mist, a vague shape that held the Boggart Dementor at bay but never fully materialized. "You're holding back," Lupin observed after one particularly frustrating session. "Something is keeping you from fully committing to the memory." "I know." Harry wiped sweat from his forehead. It's hard to explain." "Try." Harry considered. How much could he reveal without exposing everything? "When I try to remember being happy," he said slowly, "there's always something else there. Something dark. Like a shadow behind the light." Lupin nodded slowly. "Trauma does that. The mind associates positive experiences with the negative ones that came before or after." He paused. "What happened to you, Harry? Before Hogwarts?" "Nothing I want to talk about." "Fair enough." Lupin's voice was gentle. "But the Patronus requires you to embrace the happiness fully, without reservation. Until you can do that, you'll never produce a corporeal form." Harry knew he was right. The problem wasn't technique, it was the fundamental conflict at the core of his being. Every happy memory was contaminated by what he knew, what he'd absorbed, who he was underneath the masks. But there had to be something. Some moment of pure, uncomplicated joy that could fuel the spell. He thought about his mother. Not Tom's memory of killing her. His own knowledge, absorbed along with everything else, the certainty that she had loved him, had died for him, had given everything to keep him safe. That love was real. Uncomplicated. The foundation of everything Harry had built his identity on. He raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. Silver light erupted from the wand tip, so bright Lupin had to shield his eyes. It coalesced, took shape, became something magnificent and impossible, a stag. Massive and proud, its antlers branching like tree limbs, its presence radiating warmth and protection. "Prongs," Lupin breathed. Harry, that's your father's form." Harry stared at the Patronus. His father's animagus had been a stag. His mother's love had protected him. And now, channeling that love, he'd produced a guardian that combined them both. "Thank you," he said quietly, though he wasn't sure who he was thanking. The stag turned to look at him. Its eyes held no judgment, no expectation, only acceptance. Then it faded, and Harry was left with the afterimage burned into his vision and a warmth in his chest that hadn't been there before. The year's other complications were mounting. Sirius Black had been spotted near Hogwarts. The Dementors were multiplying, their presence turning the grounds into a depression-inducing nightmare. And Draco Malfoy had been attacked by a hippogriff in care of magical creatures, setting off a chain of events that threatened Hagrid's career and the creature's life. Harry navigated it all carefully, maintaining his cover while gathering information. The Black sightings were particularly interesting. The escaped convict seemed to be circling the school, approaching but never entering. Watching. Waiting for something. Waiting for me, Harry suspected. Or waiting for Pettigrew. Because Harry had done more research, had confirmed his suspicions. The Weasley family had owned a rat named Scabbers for 12 years, exactly the period of Black's imprisonment. The rat was missing a toe, which matched witness reports of the only thing left of Pettigrew after Black's supposed killing curse. Scabbers was Pettigrew. Harry was certain of it now. The question was what to do with the knowledge. He could expose the rat, prove Black's innocence, bring a traitor to justice. But that would raise questions about how Harry knew, would expose his access to information that shouldn't exist. Or he could wait. Let events unfold. See if Black made contact first. Harry chose to wait. But he also began carrying a certain map he'd acquired from the Weasley twins, a map that showed every person in Hogwarts, including those in animal form. Peter Pettigrew's name appeared in Gryffindor Tower every night. The confrontation came in spring. Harry was returning from a late-night session with Lupin when he saw the name on the Marauders map, Sirius Black, emerging from the Whomping Willow. He shouldn't have gone alone. Should have alerted a professor, raised an alarm, done the sensible thing. But Harry needed answers. And Black had them. He made his way to the willow, dodged its branches, and slipped into the passage beneath. The tunnel was long and dark, eventually emerging in a decrepit building that Harry recognized from Tom's memories, the Shrieking Shack, supposedly the most haunted building in Britain. It wasn't haunted. It was a werewolf's refuge, built for Lupin's transformations during his school years. And Sirius Black was waiting inside. The man in the shack bore little resemblance to his wanted posters. Black was gaunt to the point of emaciation, his cheekbones sharp enough to cut glass. His hair was matted and wild. But his eyes, gray, intelligent, burning with an intensity that transcended his physical deterioration, were very much alive. "Harry," he breathed. "You came. I needed to talk to you." "Talk." Black laughed, a rusty sound, as if he'd forgotten how. 12 years in Azkaban, and you want to talk. I want the truth. Harry kept his wand ready but didn't raise it. About what happened? About Pettigrew. About my parents. Black's expression shifted. The manic energy faded, replaced by something like hope. You believe me? You believe I'm innocent? I believe Pettigrew was the spy. I believe he's alive, hiding as a rat. I believe you've spent 12 years in prison for a crime you didn't commit. How? Black stepped forward, desperate and disbelieving. How could you possibly know that? Because I know things I shouldn't. Harry met his godfather's eyes. I've known since before you escaped. I just needed to confirm it. Black stared at him for a long moment. Then his legs seemed to give out, and he collapsed onto a rotting couch, his head in his hands. 12 years, he whispered. 12 years of thinking no one would ever believe me. Of knowing the truth and being unable to tell anyone. And you just know. Tell me anyway. I want to hear it from you. So Black told him. The story came out in fragments, interrupted by emotion and memory. James and Lily had known someone was passing information to Voldemort. They'd decided to use the Fidelius charm, to hide with a secret keeper who would die before betraying them. They wanted me, Black said. I was the obvious choice. Their best friend, Harry's godfather. But that's exactly why I said no. You thought it was too obvious. Voldemort would come for me first. Torture me, break me, do whatever it took to get the secret. I convinced James to use Peter instead. Weak, unassuming Peter, who no one would suspect. Black's voice cracked. I as good as killed them myself. No. Pettigrew made his choice. Voldemort made his choice. You were trying to protect them. I should have seen it. Should have known Peter was the spy. But I was so certain it was Remus, the werewolf, the outsider, that I never even considered. Black shook his head. I've had 12 years to think about my mistakes. Believe me, I know every one of them. What happened after? When you confronted Pettigrew? I tracked him down. Cornered him in a Muggle street. I was going to kill him, I won't lie about that. But before I could do anything, he screamed that I'd betrayed James and Lily, cut off his own finger, blasted the street apart, and transformed. Black's hands clenched. I saw him slip into the sewers. A rat, escaping into the darkness while I stood there laughing. Laughing? Because it was funny. Cosmically, horrifically funny. I'd been outsmarted by Peter Pettigrew. The weakest of us, the one we'd always protected, had destroyed everything and gotten away clean. Black looked up, his eyes haunted. They found me standing in a crater, surrounded by bodies, laughing like a lunatic. What else could I do? Harry absorbed the story, fitting it against what he already knew. It matched. Every detail aligned with Tom's memories, with the evidence Harry had gathered, with the desperate logic of a man telling the truth after years of silence. Pettigrew is at Hogwarts, Harry said. He's been hiding as a rat in Gryffindor Tower. The Weasley family's pet. Black went rigid. You're certain? I've seen his name on a map that shows everyone in the castle. He's there every night. For a moment, murder blazed in Sirius Black's eyes. Pure, undiluted rage, the fury of a man who'd lost everything to a traitor's cowardice. Then, slowly, he controlled himself. We need to expose him. Catch him in human form, force him to confess. Can you help me? Yes. Harry had already planned this. But we need to be smart about it. If we just grab him, it's your word against his, and you're an escaped convict. We need witnesses. Credible ones. Remus. Black's voice was rough with emotion. If Remus saw Peter alive, he'd know I was telling the truth. Then we bring Lupin into it. Set a trap. Catch Pettigrew and prove your innocence at the same time. Black stared at Harry with something like wonder. You've thought this through. I've had time. You're not like other children, are you, Harry? No. There was no point in lying. I'm not. The trap was set for the night of the full moon. Harry had informed Lupin about the situation, carefully, revealing only what was necessary. The professor had been skeptical at first, then stunned, then furious as the implications sank in. Peter, he'd whispered, staring at the Marauder's map. All this time, Peter was alive. We can prove it. Tonight. But I need your help. Lupin had agreed. Had taken Wolfsbane potion to maintain his sanity during the transformation, had positioned himself near the Whomping Willow, had waited for Harry's signal. The signal came at midnight. Harry lured Scabbers away from Ron's dormitory using a simple summoning charm disguised as a breeze. The rat, sensing something wrong, tried to flee, but Harry was faster. Stupefy. The rat went limp. Harry carried it out of Gryffindor Tower, through the castle, and out to the Whomping Willow. Sirius and Lupin were waiting in the Shrieking Shack. When Harry arrived with the unconscious rat, both men went pale. It's him, Sirius breathed. I can smell him. Force the transformation, Harry said. Let's see if I'm right. Lupin raised his wand. Homorphous. The rat writhed, stretched, grew. Features emerged, a balding head, watery eyes, a weak chin. Within seconds, Peter Pettigrew lay on the floor of the shack, blinking in confusion. Then he saw Sirius, and terror flooded his face. Sirius. My old friend. It's not what you, I never, shut up. Sirius's voice was cold as ice. 12 years, Peter. 12 years in Azkaban while you hid as a rat. I had to hide. The Dark Lord's followers would have killed me. You don't understand, I understand perfectly. Sirius raised his wand. Wait. Harry stepped forward. He needs to confess first. For the record. Pettigrew's eyes darted to Harry, and something shifted in his expression. Recognition. Fear. And something else, calculation. Harry Potter, he whimpered. Your father's son. James wouldn't have wanted this. He would have shown mercy, don't you dare speak his name. Sirius's wand hand was shaking. Don't you dare, Sirius. Lupin's voice was steady. Let him talk. We need his confession. The interrogation that followed was brutal in its simplicity. Harry asked questions, Pettigrew answered, each lie stripped away by the evidence Harry already possessed. Yes, he'd been the spy. Yes, he'd given the Potter's location to Voldemort. Yes, he'd framed Sirius and faked his own death. By the end, Even Lupin, who'd wanted to believe the best of his old friend, was looking at Pettigrew with disgust. "We take him to Dumbledore," Harry said. "Let the headmaster handle it from here." "No." Sirius's wand was still raised. "He deserves to die for what he did. If you kill him, you'll never be free. They'll say you murdered him to cover your own guilt." Harry met his godfather's eyes. "Let the truth speak for itself. Let Pettigrew rot in Azkaban while you walk free." The struggle on Sirius's face was painful to watch. 12 years of suffering, of rage, of desperate hunger for revenge, all of it demanding satisfaction. But in the end, he lowered his wand. "For you, Harry. Only for you." They emerged from the Whomping Willow to find chaos. Professor Snape was waiting, wand drawn, expression thunderous. He'd followed them, had seen the whole confrontation through a crack in the shack's walls. "Well, well," he said, his voice dripping with satisfaction. "The truth at last. Pettigrew alive, Black innocent, and Potter." His eyes narrowed. "How did you know, Potter? How did you know any of this?" "I'm observant. Don't lie to me." Snape stepped closer. "No child could have pieced this together. No ordinary child. Severus." Lupin's voice was warning. "This isn't the time. Isn't it? The boy knows things he shouldn't know. Has known them for years, by his own admission." Snape's wand swung toward Harry. "What are you hiding, Potter? What secrets are you keeping?" Harry's mind raced. Snape was suspicious, had been since first year, and this situation was pushing him toward conclusions Harry couldn't afford. But before he could respond, the moon emerged from behind a cloud. Lupin's face contorted. The Wolfsbane potion kept him sane, but it didn't prevent the transformation, only made it bearable. Within seconds, a werewolf stood where the professor had been. Snape moved to protect the students. Sirius transformed into his dog form, placing himself between Lupin and the children. And Pettigrew saw his chance. He shifted back into rat form and bolted into the darkness. No. Sirius abandoned his position and gave chase, but it was too late. The rat vanished into the forest, and with him went any chance of proving Black's innocence. The aftermath was messy. Sirius was recaptured, locked in the highest tower of the castle, awaiting the Dementor's kiss. Snape was smug about it, convinced he'd apprehended a murderer, determined to see Black punished. Harry had one chance to fix it. He found Hermione in the hospital wing, where Ron was recovering from a leg injury sustained during the chaos. She was pale and exhausted, but her eyes sharpened when she saw Harry's expression. "Something's wrong. Sirius is innocent. Pettigrew was the real traitor. But he escaped, and now Sirius is going to have his soul sucked out for a crime he didn't commit." Hermione's hand went to her chest, specifically, to something hanging on a chain beneath her robes. "The time turner," Harry said. "I know you have one. McGonagall gave it to you so you could take extra classes." "How do you?" She stopped, shaking her head. "Never mind." "What, go back?" 3 hours. "We can save Sirius and let Pettigrew escape. It's already happened, so we won't be changing anything, or we can try to capture Pettigrew before he gets away." Hermione's face was pale. "Harry, time travel is incredibly dangerous. If we're seen, if we change too much, I know. But Sirius is my godfather. He's the only family I have left." Harry met her eyes. "Please, Hermione. Help me." She stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she pulled out the time turner. 3 turns, she said. "Hold on tight." The next 3 hours were a blur of careful maneuvering and desperate action. Harry and Hermione moved through time like ghosts, avoiding their past selves, positioning themselves to intervene at critical moments. They couldn't capture Pettigrew, that would create a paradox, since his escape had already happened, but they could ensure Sirius's survival. The Dementors were the key. Hundreds of them had descended on the lake where Sirius had collapsed, drawn by the despair of a broken man. Harry's past self had tried to cast a Patronus but failed, overwhelmed by the creature's presence. Which meant his present self had to succeed. Expecto Patronum. The stag erupted from his wand, massive and brilliant, driving the Dementors back with the pure force of hope and love. Harry watched his past self collapse, watched Sirius stir and look around in confusion, watched the Dementors flee before his Patronus's light. Then he and Hermione freed Buckbeak the Hippogriff, sentenced to death for attacking Draco Malfoy, and flew the creature up to the tower where Sirius was imprisoned. "Get on," Harry said, opening the window. "There's not much time." Sirius stared at him with wonder and something like heartbreak. "Harry. I don't understand." "How did you? I'll explain later. For now, just go. Stay hidden, stay safe. When things are calmer, I'll find a way to prove your innocence. I can't leave you. I just found you, and you'll find me again." Harry gripped his godfather's arm. "I promise. But if you stay here, you'll lose your soul. And I can't watch that happen." Sirius's eyes glistened. He pulled Harry into a rough embrace, the first time anyone had held Harry like that, like family, and then he was gone, vanishing into the night on Buckbeak's back. Harry watched him go and felt something shift in his chest. Not quite happiness, but something like hope. He had family now. Real family. And he would do whatever it took to protect them. The school year ended in chaos. Fudge was furious about Black's escape. Snape was convinced Harry was involved but couldn't prove it. Dumbledore looked at Harry with that knowing twinkle and said nothing at all. Lupin resigned, his werewolf nature exposed by Snape's accidental revelation. Harry said goodbye to him at the train station, promised to write, thanked him for everything. "You're not like other students," Lupin said quietly. "I've known that since the first Patronus lesson. But whatever secrets you're keeping, Harry, I trust that you have good reasons." "I do." "Then that's enough for me." Lupin smiled sadly. "Your parents would be proud of you. Never doubt that." He walked away, and Harry was left alone with his thoughts. One school year, and so much had changed. Sirius was free, if fugitive. Pettigrew had escaped, but his survival was now known. Lupin was an ally, Snape a more dangerous enemy, Dumbledore an increasingly complicated figure. And Harry himself was evolving. The mask was still in place, the cover still intact. But beneath it, Harry Potter was becoming something more than even Tom Riddle had imagined. Something new. Something unprecedented. Something that might, just possibly, be enough to defeat the darkness when it finally rose again. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Goblet's Choice. The Quidditch World Cup was a masterpiece of magical engineering and a security nightmare waiting to happen. Harry stood in the top box of the stadium, surrounded by ministry officials and foreign dignitaries, watching Ireland and Bulgaria clash in the skies above. The crowd roared with every goal, every save, every spectacular dive. It was, by any objective measure, one of the greatest sporting events in wizarding history. Harry barely noticed the game. His attention was on the crowd below, specifically, on the clusters of wizards whose body language screamed, "Former Death Eater," to anyone who knew what to look for. Lucius Malfoy sat 3 rows down, his platinum hair gleaming in the magically enhanced sunlight. Near the refreshment stands, a group of men with the hard eyes of survivors huddled together, speaking in low voices. Something was wrong. Harry could feel it in the air, a tension that had nothing to do with the match. "Brilliant, isn't he?" Ron's voice cut through his thoughts. "Krum, I mean. Best seeker in the world, they say." Harry refocused on the game. Victor Krum was indeed spectacular, all controlled power and impossible reflexes. But his team was overmatched, and when he caught the snitch to end the game, it was an act of mercy rather than victory. Ireland won, 170-160. The stadium erupted. And then the screaming started. The attack came at midnight. Harry woke to chaos, tents burning, people fleeing, a group of masked figures marching through the campsite with wands raised. They were levitating bodies above them, spinning them through the air like grotesque puppets. Muggles. The campsite managers and their families, tortured for sport. Death Eaters, Mr. Weasley gasped, his face pale in the firelight. Get to the woods, all of you. Stay together. I have to help the Ministry. He vanished into the chaos. Harry grabbed Ron and Hermione, pulled Ginny along, and ran for the tree line. The forest was packed with terrified refugees. Harry pushed through them, searching for a defensible position, his mind cataloging threats and escape routes with automatic precision. Then the sky lit up. A massive skull appeared above the trees, glowing sickly green against the stars. A serpent protruded from its mouth, coiling and uncoiling in an endless loop. The Dark Mark. Voldemort's symbol, cast by someone in the crowd. Panic erupted anew. People screamed, scattered, trampled each other in their desperation to flee. Harry stood frozen for a moment, staring up at the mark with a mixture of recognition and cold fury. They're announcing themselves, he thought. Telling the world that the old guard is still active. That the Dark Lord's followers haven't forgotten. A noise behind him. Harry spun, wand raised, and found a house elf standing in the underbrush, holding a wand that didn't belong to it. Winky. Hermione's voice was confused. What are you doing here? The elf squeaked in terror and vanished. Seconds later, Ministry officials crashed through the trees, stunning spells flying. The night dissolved into confusion and accusations, but Harry's mind was elsewhere. The Dark Mark, the Death Eaters, the escalating boldness of Voldemort's followers, it all pointed to something building. Something bigger than random terrorism. The Dark Lord was making moves. And Harry needed to be ready. The Hogwarts Express carried them north under grey skies and persistent rain. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione, half listening to their speculation about the World Cup attack. His attention kept drifting to the Marauders' map, checking names, tracking movements. A habit now, born from years of vigilance. You're worried, Hermione observed quietly. The Death Eaters are getting bolder. The Ministry is incompetent. And somewhere out there, Voldemort is planning his return. Harry met her eyes. Yes, I'm worried. You keep saying, when he returns, not if. She studied him. You know something. I know that Voldemort took steps to prevent his own death. Steps that worked. Harry chose his words carefully. As long as those anchors exist, he can't truly be killed. And he won't stop trying to come back. The Horcruxes. Hermione's voice was barely a whisper. You mentioned them last year, after the chamber. But you never explained, not here. Harry glanced at Ron, who was absorbed in a Quidditch magazine. Later. When we have privacy and time. Hermione nodded slowly. She'd been patient, remarkably patient, given her nature, but Harry could see the questions building behind her eyes. Soon he would have to give her real answers. He wasn't sure he was ready for that. The welcoming feast brought unexpected news. Dumbledore stood at the head table, his expression grave and excited in equal measure. This year, he announced, Hogwarts will host a legendary event. An event that has not been held for over a century. An event that will bring together young witches and wizards from across Europe in a test of magical prowess and courage. He paused for effect. The Great Hall held its breath. The Triwizard Tournament. The explosion of excited whispers drowned out Dumbledore's next words. Harry caught fragments, bows batons and Durmstrang, eternal glory, age restriction, but his mind was racing ahead. The Triwizard Tournament. 3 schools, 3 champions, 3 dangerous tasks. Tom's memories contained extensive knowledge of the competition's history, including its cancellation due to the excessive death toll. And now it was being revived. Here. This year. Harry didn't believe in coincidences. An age line will prevent anyone under 17 from entering, Dumbledore continued. The Goblet of Fire will select the worthiest champion from each school. The tasks will test your daring, your magical ability, and your problem-solving skills. He smiled, but there was something in his eyes that made Harry uneasy. I urge you all to consider carefully before submitting your names. This tournament is not for the faint of heart. The feast continued, but Harry barely tasted his food. Something was wrong with this picture. The timing was too convenient, the event too perfectly suited for manipulation. Someone wanted the Triwizard Tournament to happen. And Harry had a very good idea who. October brought Beauxbatons and Durmstrang to Hogwarts. The French school arrived in an enormous powder-blue carriage drawn by flying horses. The headmistress, Madame Maxime, was nearly as tall as Hagrid and considerably more elegant. Her students were poised and polished, wearing silk uniforms that put Hogwarts robes to shame. Durmstrang came by ship, a great dark vessel that emerged from the lake like something out of a nightmare. Their headmaster, Igor Karkaroff, had the shifty eyes of a man with secrets. Harry recognized the name from Tom's memories, a Death Eater who'd bought his freedom by naming names. Among the Durmstrang students was Victor Krum. Bloody hell, Ron breathed. That's Victor Krum. In our school. Eating our food. Harry watched the Bulgarian seeker with professional interest. Krum moved like an athlete, all coiled power and efficient motion. But there was something else in his bearing, a watchfulness that suggested depths beyond his public persona. He's scanning the room, Hermione observed. Looking for threats. You notice that too. I notice when people act the way you do. She gave him a significant look. What do you think is going on? I think, Harry said slowly, that someone has gone to a great deal of trouble to bring 3 schools together in one place. And I don't think it's just for a sporting event. The Goblet of Fire dominated the entrance hall for a week. Students from all 3 schools submitted their names, the parchment pieces swirling into the flames and vanishing. Fred and George made a spectacular attempt to bypass the age line, earning matching beards and considerable embarrassment. Harry didn't submit his name. He was underage, and more importantly, he had no desire to attract additional attention. The tournament was a trap, he was certain of it now, and the best way to survive a trap was to not spring it. The selection ceremony was held on Halloween. Of course it's Halloween, Harry thought darkly as he took his seat in the Great Hall. Because nothing bad ever happens to me on Halloween. Dumbledore stood before the goblet, which had turned red and begun shooting sparks into the air. The whole school watched as the flames rose higher, turned white and expelled the first piece of parchment. The champion for Durmstrang, Dumbledore announced, is Victor Krum. Applause erupted. Krum rose from his seat, walked to the head table, and disappeared through a side door. The flames rose again. The champion for Beauxbatons is Fleur Delacour. A beautiful blonde girl stood, her head held high, and followed Krum through the door. One more time. The champion for Hogwarts is Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff table exploded with joy. Cedric, tall, handsome, exactly the sort of hero the tournament was designed to produce, accepted their congratulations with modest grace and departed. It was done. 3 champions, 3 schools. The tournament could begin. Except the goblet wasn't finished. The flames turned red again. Rose higher. Expelled a 4th piece of parchment. Dumbledore caught it. Read it. And his face went still as stone. Harry Potter. The silence that followed was absolute. Harry didn't move. His mind was racing, calculating possibilities, assessing the situation. Someone had entered his name. Someone who wanted him in this tournament, wanted him exposed, wanted him vulnerable. "Harry Potter," Dumbledore repeated, louder now. "Go on," Hermione whispered, her face pale. "Harry, you have to go up." He rose mechanically. Walked through the silent hall, feeling every eye on him. The whispers started before he reached the head table, accusations, confusion, anger. "Through the door, Harry," Dumbledore said quietly. His eyes held something Harry couldn't read: concern, suspicion, calculation. Harry went through the door. The antechamber was tense. The three legitimate champions stood in a loose group, their expressions ranging from confused, Cedric, to hostile, Fleur, to blank, Crumb. When Harry entered, all three turned to look at him. "What is it?" Fleur demanded. "Do they want us back in ZE Hall?" Before Harry could answer, the door burst open again. Dumbledore, Karkaroff, Maxime, and various ministry officials poured through, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of accusation and denial. "Potter cheated," Karkaroff shouted. "He somehow bypassed the age line, the goblet selection is binding," an official Harry didn't recognize insisted. "The boy must compete. This is an outrage." Silence. Dumbledore's voice cut through the chaos. He turned to Harry, his expression unreadable. "Harry, did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire?" "No." "Did you ask an older student to put it in for you?" "No." Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Harry met his gaze steadily, letting the headmaster see whatever he was looking for. "He's lying," Karkaroff spat. "Obviously he's not lying." The new voice belonged to a man Harry hadn't noticed before, grizzled, scarred, with a magical eye that spun constantly in its socket. "My eye sees through enchantments, and I'm telling you, the boy didn't put his name in that cup." Alastair Moody. Former Auror, legendary dark wizard catcher, new defense against the dark arts professor. Harry had been meaning to study him more closely, but there hadn't been time. "Then who did?" Maxime demanded. "That's the question, isn't it?" Moody's magical eye fixed on Harry. "Someone wanted Potter in this tournament. Someone powerful enough to confuse one of the most powerful magical objects in existence." "You're suggesting what, exactly?" Karkaroff's voice was icy. "I'm suggesting that whoever entered Potter's name didn't do it to help him win. They did it because they want him dead." The binding magical contract meant Harry had no choice. He was entered. He would compete. The only question was whether he would survive. Harry spent the weeks before the first task in a state of controlled paranoia. He researched the tournament's history, searching for patterns and possibilities. He practiced defensive spells with an intensity that worried even Hermione. He analyzed every person who had access to the goblet, building a list of suspects. Karkaroff was the obvious choice, former Death Eater, clear motive, opportunity through his position as headmaster. But the man seemed genuinely angry about Harry's selection, not smug. Either he was an excellent actor, or he hadn't done it. Moody was interesting. His suggestion that someone wanted Harry dead was too accurate, too convenient. And Tom's memories contained nothing about the famous Auror, which was itself suspicious. Moody had been one of Voldemort's most effective opponents, yet Tom had no personal recollection of encountering him. Unless, Harry thought, the person I'm looking at isn't really Moody at all. Polyjuice potion. The thought arrived with the force of revelation. Someone impersonating Moody could have accessed the goblet, could have entered Harry's name, could be sitting in the castle right now waiting for the tournament to deliver its victim. But proving it would be difficult. And acting on suspicion could be dangerous. Harry decided to play along. Let the imposter think his plan was working. Use the tournament to gather information while preparing for whatever trap was being set. It was the Tom Riddle approach. Patience. Calculation. Strike only when victory was certain. Harry hoped he was good enough to pull it off. Hagrid provided the first piece of crucial intelligence. "Dragons," the half-giant whispered, his enormous face pale in the moonlight. "They've got dragons for the first task, Harry. 4 of them. 1 for each champion." Harry absorbed the information calmly. Dragons were dangerous, among the most dangerous creatures in the magical world, but they were also well documented. Tom's memories contained extensive knowledge of dragon behavior, weaknesses, and the spells used to control them. "Thank you, Hagrid. This helps. Ya should know what you're up against." Hagrid's eyes were worried. "You're just a boy, Harry. Ya shouldn't have to, I'll be fine." Harry meant it. The dragon was a problem, but it was a solvable problem. What worried him was what came after, the tasks he couldn't anticipate, the traps he couldn't see. He spent the next week preparing. Practiced his flying, studied dragon physiology, developed 3 separate strategies for different scenarios. By the time the first task arrived, he was as ready as he could be. The stadium was packed with spectators. The 4 champions waited in a tent, tension crackling between them. Cedric looked nervous. Fleur was muttering in French. Crumb stood apart, his face expressionless. Harry felt almost peaceful. "Potter." Moody's voice came from behind him. "A word." The professor's magical eye was fixed on Harry with an intensity that made his skin crawl. Up close, Harry could see small details that didn't quite fit, the way Moody held himself, the rhythm of his speech, the occasional flicker of something wrong behind his normal eye. "Use your strengths," Moody said. "You're a flyer. The best in your year. Think about that." "Thank you, Professor." Moody nodded and withdrew. Harry watched him go, cataloging the interaction. "He wants me to succeed," Harry realized. "At least in this task. Whatever his plan is, it requires me to survive the tournament." That was useful information. It suggested the real trap would come later, probably in the final task, when Harry would be most vulnerable. He filed the thought away and focused on the immediate challenge. The Hungarian horntail was magnificent and terrifying in equal measure. Black scales, bronze horns, a tail covered in spikes that could gut a man. It crouched over its nest of eggs, yellow eyes tracking Harry with predatory intelligence. The crowd held its breath. Harry raised his wand. Accio Firebolt. The broomstick arrived within minutes, streaking across the sky and into his waiting hand. Harry mounted in a single fluid motion and kicked off, rising above the dragon's reach. The horntail roared. Flame erupted toward him, a wall of heat and destruction that Harry dodged with inches to spare. He spiraled upward, drawing the dragon's attention away from the nest, waiting for his moment. The beast was fast, but it was chained. Tethered to the ground, limited in its movement. Harry circled, feinted, dove, drawing it further and further from the eggs. Then, when the chain was taut and the dragon was straining to reach him, he dropped. Straight down. Faster than thought. The golden egg glinted below him, unguarded for just a moment, his fingers closed around it. The crowd erupted. Harry pulled up, the egg clutched to his chest, and flew to safety as the horntail screamed its frustration behind him. First task complete. First trap survived. Now came the hard part. The golden egg screamed when opened. A horrible, ear-splitting shriek that made everyone in the Gryffindor common room clap their hands over their ears. Harry snapped it shut immediately, his mind already working on the puzzle. "Well, that was pleasant," Ron said weakly. "It's a clue." Harry turned the egg over, examining its construction. "The sound is meant to tell us something about the second task." "Sounds like someone being tortured," Seamus offered. "Or something that screams," Hermione said thoughtfully. "Mandrakes, perhaps. Or banshees." Harry said nothing. The sound had been familiar, not quite recognizable, but familiar. Something from Tom's memories, a context he couldn't quite place. He needed to analyze it properly. Away from distractions, with time to think. The answer came in the prefect's bathroom. Cedric had given him the hint, take a bath with it, and Harry had followed the advice. Underwater, the screaming transformed into singing. Mere people. A song about something precious, taken and hidden, an hour to recover it. The second task would be in the lake. And they would take something Harry valued. Someone, he corrected. They'll take someone. The implications were clear. The tournament organizers, or whoever was controlling events, would select a person important to Harry and hold them hostage underwater. His job would be to rescue them before time ran out. The question was who? Ron was the obvious choice. Best friend, constant companion, the person Harry spent the most time with. But Hermione was equally close, equally valuable. And there were others, Ginny, perhaps, or even Neville. Harry began preparing for multiple scenarios. The Yule Ball was a distraction Harry didn't need. The champions were required to open the dancing, which meant finding a date. Harry approached it as he approached everything else, strategically. He needed someone who wouldn't complicate his situation, wouldn't ask questions he couldn't answer, wouldn't expect more than he could give. He asked Parvati Patil. She was pleasant, uncomplicated, and had no particular interest in Harry beyond his fame. A safe choice. The night itself was tolerable. Harry danced when required, made polite conversation, and spent most of the evening observing the other attendees. Hermione had come with Krum, which was creating all sorts of drama with Ron. Fleur was surrounded by admirers. Cedric was with his girlfriend, Cho Chang. And Moody was watching from the shadows, his magical eye never leaving Harry for more than a moment. "You're not enjoying yourself." Hermione appeared beside him, her face flushed from dancing. "I'm not here to enjoy myself. The ball is supposed to be fun, Harry. Fun is a luxury I can't afford." He met her eyes. "Someone put my name in that goblet. Someone wants me dead. And until I know who and why, I can't let my guard down." Hermione's expression softened. "Have you considered that maybe you're being paranoid? Paranoia has kept me alive this long." She was quiet for a moment. "Then, after the tournament, you promised to explain. About the Horcruxes, about what you know. I'm holding you to that." "I know. I mean it, Harry. I've trusted you for 3 years without real answers. But my patience isn't infinite." Harry nodded slowly. She deserved the truth, or as much of it as he could safely share. The question was whether she could handle it. "After the tournament," he agreed. "Everything I can tell you." "Good." She squeezed his hand briefly. "Now try to relax, just for one night. Even generals take breaks." Harry attempted a smile. It felt wrong on his face. The second task dawned cold and gray. Harry had prepared extensively, gillyweed for breathing underwater, warming charms for the temperature, spells for navigation and speed. He'd researched mere people culture, underwater combat, the geography of the lake. He was as ready as he could be. The hostages were confirmed at the last moment. Ron for Harry, Hermione for Krum, Cho Chang for Cedric, and a young girl, Fleur's sister, for the French champion. They were enchanted into magical sleep and taken to the bottom of the lake. Harry Dove. The transformation from gillyweed was immediate, gills splitting his neck, fingers and toes webbing. He shot through the water with surprising speed, following the compass spell he'd prepared. The Mere People village appeared within 20 minutes. Ron floated in the center square, bound to a statue alongside the other hostages. Guards patrolled the perimeter, tridents ready. Harry swam closer, evaluating. The other champions hadn't arrived yet, he was first. That gave him options. He cut Ron free with a severing charm, catching his friend before he could drift away. Then, after a moment's hesitation, he cut Fleur's sister free as well. The Mere People stirred uneasily. This wasn't in the rules. Harry didn't care about the rules. He cared about not leaving a child at the bottom of a lake when her champion might not make it in time. He grabbed both hostages and kicked toward the surface. The judges were confused by his arrival with 2 hostages. There was discussion, argument, eventual agreement that his moral fiber deserved recognition. He received high marks despite finishing second. Harry barely listened to the scoring. He was watching Moody, who stood at the edge of the crowd with an expression of smug satisfaction. He's pleased, Harry thought. I survived again. His plan is still on track. The final task was approaching. Whatever trap had been set, it would spring soon. The third task was a maze. A massive hedge maze, filled with creatures and obstacles, leading to the Triwizard Cup at the center. First champion to reach the cup would win. Harry stood at the entrance, wand ready, nerves surprisingly steady. He prepared for everything he could anticipate. The rest would require improvisation. Ladies and gentlemen, the third task. Bagman's magically amplified voice echoed across the stadium. On my whistle, the whistle blew. Harry plunged into the maze. The hedges were enchanted, they moved, shifted, tried to disorient. Harry navigated by instinct and a point-me spell, pushing steadily toward the center while conserving his energy. The first obstacle was a boggart. It tried to become a Dementor, but Harry banished it before the transformation completed. The second was a Sphinx, which posed a riddle Harry solved in 30 seconds. The third was a giant spider that required more effort but fell eventually to a combination of blinding and binding spells. He encountered Fleur along the way, unconscious, stunned by something she hadn't seen coming. Harry sent up red sparks to alert the teachers and moved on. Survival was the priority. The cup gleamed ahead. Harry pushed through the final hedge and found himself in a clearing. Cedric was already there, approaching the cup from the opposite side. They stared at each other. Together? Cedric offered. Hogwarts wins either way. Harry's instincts screamed warning. The cup was too easy, too accessible. After everything he'd survived, there should be one more obstacle. Unless the cup itself was the obstacle. Wait, Harry said. Something's wrong. What do you mean? Harry studied the cup. It looked ordinary, magical, certainly, but not threatening. His detection spells showed nothing dangerous. But Tom's memories whispered of port keys. Objects enchanted to transport anyone who touched them. If the cup had been modified. Don't touch it, Harry said sharply. I think it's a port key. A port key? But the tournament officials may not have checked it properly. Or someone replaced it. Harry's mind was racing. Think about it. Someone entered my name without my consent. Someone has been manipulating this tournament from the beginning. The cup is the perfect delivery mechanism. Cedric's face paled. You think someone is trying to kidnap you? Or kill me? Possibly both. Harry raised his wand toward the cup. We should send up sparks, get the officials. The hedge behind them rustled. Moody emerged, his magical eye spinning wildly. Potter. Diggory. Why aren't you grabbing the cup? Harry's wand swung toward the professor. Because I think it's been tampered with. Tampered? Moody's normal eye narrowed. What makes you say that? Instinct. The same instinct that's kept me alive all year. Harry's voice was steady. Who are you really, Professor? Because you're not Alastair Moody. The silence that followed was absolute. Then Moody smiled, a cold, cruel expression that didn't belong on his face. Clever boy. Too clever by half. His wand came up. Stupefy. Cedric went down. Harry Dove, rolling behind a hedge, returned fire already leaving his wand. Expelliarmus. Incarcerus. The spells missed. Moody, or whoever he was, moved with the speed of a trained duelist, returning fire with curses that scorched the air. You should have taken the port key, Potter. The imposter's voice was different now, younger, more intense. The Dark Lord is waiting for you. He'll be so disappointed when I bring your corpse instead. Harry's blood ran cold. The Dark Lord. Voldemort was behind this. He needed to end this quickly. Accio Moody's flask. The hip flask the professor carried everywhere sailed through the air. Harry caught it, popped the cap, and flung its contents at the imposter. The polyjuice potion. Without regular doses, the transformation would begin to reverse. The imposter's face rippled. His features began to shift, younger, paler, twisted with fanatical devotion. Barty Crouch Jr. Death Eater, supposedly dead, obviously very much alive. You little. Crouch raised his wand for a killing curse. Harry was faster. Stupefy. Incarcerus. Stupefy. The triple strike overwhelmed Crouch's defenses. He crumpled, ropes appearing to bind him, his body twitching as the polyjuice finally gave out. Harry stood over his fallen enemy, breathing hard, his mind processing what had just happened. He'd been right. The tournament had been a trap. And he'd just unraveled it. But Voldemort was still out there. Still planning. Still waiting. The real battle was yet to come. The aftermath was chaos. Dumbledore arrived first, his face grave as he assessed the situation. Aurors followed, then ministry officials, then a tide of confusion and accusation that threatened to drown everyone involved. Crouch was taken into custody. Under Veritaserum, he confessed everything, his escape from Azkaban, his father's imprisonment of him, his liberation by Voldemort and Pettigrew, the plan to deliver Harry to the graveyard where the Dark Lord waited. A ritual, Crouch said, his eyes blank and empty. Bone of the father, flesh of the servant, blood of the enemy. The Dark Lord would have risen tonight, more powerful than ever. Harry listened from the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey was treating him for minor injuries. The plan had been sound: kidnap him, use his blood, resurrect Voldemort. If he'd touched that cup. You saved yourself, Dumbledore said quietly. And in doing so, you may have delayed Voldemort's return significantly. He'll find another way. Yes. He will. Dumbledore's eyes were weary. But not tonight. Tonight, you won. It doesn't feel like winning. No. It rarely does. The headmaster paused. Harry, what made you suspect Moody? Your instincts are remarkable, but this was more than instinct. Harry considered how much to reveal. He was too interested in me. Asked the wrong questions, watched me too closely. And his behavior didn't match the profiles I'd read of the real Moody. Profiles? I research people, Professor. Everyone who might be a threat. It's how I survive. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. You are a very unusual young man, Harry Potter. I know. Someday, I hope you'll trust me enough to explain exactly how unusual. Harry met his gaze. Someday, maybe. But not today. The school year ended quietly. Cedric recovered, shaken but grateful. The Triwizard Tournament was cancelled, its trophy gathering dust in a forgotten cabinet. The wizarding world buzzed with rumors and fears, most of which the Ministry promptly denied. Voldemort's return had been delayed, but not prevented. Somewhere out there, the Dark Lord was regrouping, planning his next attempt. And Harry Potter was preparing. He sat on the train home, watching the countryside roll past, his mind already working on the challenges ahead. Horcruxes to find. Allies to cultivate. Skills to develop. You're quiet, Hermione observed. Thinking. About Voldemort? About everything. Harry turned to face her. I promised you answers. After the tournament. You did. He took a deep breath. The time had come. Not here. Not on the train. But soon. I'll tell you what I know, about the Horcruxes, about Voldemort's plans, about... He hesitated. About what I am. Hermione's eyes widened. What you are. There's a reason I know things I shouldn't know. A reason I can do things I shouldn't be able to do. Harry's voice dropped. And it's time you understood. The train carried them south, towards summer and secrets and the battles yet to come. Harry was ready. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The Truth Between Friends. The Dursleys dropped Harry at King's Cross without a word. Vernon's face was purple with suppressed rage. The magical community had been sending him warnings all summer, threats about treating Harry properly, and the humiliation had nearly given him an aneurysm. Petunia stared straight ahead, pretending her nephew didn't exist. Dudley, for once, said nothing at all. Harry collected his trunk and watched them drive away without a backward glance. He felt nothing. The Dursleys had stopped mattering years ago. What mattered was the conversation he was about to have. Hermione was waiting at the platform entrance, her parents hovering nervously behind her. She'd arranged this, a meeting before the train, before the chaos of the school year began. Time for the truth Harry had promised. Ready? She asked. No. Harry managed a slight smile. But let's do it anyway. They found a quiet cafe in Muggle London, far from wizarding eyes and ears. Harry cast privacy wards under the table, subtle magic that would go unnoticed by the Muggles around them but would prevent eavesdropping. Hermione watched with sharp eyes, cataloguing the wandless casting she'd long suspected but never confirmed. You didn't use your wand, she said quietly. No. You haven't needed it for years, have you? Not for most things. Harry set his tea aside. That's part of what I need to explain. Hermione leaned forward, her expression intent. I've been waiting for this since first year. Every time I thought I understood you, there was something else. Something that didn't fit. I know. And I'm sorry for the secrecy. But what I'm about to tell you, it changes everything. Once you know, you can't unknow it. I understand. Harry studied her face, the determination, the intelligence, the loyalty that had never wavered despite his evasions. She deserved the truth. All of it. The night Voldemort killed my parents, he began, something happened that shouldn't have been possible. The story took hours to tell. Harry explained everything, the Horcrux, the absorption, the decades of knowledge that had flooded his infant mind. He described the years of hiding, of pretending to be normal while carrying the memories of a monster. He outlined Tom Riddle's history, his psychology, his descent into darkness. And he explained why he was different. My mother's love, Harry said. That's what Tom never had. He was abandoned, unloved, alone from his first breath. He built his entire identity around the belief that love was weakness. But you had proof that it wasn't, Hermione whispered. Your parents died for you. Exactly. When I absorbed Tom's memories, I also absorbed his conclusions. His beliefs about power and weakness and what matters in life. But I had something to compare them against. I could see where he went wrong. So you, what? Rejected his philosophy? I kept his knowledge and discarded his worldview. Harry's voice was steady. Magic theory, spell construction, how to read people, how to survive, all useful. The belief that other people are tools, that love is a liability, that power is the only thing that matters, rejected. Completely. Hermione was quiet for a long moment, processing. Her tea had gone cold, forgotten. This explains everything, she said finally. The way you think, the things you know, the way you watch people. You've been operating with 60 years of experience since you were a child. More or less. And the Parseltongue? The Chamber of Secrets? Tom's ability. I inherited it along with everything else. Harry paused. That's how I opened the chamber. How I commanded the basilisk. How I destroyed the diary. You knew exactly what you were doing. The whole time, you knew. Yes. Another silence. Hermione's expression was difficult to read. She was working through something, fitting pieces together. The Horcruxes, she said slowly. You said Voldemort created multiple anchors. How many? 7, probably. The diary was one. There are others, a locket, a cup, possibly Ravenclaw's diadem, a ring of some kind. And... Harry hesitated. And me. Hermione's face went white. You. The piece of soul that lodged in me. I absorbed it, integrated it, but it was still a Horcrux. Which means I'm one of the anchors keeping Voldemort tied to the living world. Harry. Her voice cracked. Does that mean you have to die for him to be killed? I don't know. The words tasted like ash. Maybe. Probably. But I've been thinking about it for years, and I believe there might be another way. What way? The Horcrux was absorbed into me, not just attached. It's part of my magical core now, inseparable from my own soul. If I can find a way to purge it, to destroy the fragment without destroying myself, I might be able to break free. Is that possible? I don't know, Harry admitted. Tom's memories contain the theory of Horcrux creation, but nothing about removal. I've been researching alternatives, but the subject is obscure and dangerous. Hermione nodded slowly. Her analytical mind was clearly engaged, already considering approaches and possibilities. I'll help, she said. Whatever research needs to be done, I'll help you find answers. You're not angry? Frightened? Angry about what? You didn't choose this. Hermione reached across the table and took his hand. You've been carrying this alone for years, Harry. Of course I'm frightened, for you, not of you. But mostly I'm grateful that you finally trusted me enough to explain. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. He hadn't realized how much he'd needed to hear those words. There's more, he said. About what I've been planning. About the war that's coming. Tell me everything. The train ride north was different this year. Ron joined them in their compartment, still oblivious to the full truth. Harry had decided to tell him eventually, but not yet. Ron was loyal but impulsive, and the fewer people who knew, the safer everyone would be. For now, the three of them talked about summer and speculation, about Crouch's trial and Voldemort's continued silence. Dad says the Ministry is burying everything, Ron reported. Fudge doesn't want to admit you know who is coming back. He's calling Crouch a lone madman, saying the whole thing was a prank gone wrong. That's dangerous, Hermione said. If people don't prepare, people don't want to prepare. They want to believe it's over. Harry's voice was flat. The Ministry will deny reality until it's too late to do anything about it. So what do? We prepare anyway. Quietly. Build a network of people who understand the threat and are willing to act. Ron looked uncertain. You mean like a secret army? Like a defense group? Students who want to learn real combat magic, not the watered-down version the Ministry approves. Harry had been thinking about this all summer. If war comes to Hogwarts, I want our people ready to fight. Our people, Hermione repeated softly. Our friends. Our allies. People we can trust. The train rattled onward. Outside the window, the countryside grew wilder, darker, closer to the magic that permeated the north. I'm in, Ron said finally. Whatever you're planning, I'm in. Me too, Hermione added. Obviously. Harry nodded. It was a start. Fifth year brought new challenges. The Ministry's denial had manifested in a particularly toxic form. Dolores Umbridge, senior undersecretary to the minister, installed as defense against the dark arts professor with a mandate to reform Hogwarts. She was small, toad-like, and radiated malice beneath a veneer of sugary sweetness. Her first class consisted entirely of reading from a ministry-approved textbook that contained no practical magic whatsoever. "There will be no need for wands in this classroom," she announced, her voice syrupy. "The ministry believes that theoretical knowledge is sufficient for your education." Harry sat in the back, watching, assessing. Umbridge wasn't just incompetent, she was dangerous in a calculated way. Her role was to suppress information, to prevent students from learning skills that might threaten the ministry's authority. "Professor?" Hermione's hand was raised. "What about the practical applications? What if we're attacked?" "Attacked?" Umbridge's smile didn't waver. "By whom, Miss Granger? Who do you imagine would attack children in this school?" "Voldemort." Harry spoke without raising his hand. "He's out there, regrouping. Last year, his servant tried to deliver me to him for a resurrection ritual." The classroom went silent. Umbridge's smile froze. "Mr. Potter." Her voice had gone cold. "That is a lie, and lies have consequences. It's the truth. Barty Crouch Jr. confessed under Veritaserum. The ministry has the records. The ministry has determined that Mr. Crouch was a deranged individual acting alone. There is no evidence of any organized threat. Then the ministry is either incompetent or corrupt." Harry met her eyes without flinching. Neither option inspires confidence. The detention was brutal. Umbridge's quill carved words into his hand, "I must not tell lies," while she watched with barely concealed pleasure. Harry endured it silently, cataloguing her methods, adding them to the case he was building. This woman was an enemy. Not on the same level as Voldemort, but dangerous in her own way. And unlike Voldemort, she was hiding in plain sight, protected by institutional authority. Harry would need to be strategic about removing her. The Defense Association began meeting in November. Harry had found the room of requirement through careful exploration. Tom's memories contained references to the room, but its exact location had been unclear. Once discovered, it became the perfect headquarters. 28 students gathered for the first meeting. Gryffindors, Ravenclaws, Hufflepuffs, anyone who understood the threat and wanted to prepare. Harry stood before them, feeling the weight of their expectations. "The ministry says we don't need to learn to fight," he began. "They say the threat isn't real, that everything is fine, that we should trust them to protect us." He paused, letting the words sink in. "They're wrong. Or lying. I'm not sure which is worse." "What are you offering instead?" Susan Bones asked. "Training. Real training, in combat magic, defensive techniques, anything that might keep you alive when the war finally reaches us." Harry's voice hardened. "Because it will reach us. Maybe not this year, maybe not next year. But eventually, Voldemort will return to full strength, and when he does, he'll come for Hogwarts." "Why Hogwarts?" Neville asked. "Because this is where Dumbledore is. Because this is where the next generation of witches and wizards are being trained. Because taking the school would be a symbolic victory that would terrify the entire magical world." Silence. The students exchanged uneasy glances. "I'm not trying to scare you," Harry continued. "But I am trying to prepare you. The question is whether you want to be prepared." One by one, they nodded. Even the skeptics, even the ones who joined out of curiosity rather than conviction. "Then let's begin." The DA meetings became the center of Harry's Hogwarts life. He taught them everything he could: defensive spells, offensive magic, dueling techniques, how to move and think and react under pressure. He pushed them hard, harder than most teachers would dare, but they responded with dedication that surprised even him. Hermione was his co-instructor, her theoretical knowledge complementing his practical experience. Ron served as assistant, demonstrating techniques and helping struggling students. Neville, surprisingly, emerged as one of the strongest fighters. His magical power was tremendous once he learned to channel it properly. You're good at this, Hermione observed one evening, after the others had left. Teaching, I mean. I had a good foundation. Harry was cleaning up the training dummies. Tom understood pedagogy, even if he used it for manipulation rather than education. It bothers you. Using his knowledge. Sometimes. He set down his wand. There's always a voice in my head asking whether I'm becoming him. Whether the knowledge is changing me in ways I can't see. You're not becoming him. Hermione's voice was firm. I've known you for 5 years, Harry. You're nothing like the person those memories describe. How can you be sure? Because Tom Riddle could never have built what you're building here. A community. People who follow you because they believe in you, not because they're afraid of you. She stepped closer. He wanted power over others. You want power for others. That's a fundamental difference. Harry considered her words. She wasn't wrong, the DA was everything Tom would have scorned. A bunch of children playing at war, exposing their weaknesses to each other, building connections that could be exploited. And yet, it felt right. More right than anything Tom had ever created. Thank you, he said quietly. For what? For seeing me clearly. Even when I can't see myself. Something passed between them, a moment of connection that transcended friendship, touched on something deeper. Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly. Then the moment passed, and they returned to cleaning up the room. Umbridge's response to the DA was predictable. She suspected something was happening, but couldn't prove it. The room of requirement remained hidden, the students kept their silence, and Harry's wards prevented any magical detection. So she escalated. Educational decrees began appearing daily. No student groups without approval. No discussions of the war. No questioning of ministry policy. Hogwarts transformed from a school into something resembling a police state. The Inquisitorial Squad, Slytherins hand-picked by Umbridge, patrolled the corridors, reporting violations and dispensing punishments. Draco Malfoy was among them, though his participation seemed half-hearted. He doesn't want to be there, Hermione observed, watching Draco escort a crying first-year to detention. Look at his face. He's trapped, Harry agreed. His father is a Death Eater, his family expects certain things. But I don't think his heart is in it. Is that something you can use? Maybe. When the time is right. The breaking point came in April. Umbridge discovered the DA's existence through Marietta Edgecombe, whose mother worked at the ministry. The girl had cracked under pressure, revealed the meetings, betrayed her friends. Harry learned about it through the Marauder's map, saw Umbridge and her squad converging on the room of requirement, saw the trap closing around his students. He moved to intercept. The confrontation in Dumbledore's office was chaos. Umbridge had dragged Harry before the headmaster, convinced she'd finally cornered her nemesis. Fudge himself was present, eager to witness the boy who lives downfall. Dumbledore's army, Umbridge said triumphantly, waving the parchment Marietta had provided. The evidence is clear. Potter has been organizing an illegal paramilitary group under your very nose. Harry. Dumbledore's eyes were unreadable. What do you have to say? Harry had seconds to decide. He could deny everything, let the investigation drag on, buy time. Or he could take a different approach. It's true, he said calmly. I organized the group. I recruited the members. I taught them to fight. Umbridge's smile was venomous. You admit it? I admit to everything that's true. Someone needs to prepare these students for what's coming, since the ministry refuses to. What's coming? Fudge's voice was sharp. Nothing is coming, Potter. This paranoid delusion of yours, Voldemort is out there. Harry's voice didn't waver. His servant tried to resurrect him last year. He'll try again. And when he succeeds, he'll come for everyone who opposed him. Enough. Fudge's face was purple. I've heard quite enough of these lies. Dumbledore, this student has confessed to organizing an illegal group and spreading seditious propaganda. I demand his immediate expulsion. The room fell silent. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. I'm afraid, the headmaster said slowly, that won't be possible. Won't be, the ministry has no authority to expel students from Hogwarts. That power rests with the headmaster alone. Dumbledore's eyes found Fudge's. And I will not be expelling Harry Potter. Then you leave me no choice. Fudge drew himself up. Albus Dumbledore, you are hereby removed from your position as headmaster of Hogwarts. Dolores Umbridge will assume control immediately. The phoenix on Dumbledore's desk let out a mournful cry. Dumbledore rose, his expression serene. Very well, Cornelius. If you believe this is the wisest course. He glanced at Harry. I trust you'll look after things while I'm away. Then he was gone, a flash of phoenix fire, a rush of displaced air, and Harry was left alone with his enemies. Umbridge's reign as headmistress was brief but brutal. She tightened security, increased punishments, brought in ministry representatives to oversee every aspect of school life. The inquisitorial squad grew bolder, harassing students openly, confiscating anything that might be used for subversive purposes. Harry went underground. The DA continued meeting, but in smaller groups, rotating locations, using codes and dead drops to communicate. It was guerrilla warfare against a bureaucratic occupier, and Harry discovered he had a talent for it. Tom's memories helped. The Dark Lord had understood insurgency, had built his Death Eater network along similar lines. Harry adapted those techniques for defensive purposes, cells that didn't know each other, information compartmentalized, no single point of failure. This is impressive, Hermione said, reviewing their communication system. Where did you learn operational security? Research. Not quite a lie. And common sense. It's more than that. She studied him. You think like someone who's done this before. I think like someone who's studied people who did this before. Harry met her eyes. Does it matter where the knowledge comes from, as long as it's used for the right reasons? Hermione was quiet for a moment. No, she said finally. I suppose it doesn't. The end of Umbridge came unexpectedly. The centaurs took her. She'd ventured into the Forbidden Forest, trying to intimidate Hagrid, and had made the mistake of insulting the centaur herd. They carried her off, deep into the woods, and by the time the ministry retrieved her, she was a broken woman, physically unharmed but psychologically devastated. Harry hadn't planned it. Hadn't even considered the centaurs as potential allies. But he filed the outcome away for future reference. Sometimes the enemy defeats themselves, he thought. You just have to give them room to make mistakes. With Umbridge gone, the ministry's grip on Hogwarts weakened. Dumbledore returned, reassuming his position as if nothing had happened. The educational decrees were repealed one by one. But the damage was done. The students had seen the ministry's true face, the petty tyranny, the willful blindness, the cruelty hiding behind procedure. They wouldn't forget. Neither would Harry. Summer approached with the weight of unfinished business. The Horcrux research had stalled. Hermione had found references to soul magic in restricted texts, but nothing about safely removing a soul fragment from a living host. The problem seemed unsolvable. There might be someone who knows, Hermione said one evening in the room of requirement. Someone with expertise in this area. Who? Dumbledore. She hesitated. He destroyed the diary. He might know more about Horcruxes than he's revealed. He might also ask questions I don't want to answer. Harry. Hermione's voice was patient. You've been fighting this war alone for years. At some point, you need to trust someone with authority, someone who can actually help. Dumbledore has his own agenda. His own plans for me. Maybe. But his plans and yours might overlap. At least talk to him. Harry considered. She wasn't wrong. Dumbledore had resources and knowledge that Harry couldn't access on his own. And the headmaster had proven, over 5 years, that he genuinely cared about Harry's well-being. But does he care about me, Harry wondered, or about the weapon I might become? After the year ends, he said finally. I'll request a meeting. Good. Hermione hesitated, then, there's something else I've been meaning to talk to you about. What? Us. She met his eyes steadily. What's happening between us? Harry felt his heart rate increase. He'd been aware of the shift in their relationship, the moments of connection, the lingering glances, the way she seemed to understand him better than anyone else. I don't know what's happening, he admitted. This is new territory for me. For me too. Hermione moved closer. But I think we should acknowledge it. Whatever it is. Now. With everything else going on. Especially now. Her hand found his. Life is uncertain, Harry. War is coming. If we wait for the perfect moment, we might never get one. She was right. She was always right about things like this. Harry leaned forward and kissed her. It was awkward and wonderful and over too quickly. They pulled apart, both slightly flushed, both processing what had just changed. So, Hermione said. That's decided, then. Apparently so. They sat together in comfortable silence, hands intertwined, watching the enchanted ceiling of the room of requirement shift through colors and patterns. The war was still coming. Voldemort was still out there. The future was still uncertain. But for this moment, at least, Harry wasn't alone. The meeting with Dumbledore happened on the last day of term. The headmaster's office was warm and welcoming, filled with curious instruments and the soft sounds of Fawkes the Phoenix. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his expression gentle but attentive. You wish to speak with me, Harry? Yes, sir. Harry had rehearsed this conversation a dozen times. About Horcruxes. Dumbledore's face went still. What do you know about Horcruxes? Enough to know that Voldemort created multiple ones. That the diary was one of them. That there are others, hidden somewhere, keeping him anchored to life. How do you know this? Harry had prepared for this question. Research. Deduction. The diary was too powerful, too autonomous to be ordinary dark magic. And Voldemort's survival after his body was destroyed suggested some form of anchor. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. You are remarkably well informed for a 15-year-old. I had to be. No one else was going to protect me. Fair enough. The headmaster sighed. Yes, Harry. Voldemort created Horcruxes. Multiple ones. I've been researching them for years, trying to determine how many and where they might be hidden. Do you have leads? Some. Dumbledore hesitated. There are things I haven't told you, Harry. Things I've been waiting to share until I thought you were ready. I'm ready now. Yes. I believe you are. The headmaster rose and moved to a cabinet against the wall. But what I'm about to show you must remain absolutely confidential. Even from your closest friends. Harry nodded. He understood operational security. Dumbledore withdrew a stone basin filled with silvery liquid, a pensieve, Harry recognized from Tom's memories. A device for viewing memories. I've been collecting information about Tom Riddle for decades, Dumbledore said. Memories from people who knew him, evidence of his crimes, clues about his Horcruxes. I want to share some of this with you. Why? Because you're the one the prophecy speaks of. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. Dumbledore's eyes were grave. And because I believe you deserve to understand your enemy completely before you face him. The prophecy. Harry had known there was one. Tom's memories contained fragments about Voldemort's obsession with it. But he'd never heard the full text. What does the prophecy say? Dumbledore told him. The train ride home was quiet. Harry sat alone in his compartment, processing everything he'd learned. The prophecy's words echoed in his mind, neither can live while the other survives. The finality of it, the cosmic weight of being marked as someone's destined enemy. And the knowledge Dumbledore had shared about Horcruxes. The ring. The locket. The cup. Possible locations, possible protections, the beginning of a map toward Voldemort's destruction. But also the confirmation of Harry's darkest fear. The piece of Voldemort's soul that lodged in you, Dumbledore had said, is indeed a Horcrux. I've suspected it for years. Can it be removed without killing me? I don't know. The headmaster's voice had been heavy with regret. I've researched the question extensively, but Horcrux removal from a living host is unprecedented. The soul fragment has integrated with your own. So I might have to die. You might. Or we might find another way. Dumbledore had placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. I promise you, Harry, I will do everything in my power to find an alternative. Harry believed him. But he also knew that Dumbledore's power had limits. Some problems couldn't be solved by good intentions. The train pulled into King's Cross. Harry gathered his things, said goodbye to Ron and the others, and found Hermione waiting for him on the platform. How did it go? She asked. He told me about the prophecy. About the Horcruxes. About. Harry swallowed. About what I might have to do. Hermione's face went pale. Harry, not here. He glanced around at the crowded platform. Later. When we're alone. She nodded, understanding. They walked together toward the barrier, hands brushing but not quite touching. The summer ahead would be full of research and planning and preparation. But also, Harry hoped, moments like this. Moments of connection that made the darkness bearable. He stepped through the barrier and into the Muggle world, already counting the days until he could return. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, The Half-Blood Prince. The summer between 5th and 6th year was the most productive of Harry's life. He'd negotiated early release from Privet Drive, Dumbledore had agreed, citing the need for advanced training, and moved into Grimmauld Place, the ancestral home of the Black family. Sirius, still in hiding, communicated through enchanted mirrors and occasional midnight visits when the coast was clear. The house was dark and unwelcoming, filled with cursed artifacts and the lingering presence of dark magic. Harry found it oddly comfortable. Tom's memories contained similar environments, and navigating them felt almost nostalgic. Hermione joined him in July. Her parents, after extensive magical persuasion, had agreed to let her spend the summer studying abroad. In reality, she was helping Harry research Horcrux destruction. I found something, she announced one morning, emerging from the Black Library with a crumbling tome. It's not about removal, exactly, but it might be relevant. Harry looked up from his own research, maps of locations Dumbledore had suggested, protections Tom might have used. What is it? Soul magic theory. According to this, a soul fragment can only be destroyed if the container is damaged beyond magical repair. But it also says that a living container is different from an object. Different how? The fragment integrates with the host's soul. Becomes part of it. Hermione's voice was careful. But integration isn't the same as fusion. There's still a boundary, even if it's invisible. Harry's interest sharpened. So theoretically, if you could identify that boundary, you might be able to separate the fragment without destroying the host. She set the book down. It's theoretical. No one's ever done it. But the magical principles suggest it's possible. What would it require? I'm not sure yet. But I think the key is intent. The host would need to willingly reject the fragment, to choose separation over integration. Harry absorbed this. He'd been living with Tom's knowledge for 15 years, had built his identity around the careful separation of useful skills from toxic philosophy. If anyone could willingly reject a soul fragment, it should be him. Keep researching, he said. This might be exactly what we need. Dumbledore visited weekly, bringing memories and information. The pensive sessions were invaluable. Harry watched Tom Riddle's history unfold, the orphanage, Hogwarts, the murders of the Riddle family, the transformation from troubled genius to Dark Lord. Most of it confirmed what he already knew, but seeing it from outside perspectives added nuance and detail. He was charming, Dumbledore observed after one session. Even as a child, people wanted to believe in him. Until they didn't. Yes. Until they didn't. The headmaster's eyes were distant. I wonder sometimes if I could have changed his path. If I'd paid more attention, offered more guidance. You couldn't have. Harry's voice was certain. Tom was broken before you ever met him. The orphanage, the circumstances of his birth, the absence of love, by the time he arrived at Hogwarts, the damage was done. Dumbledore looked at him sharply. You speak as if you knew him personally. I've studied him extensively. Not quite a lie. And I understand the psychology. Some wounds are too deep to heal with kindness alone. Perhaps. The headmaster was quiet for a moment. Harry, there's something I've been meaning to discuss with you. About your unusual insights. Harry's guard went up. What do you mean? You know things you shouldn't know. See patterns others miss. Your magical abilities far exceed what's normal for your age. Dumbledore's gaze was penetrating. I've wondered about this since your first year. The Hat's comments during your sorting were intriguing. The Hat keeps secrets. It does. But I've watched you for 5 years, Harry. You're not an ordinary student. You're not even an ordinary prodigy. The headmaster leaned forward. What happened to you that night? When Voldemort's curse failed? The moment of truth. Harry had always known it would come eventually. The Horcrux, he said quietly. When it lodged in me, my magic reacted. Consumed it. Integrated it. Dumbledore's face went pale. Consumed it? I absorbed Tom Riddle's memories. His knowledge. 60 years of magical education, downloaded into my mind. The silence that followed was profound. Dumbledore sat motionless, processing implications that clearly hadn't occurred to him. That's impossible, he said finally. Soul fragments don't work that way. And yet here I am. Harry met his eyes. I've spent 15 years sorting through what I inherited. Keeping the useful parts, rejecting the toxic ones. Learning to be Harry Potter instead of becoming Tom Riddle. The knowledge of a Dark Lord. In the mind of a child. Dumbledore's voice was barely a whisper. How did you not become him? Because I had something he never did. Harry's voice was steady. Proof that love exists. That it matters. That it's worth choosing over power. Your mother's sacrifice. The foundation of everything. The reason I'm sitting here as Harry Potter instead of Tom Riddle Jr. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. When he finally spoke, his voice was rough with emotion. I owe you an apology, Harry. I've spent years trying to protect you, to guide you, to prepare you for the confrontation ahead. But I never truly understood what you were facing. You couldn't have known. No. But I should have looked harder. Asked more questions. Trusted you with more information. The headmaster shook his head. You've been fighting this war alone, with resources I couldn't imagine, and I've been treating you like a child who needed shielding. I was a child. In some ways, I still am. But not in the ways that matter. Dumbledore rose, moving to the window. This changes things, Harry. If you have Tom's knowledge, you have access to information that could accelerate our efforts significantly. The Horcruxes. Yes. The locations, the protections. Things Tom would never have shared with anyone else. Harry nodded slowly. I can help. But my memories are fragmented. Tom compartmentalized information even from himself. I know pieces, not the whole picture. Pieces are more than I have now. Dumbledore turned back to face him. Together, perhaps we can assemble the complete puzzle. Together, Harry agreed. The word felt strange in his mouth, he'd been alone for so long. But also, somehow, right. Sixth year began with changes. Dumbledore had arranged private lessons, ostensibly to continue Harry's special training. In reality, they were planning sessions, coordinating Horcrux research, sharing intelligence, developing strategies for the war everyone could feel approaching. The ring has been found, Dumbledore announced during their first meeting. Hidden in the Gaunt family shack, protected by multiple curses. You retrieved it? Yes. The headmaster held up his right hand, which was blackened and withered. At considerable cost. Harry stared at the damaged hand. A curse? The ring was protected by magic of extraordinary malevolence. I managed to contain the damage, but... Dumbledore's voice was matter-of-fact. It's progressing. Slowly, but inevitably. How long? A year, perhaps. Possibly less. The headmaster smiled gently. Don't look so stricken, Harry. I've lived a long life, and I've made peace with death. We need you. The war needs you. The war needs many things. But what it needs most is Voldemort's destruction, and that task falls to you. Dumbledore set the destroyed ring on his desk. One Horcrux down. Several more to find. Harry examined the ring. The stone was cracked, the soul fragment clearly obliterated. But something about the stone itself nagged at his memory. This symbol, he said, tracing the triangle line design carved into the surface. I've seen it before. Have you? Dumbledore's voice was carefully neutral. In Tom's memories. References to the Deathly Hallows. 3 legendary objects, the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, the Cloak of Invisibility. You know about the Hallows? I know they're supposedly real. That some wizards have spent their lives searching for them. Harry looked up. This stone. Is it, the Resurrection Stone? Yes. Dumbledore's eyes were distant. I recognized it the moment I saw it. And I was, foolish enough to try to use it. To see the dead. To see my sister. Ariana. She died because of my mistakes, decades ago. I thought. He shook his head. It doesn't matter what I thought. The temptation was a trap, and I fell into it. Harry understood temptation. Understood the pull of power, the seductive whisper of possibilities. Tom's memories were full of such moments, choices that seemed justified at the time, that led inexorably toward darkness. The Hallows are real, he said slowly. All 3 of them. Yes. And scattered across the world, passed from owner to owner over centuries. Dumbledore paused. You already possess one of them. Harry's hand went to his pocket, where his invisibility cloak was folded. My father's cloak. Passed down through the Potter line for generations. The true cloak of invisibility, which never fades or weakens. The implications were staggering. Harry had been carrying a Deathly Hallow for 5 years, using it for schoolboy adventures and reconnaissance. The most perfect invisibility cloak ever created, and he treated it as a useful tool. If I gathered all 3, you would become the Master of Death. Dumbledore's voice was grave. Or so the legend claims. In reality, I believe the Hallow's power is more symbolic than literal. But they are undeniably powerful artifacts. Voldemort is searching for the Elder Wand. He is. The wand's history is bloody, it passes from wizard to wizard through violence, each owner defeated by the next. Tom believes that possessing it will make him invincible. Will it? No wand makes its owner invincible. But the Elder Wand is formidable, and in Voldemort's hands, it would be problematic. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes. The wand's current location is known to me. I've taken steps to ensure Tom doesn't find it easily. What steps? Steps I'll explain when the time is right. The headmaster's smile was enigmatic. For now, let's focus on the Horcruxes. The ring is destroyed. The diary was destroyed years ago. That leaves the locket, the cup, the diadem, and me. And you. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. But Hermione tells me you've been researching alternatives to destruction. She found theoretical principles that suggest separation might be possible. Intent-based rejection of the fragment. Fascinating. The headmaster's eyes gleamed with scholarly interest. I'd like to see her research. This could be exactly the breakthrough we need. The school year proceeded with deceptive normalcy. Classes, Quidditch, the daily rhythm of student life. Harry moved through it all while maintaining his other responsibilities. DA training continued in secret, Horcrux research progressed, and he spent hours each week with Dumbledore, planning and strategizing. Draco Malfoy was behaving strangely. Harry noticed it within the first week. The Slytherin was pale, withdrawn, jumpy at unexpected sounds. His usual arrogance had been replaced by something that looked almost like fear. He's under pressure, Hermione observed. Look at his eyes, he's not sleeping. His father is in Azkaban. Voldemort is probably punishing the family for Lucius's failures. You think Draco's been given a task? I think Draco's been given an impossible task, and he's terrified of what happens when he fails. Harry watched Malfoy across the Great Hall, remembering their conversations over the years. The tentative alliance during second year. The information about the diary. The glimpses of someone trapped by circumstances rather than truly evil. I should talk to him, Harry said. Is that wise? If he's working for Voldemort, then I need to know what he's planning. And if he's not, if he's looking for a way out, I might be able to offer one. Hermione's expression was skeptical but trusting. Be careful. I always am. The confrontation happened in an empty classroom on the 5th floor. Harry had followed Draco through the corridors, watching him check and recheck that he wasn't being observed. The Slytherin had ducked into an unused classroom, clearly seeking privacy. Harry followed. Draco spun as the door opened, his wand coming up, then froze when he saw who it was. Potter. His voice was strained. What do you want? To talk. Harry closed the door and cast privacy wards. You look terrible, Malfoy. Charming as always. I'm serious. You've lost weight. You're not sleeping. You jump at shadows. Harry stepped closer. What did he ask you to do? Draco's face went white. I don't know what you're talking about. Voldemort. He gave you a task. Something to prove yourself, to redeem your family's failures. Harry's voice was calm, analytical. You've been working on it all year, and you're failing. Whatever it is, it's beyond your abilities, and you're terrified of what happens when you disappoint him. How could you possibly? I know how he thinks. Better than anyone alive. Harry met Draco's eyes. And I know that whatever he asked you to do, it's not something you actually want. You're not a killer, Draco. You're a scared kid in over his head. Draco's composure cracked. His wand hand was shaking. You don't understand. If I fail, he'll kill my mother. He's made that very clear. What's the task? A long pause. Then, almost whispered, I'm supposed to kill Dumbledore. Harry had suspected something like this, but hearing it confirmed was still a shock. He gave a 16-year-old the job of assassinating the most powerful wizard in Britain. He doesn't expect me to succeed. It's punishment. When I fail, he has an excuse to destroy my family completely. Draco's voice cracked. I've tried everything. The cursed necklace, the poisoned mead, they were desperate attempts, and they almost killed the wrong people. Katie Bell. Ron. I didn't mean, I never wanted. Draco's legs seemed to give out. He slid down the wall, his face in his hands. I can't do this, Potter. I can't kill anyone. But if I don't, my mother dies. Harry looked at the broken boy before him and made a decision. There's another option. Draco looked up. What? Come to our side. Bring your mother. We can protect you both. That's impossible. The Dark Lord has spies everywhere. He'd know the moment we tried to, not if we're careful. Not if we plan it properly. Harry crouched to meet Draco's eyes. I've been preparing for this war since I was 11. I have resources, contacts, safe houses. If you're willing to trust me, I can get your family out. Why would you help me? We've been enemies for years. We've been rivals. There's a difference. Harry extended his hand. You gave me information about the diary in second year. Warned me about your father's plan. That showed me you weren't all bad. Now I'm returning the favor. Draco stared at the offered hand. The conflict in his eyes was painful to watch, fear of Voldemort, distrust of Potter, desperate hope that there might be a way out. Finally, he reached out and took it. What do I have to do? The extraction required weeks of planning. Harry coordinated with the Order through Dumbledore, arranged safe houses through Sirius's network, created fallback positions in case anything went wrong. Draco fed information about Death Eater movements, helping them identify the best window for action. Narcissa Malfoy was the complication. She was loyal to her family above all else, but she was also proud, suspicious of anyone outside her circle. Draco had to convince her gradually, through hints and suggestions, that escape was possible and necessary. She's coming around, Draco reported during one of their clandestine meetings. She knows the Dark Lord will dispose of us eventually. She's just afraid of what happens if we're caught. We won't be caught. You can't guarantee that. No. But I can guarantee that staying is death. At least running offers a chance. The extraction happened in May. Harry had created a port key to a safe house in Scotland, untraceable, undetectable, keyed to Draco and Narcissa specifically. They would activate it during a Death Eater meeting, when Voldemort's attention was elsewhere. The night of the operation, Harry waited at the safe house with Hermione and 2 Order members. The port key was scheduled to arrive at precisely 10 o'clock. At 9:58, nothing. At 9:59, nothing. At 10 o'clock, a flash of light, and Draco and Narcissa Malfoy appeared in the middle of the room. Narcissa immediately raised her wand, scanning for threats. When she saw Harry, her eyes narrowed. Potter. My son tells me you're the architect of this rescue. I prefer extraction. Less dramatic. Why? What do you want from us? Information about Voldemort's operations. Your husband's contacts. Everything you know about Death Eater activities. Harry met her gaze steadily. And in exchange, I offer protection. For both of you. You're a child. What protection can you offer? More than you'd expect. Harry gestured around the room. This house is unplottable, warded against detection, stocked with supplies for months. I have contacts throughout the Order of the Phoenix and the Ministry. And I have resources that Voldemort doesn't know about. Narcissa studied him for a long moment. Whatever she saw in his eyes seemed to satisfy her. Very well, Mr. Potter. You have your alliance. She lowered her wand. Now perhaps you can explain exactly what you're planning. The alliance with the Malfoys proved invaluable. Narcissa's knowledge of pureblood society opened doors that had been closed to Harry. Draco's insider information about Death Eater operations allowed them to anticipate attacks, to position defenders, to save lives. And slowly, unexpectedly, something like friendship developed. "You're not what I expected," Draco admitted one evening, as they reviewed intelligence reports together. "I spent years hating you. Thinking you were arrogant, attention-seeking, everything I was raised to despise. I spent years thinking you were a spoiled bully who'd grow up to be another Death Eater." Harry shrugged. "We were both partly right and partly wrong. What changed?" "Second year. When you warned me about the diary." Harry set down his quill. "It was the first time I realized you might be more than your father's son." Draco was quiet for a moment. "I did it because I was scared. Not because I was brave. Courage isn't the absence of fear. It's acting despite fear." Harry met his eyes. "You've been acting despite fear since the day you accepted my offer. That takes more bravery than anything I've ever done." "I doubt that very much." But Draco's expression softened slightly. "Thank you, Potter. For giving me a chance." "Harry." "What?" "My name. It's Harry. If we're going to be allies, you should probably use it." A slight smile crossed Draco's face. "Harry, then. And I suppose you can call me Draco." It was a small thing. But small things mattered, in a war where trust was everything. The year's climax came without warning. Dumbledore had located another Horcrux, the locket, hidden in a cave by the sea. He insisted that Harry accompany him on the retrieval mission. "You need to see this," the headmaster said. "To understand what Tom was willing to do for immortality." The cave was horrific. A blood sacrifice to enter. An army of inferi guarding the lake. And at the center, a basin of poison that had to be consumed to reach the Horcrux. Dumbledore drank it all. Harry watched as the greatest wizard of the age was reduced to a trembling, hallucinating wreck, begging for water, reliving horrors that Harry could only imagine. He fed Dumbledore the potion spoonful by spoonful, hating every moment, knowing it was necessary. When it was done, they had the locket. But something was wrong. "It's a fake," Harry said, examining the locket on the return journey. "This isn't the real Horcrux. Someone replaced it." Dumbledore, still weak from the poison, took the locket with trembling hands. Inside was a note. "To the Dark Lord, I know I will be dead long before you read this, but I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as I can. I face death in the hope that when you meet your match, you will be mortal once more. R.A.B. R.A.B." Dumbledore's voice was barely a whisper. "Regulus Arcturus Black. Sirius's brother. The Death Eater who had defected, who had supposedly died during the First War. He'd found one of Voldemort's Horcruxes and sacrificed himself to destroy it. The real locket might still be at Grimmauld Place," Harry said. "Among the Black family artifacts. Then we must search for it. As soon as the dark mark exploded over Hogwarts. They operate back to find chaos. Death Eaters had breached the castle through the vanishing cabinet in the Room of Requirement, a backup plan Draco had warned them about too late. Fighting raged through the corridors, spells lighting the darkness, screams echoing off ancient stone. Dumbledore was too weak to fight. Harry supported him as they made their way toward the astronomy tower, following a path that seemed almost predetermined. At the top, they found Severus Snape. The potion's master stood with his wand raised, his face a mask of torment. Death Eaters surrounded them, but none moved to attack. They were waiting for something. "Severus," Dumbledore gasped. "Please." Harry didn't understand what was happening. Didn't understand why Dumbledore seemed to be asking for death, why Snape looked like a man being torn apart. But then Snape raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. Green light. A body falling. The greatest wizard of the age, tumbling from the tower like a broken bird. Harry screamed. He chased Snape through the castle, hurling curses that the former professor deflected with contemptuous ease. His rage was overwhelming, blinding, everything he'd learned about control forgotten in the face of this betrayal. "Fight me," he howled. "Fight me, coward." Snape turned. His face was wet with tears. "Coward?" His voice cracked. "You think I wanted this? You think this was easy? You murdered him. I mercy killed a dying man." Snape's composure shattered. "He was already dead, Potter. The curse on his hand, Dumbledore had months, at most. He made me swear to end it cleanly when the time came, to spare him a slow decay and to protect Draco from having to become a murderer." Harry stared at him. The rage was still there, but confusion was creeping in. "You're lying. I'm telling you the truth. For once in your miserable life, listen." Snape's wand lowered. "Dumbledore planned this. All of it. He knew he was dying and he wanted to control how it happened. Why? Why would he? Because the Dark Lord ordered Draco to kill him. If Draco succeeded, he'd become a murderer. If he failed, the Dark Lord would kill him and his family. Dumbledore's death was inevitable, he chose to make it serve a purpose. Harry's legs wouldn't support him anymore. He sat down heavily on the grass, his mind reeling. He trusted you. All this time, you were really, a spy. Dumbledore's man through and through. Snape's voice was bitter. Not that anyone believed it. Not that anyone ever gave me the chance to prove it. I didn't know. No. You didn't. Snape turned away. Get out of here, Potter. The Death Eaters are retreating, but more will come. Get your people to safety and start planning your next move. What about you? I have to maintain my cover. The Dark Lord still believes I'm his servant. That position will be useful in the days ahead. Snape looked back over his shoulder. Dumbledore left you instructions. Everything you need to know is in his office. Don't waste what he gave you. Then he was gone, disappearing into the night. And Harry was left alone with his grief and a war that had just become much more real. The funeral was held 3 days later. The entire wizarding world seemed to attend. Ministry officials, order members, students past and present, all gathered to pay tribute to Albus Dumbledore, the wizard who had held back the darkness for so long. Harry stood apart from the crowd, Hermione on one side, Draco on the other. An unlikely trio, united by circumstances that none of them could have predicted. What happens now? Draco asked quietly. We hunt Horcruxes. Harry's voice was steady, despite the grief that threatened to overwhelm him. We destroy them, one by one, until Voldemort is mortal. And then we end this. Just like that. Just like that. Harry looked at his allies, his friends. Dumbledore spent his whole life preparing for this moment. Training me. Positioning pieces. Building networks. He didn't do all that so we could give up now. The war is going to get worse, Hermione said. Without Dumbledore, we're on our own. But we're not helpless. We have resources, knowledge, allies in unexpected places. Harry's jaw tightened. And we have something Voldemort doesn't understand. What's that? Love. Friendship. The willingness to die for each other. Harry thought of his mother, of her sacrifice, of the protection that still flowed through his veins. Voldemort thinks those are weaknesses. He's wrong. The white tomb closed over Dumbledore's body. The crowd began to disperse, returning to lives that would never be the same. Harry watched them go, his mind already turning toward the challenges ahead. The locket was still missing. The cup remained hidden. The diadem's location was uncertain. And somewhere, in the depths of his own soul, a piece of Voldemort waited to be confronted. But Harry had faced impossible odds before. Had survived things that should have killed him a dozen times over. He would survive this too. Or die trying. Chapter 7 End. Chapter 8, The hunt begins the day after Dumbledore's funeral. Harry didn't return to Privet Drive. There was no point. The blood wards would fail when he turned 17 in a few weeks anyway, and he had more important things to do than sit in a Muggle suburb waiting for Voldemort to find him. Instead, he went to Grimmauld Place. The house had been transformed over the past year. What was once a shrine to dark magic and pureblood supremacy had become a command center, maps on the walls, communication mirrors on every surface, a constant flow of Order members and DA veterans moving through the floor. Hermione was waiting in the kitchen when he arrived. "The locket," she said without preamble. "I found it." Harry's exhaustion vanished. "Where?" "Creature had it. He's been hiding it for years, ever since Regulus ordered him to destroy it." She led Harry down to the basement, where the ancient house elf crouched in a corner, clutching something gold and gleaming. He couldn't figure out how to destroy it, so he just kept it. Harry knelt beside Creature. The elf looked up at him with watery eyes, his expression a mixture of fear and desperate hope. "Master Regulus ordered Creature to destroy the locket," Creature croaked. "But Creature failed. Creature tried everything, fire, curses, hammers. Nothing worked. Creature is a bad elf." "You're not a bad elf." Harry kept his voice gentle. "You did your best with an impossible task. Horcruxes can only be destroyed by a few specific things. Master Harry knows how to destroy it." "I think so." Harry examined the locket without touching it. The soul fragment inside pulsed with malevolent awareness, recognizing him, reaching toward the piece of Tom still lodged in his own soul. Basilisk venom. Or fiend fire. Or the sword of Gryffindor, which is impregnated with basilisk venom from when I killed the serpent in second year. "The sword is in Dumbledore's office," Hermione said. "Or it was. I'm not sure what happened to it after. Snape would know." Harry straightened. "I need to contact him." "Snape?" Hermione's voice was sharp. "Harry, he mercy-killed a dying man on Dumbledore's orders." "I know. He told me." Harry met her eyes. "Snape is still our spy. Still positioned inside Voldemort's inner circle. He's too valuable to waste on revenge." Hermione looked like she wanted to argue but held her tongue. They'd had this conversation already, in the days after the funeral. She still didn't fully trust Snape, but she trusted Harry's judgment. "How do we contact him without blowing his cover?" "The same way Dumbledore did. Through a dead drop in Hogsmeade." Harry pulled out his wand. "I'll go tonight." The meeting with Snape happened in the Shrieking Shack, 3 days later. The former professor looked haggard. Dark circles under his eyes, a tension in his shoulders that suggested constant vigilance. Being the Dark Lord's most trusted advisor was clearly taking its toll. "The sword," Snape said without greeting. "I have it. Dumbledore's portrait instructed me to retrieve it before the Ministry could seize control of his office." "His portrait?" Headmasters leave magical portraits that retain their memories and personalities. Dumbledore's has been helpful. Snape's lip curled. "Also annoying. But that's beside the point." He produced the sword of Gryffindor from beneath his robes. The rubies in its hilt gleamed in the dim light, and Harry could feel the magic radiating from the blade, ancient, powerful, hungry for dark magic to destroy. "Thank you." Harry took the sword carefully. "What else can you tell me?" "About Voldemort's plans?" "He's consolidating power. The Ministry is compromised, Thickness is under Imperius, and most of the department heads have been replaced with Death Eaters or sympathizers. Within the month, they'll make their move." "A coup?" "More like a hostile takeover. They're rewriting the laws, purging Muggleborns, preparing for a new order." Snape's voice was bitter. Everything the Dark Lord always wanted, handed to him without a fight. "And Hogwarts?" Will be required to accept all students, with mandatory blood status registration. The Carrows have been appointed as new professors, they'll enforce discipline through dark arts. Harry's jaw tightened. The Carrows were notorious, sadistic Death Eaters who enjoyed torture as much as Bellatrix Lestrange. The thought of them loose among students made his blood boil. We need to accelerate our timeline, he said. The Horcruxes are the priority, but we also need to protect the people Voldemort will target. The Order is already working on evacuation plans for Muggle-born families. Kingsley has contacts in the Muggle government who can help with documentation. Snape paused. But that's not your concern. Your concern is the Horcruxes. I know. Harry hesitated. There's something else. Hermione's research suggests there might be a way to remove the Horcrux from me without dying. Snape went very still. Explain. Harry outlined the theory: intent-based rejection, the boundary between integrated soul fragments, the possibility of separation rather than destruction. Snape listened without interrupting, his expression unreadable. It's theoretically possible, he said finally. But extraordinarily dangerous. The fragment has been integrated with your soul for 16 years. Separating it would be like amputating a limb that's grown into your chest. But possible? Possible. Not likely to succeed. Snape's eyes met his. You're planning to try anyway. I'm planning to destroy all the other Horcruxes first. And then, when Voldemort is as mortal as he can be, I'll deal with the piece inside me. Harry's voice was steady. One way or another. Snape was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was rough. Your mother would be proud of you. She had the same stubbornness. The same willingness to sacrifice everything for what she believed. Did you love her? The question came out before Harry could stop it. Snape's face flickered with something: pain, memory, regret. Yes. The word was barely a whisper. I loved her. And I failed her. I've spent every day since trying to make amends. By protecting me. By honoring her memory. By ensuring her sacrifice wasn't wasted. Snape straightened. I have to go. The Dark Lord grows suspicious when I'm away too long. Snape. Harry caught his arm. Thank you. For everything you've done. I know I've never been fair to you. No. You haven't. But something softened in Snape's expression. But you're James's son in face only. In spirit, you're very much Lily's child. He disappeared into the night, and Harry was left alone with the sword of Gryffindor and the weight of everything that remained to be done. The locket died screaming. Harry brought the sword down with all his strength, and the Horcrux shrieked as the basilisk venom did its work. Black smoke erupted from the split metal, coiling into shapes: Voldemort's face, twisted with rage, Tom Riddle as a young man, beautiful and terrible. You cannot destroy me, the smoke hissed. I am immortal. I am. The smoke dissipated. The screaming stopped. And Slytherin's locket lay in two pieces on the floor, nothing but ordinary metal now. Harry stared at it, breathing hard. That was 2 Horcruxes destroyed by his hand, 3 overall including the ring. 4 remained: the cup, the diadem, Nagini, and himself. 1 down, Hermione said quietly. Several to go. Harry sheathed the sword. The cup is in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts. The diadem is somewhere in Hogwarts. Nagini stays close to Voldemort at all times. And you. And me. Harry met her eyes. Last. I deal with myself last, when everything else is done. I hate this plan. I know. But it's the only plan that makes sense. He pulled her close, feeling her warmth against him. I'm not planning to die, Hermione. I'm planning to win. Promise me. I can't promise something I don't control. But I can promise I'll fight like hell to survive. It wasn't the reassurance she wanted, but it was all he could honestly give. August brought Harry's 17th birthday and the fall of the Ministry. The protective enchantments at Privet Drive collapsed at midnight on July 31st, exactly as expected. Harry wasn't there, he'd been at Grimmauld Place for weeks, but the Death Eaters attacked anyway, hoping to catch him in transit. They found only decoys. Polyjuiced Order members, flying in multiple directions, drawing fire while the real Harry stayed safely hidden. It was a costly distraction. Mad-Eye Moody died in the confusion, along with 2 others, but it bought time. Time Harry needed. The Ministry fell 3 days later. Scrimgeour was killed, Thickness was installed as puppet minister, and the new regime began its work immediately. Muggleborn registration. Blood status verification. The beginning of a purge that would eventually consume thousands. Harry watched from the shadows and planned. Gringotts will be almost impossible to infiltrate, Hermione said, reviewing their intelligence on the Lestrange vault. The goblins have increased security since the war began. And even if we get in, the vault itself will be heavily protected. We have an advantage. We know exactly what we're looking for. Harry studied the vault schematics they'd obtained through Draco's contacts. The cup is a Horcrux. It radiates dark magic. If we can get close enough, I'll be able to sense it. And how do we get close enough? We walk in the front door. Harry's smile was thin. As Bellatrix Lestrange. The Gringotts heist was the most audacious operation of Harry's life. Hermione polyjuiced into Bellatrix, her acting skills barely adequate for the role. Ron was disguised as a foreign wizard, supposedly accompanying the Death Eater on business. And Harry remained invisible, wrapped in his father's cloak, guiding them through the maze of goblin security. The plan went wrong almost immediately. The goblins had implemented Thief's Downfall, a waterfall that washed away all enchantments and disguises. Hermione's polyjuice failed. Their cover was blown. And suddenly they were fighting for their lives in the depths of Gringotts, surrounded by guards and alarms. Harry's training took over. He moved through the chaos like a ghost, dropping guards with precise stunners, navigating by instinct toward the vault he could feel calling to him. The cup's dark magic was a beacon, pulling him deeper into the bank. The Lestrange vault was protected by curses that made everything they touched multiply and burn. Harry barely noticed. His focus was absolute, his magic responding to his will without conscious thought. He found the cup on a high shelf, gleaming among piles of cursed gold. He grabbed it with a conjured glove and ran. The dragon was unexpected. The great Ukrainian iron belly was chained in the deepest cavern, blind and abused, used as a final line of defense. Harry made a split-second decision. "Release it," he ordered. "What?" Ron stared at him. "Release the dragon. It's our way out." They broke the chains. The dragon, sensing freedom for the first time in decades, surged upward. Harry grabbed Hermione, Hermione grabbed Ron, and together they clung to the beast's spiny back as it crashed through ceiling after ceiling, emerging into daylight and freedom. They fell somewhere over London, plummeting toward the Thames until Harry managed to slow their descent with a cushioning charm. They hit the water hard but alive, swimming to shore with the cup clutched safely in Harry's grip. That, Ron gasped, collapsing on the riverbank, was the craziest thing we've ever done. It worked. Harry examined the cup, feeling the Horcrux's malevolent presence. One more down. Hermione was laughing, slightly hysterical but genuine. "We just robbed Gringotts. We stole from Bellatrix Lestrange's vault. We rode a dragon. We did." Harry pulled out the sword of Gryffindor. "And now we end this particular piece of Tom Riddle." The cup's destruction was almost anticlimactic after everything they'd been through. It screamed, smoked, and died like the locket before it. 4 Horcruxes down. 3 to go. Hogwarts called to him. Harry could feel it, the diadem, hidden somewhere in the castle where Tom had placed it decades ago. The room of requirement, probably, where Tom had hidden so many secrets during his school years. But Hogwarts was occupied territory now. The Carrows ruled through terror, using students for practice in the Cruciatus Curse. Snape, as headmaster, did what he could to moderate the worst excesses, but his position was precarious. "You can't just walk in," Draco argued during their planning session. "The castle is locked down. Every entrance is monitored. The moment you're recognized, I won't be recognized." Harry had been working on something for weeks, a modification to the invisibility cloak that would extend its protection to his magical signature as well. "I'll be invisible in every sense that matters. And once you're inside, the room of requirement is being used as a headquarters for student resistance. Getting in will be difficult. The room responds to need. If I need it to become something else, it will." Harry paused. "But you're right that I'll need help. Someone inside who knows the current layout." "Neville." Hermione's voice was certain. "He's been leading the resistance. If anyone can help you navigate the castle, it's him." Harry nodded slowly. Neville Longbottom, the boy who might have been the chosen one, had grown into something remarkable. Reports from inside Hogwarts described him as fearless, organizing students, protecting the vulnerable, defying the Carrows at every turn. "I'll contact him through the DA coins," Harry decided. "Set up a meeting inside the castle." "When?" "Soon. The longer we wait, the more people suffer." Harry's jaw tightened. "And I'm tired of waiting." The Battle of Hogwarts began at midnight. Harry hadn't intended for it to happen this way. He'd planned a surgical strike: get in, find the diadem, get out. But Voldemort had discovered his incursion almost immediately, and suddenly the castle was swarming with Death Eaters. The Order responded. DA members who'd been preparing for months flooded through secret passages. Aurors who'd been waiting for the right moment appeared in force. Even the teachers, who'd been suppressing their resistance for a year, finally unleashed their fury. War came to Hogwarts. Harry moved through the chaos with singular focus. The diadem was calling to him, its dark magic a thread he could follow through corridors filled with spellfire and screaming. He ducked curses, stunned Death Eaters who got in his way, and climbed toward the 7th floor. The room of requirement had transformed into a vast cathedral of hidden things, centuries of abandoned objects piled in towering mountains. Harry navigated by instinct, following the pull of the Horcrux until he found it. Ravenclaw's diadem. Beautiful and terrible, sitting atop a bust like a crown waiting for its rightful owner. "Found you," Harry whispered. He reached for it, and fire erupted around him. Crab. The idiot had followed him into the room, and now he was casting fiend fire without the slightest idea how to control it. The cursed flames took on shapes, serpents and chimeras, devouring everything in their path. Harry grabbed the diadem and ran. The fire was faster. It consumed the mountains of hidden things, racing toward Harry with malevolent hunger. He could feel the heat on his back, could hear Crab's screams as his own spell turned on him. The door. He just had to reach the door. He dove through the opening as the room collapsed behind him, rolling across the corridor floor with the diadem still clutched in his hand. Behind him, the fiend fire howled, and the Horcrux screamed. The cursed fire had done what basilisk venom did. The diadem was destroyed, the soul fragment obliterated by flames too dark for even Voldemort's magic to survive. 5 down. 2 to go. Nagini. And himself. The battle raged through the night. Harry fought his way through the castle, searching for Voldemort, knowing that the Dark Lord would have Nagini close. Every Death Eater he defeated, every student he protected, brought him closer to the final confrontation. The casualties mounted. Fred Weasley fell to an explosion. Remus and Tonks died back-to-back, defending a group of first years. Colin Creevey, too young to be there, was found lifeless near the entrance hall. Harry felt each death like a physical blow. These were his people, his friends, his allies, his responsibility. And they were dying while he hunted a snake. Harry. Hermione's voice crackled through the communication mirror. Voldemort's in the Shrieking Shack. Snape just sent word. Snape's there too. Yes. Harry, I think something's wrong. The message was coded wrong, like he was under duress. Harry changed direction immediately. The Shrieking Shack was outside the castle grounds, accessible through the passage beneath the Whomping Willow. If Voldemort was there, if Snape was compromised, he ran. The shack was dark and quiet, a stark contrast to the chaos of the battle. Harry crept through the passage, his wand ready, his senses straining for any hint of danger. He could hear voices ahead, Voldemort's cold rasp, another voice he didn't recognize, and beneath it all, a wet, gasping sound. He emerged into the main room and froze. Snape lay on the floor, blood pooling beneath him. His throat had been torn out, Nagini's work, clearly. The great snake coiled nearby, watching with cold reptilian eyes. Voldemort stood over his dying servant, his face expressionless. A pity, the Dark Lord said. You were useful, Severus. But the Elder Wand refuses to serve me properly. I believe it recognizes you as its true master, since you killed Dumbledore. No. Snape's voice was barely a whisper, blood bubbling at his lips. You don't understand, I understand enough. The wand's allegiance passes to whoever defeats its master. With you dead, it will be mine. Voldemort turned away, Nagini following at his heels. Neither noticed Harry in the shadows. When they were gone, Harry rushed to Snape's side. Potter. Snape's eyes found him, filled with something that might have been relief. Take them. My memories. You need to see, silver strands were leaking from his eyes, his ears, his wounds. Harry conjured a vial, collecting everything he could as Snape's life faded. Tell me, Harry said desperately. Whatever you need me to know, tell me now. The wand. Dumbledore planned, he planned for me to be its last master. Undefeated, dying of natural causes. But Draco disarmed him on the tower, before Snape coughed, blood spraying. The wand's allegiance passed to Draco. And then, I disarmed Draco. Months ago, when we were training. Harry's mind raced. The Elder Wand is loyal to me. Yes. Snape's hand clutched Harry's robe. And the peace of the Dark Lord inside you. Dumbledore believed you had to die. But the research, your friend's research, the separation. Intent-based rejection. Dumbledore's portrait. Ask him. He found something, Snape's grip weakened. Your mother. Tell her, if you see her, tell her I'm sorry. Tell her I always, his eyes went fixed and glassy. Severus Snape, the bravest man Harry had ever known, was dead. Harry knelt beside him for a long moment, grief and rage warring in his chest. Then he rose, collected the vial of memories, and went to end the war. Voldemort's voice echoed across the battlefield, magically amplified. Harry Potter is dead. I killed him myself, as he fled like a coward. Your hero has abandoned you. Lay down your wands and submit, and I will show mercy. It was a lie, of course. Harry was very much alive, watching from the shadows as Voldemort paraded before the castle, Nagini coiled at his feet. This was the moment. Nagini was exposed, away from her usual protections. And Harry had the sword. He moved. The blade flashed in the moonlight as he emerged from nowhere, bringing it down in a perfect arc toward the snake. Nagini reared back, but she was too slow, the goblin-forged steel, impregnated with basilisk venom, sliced through her neck in a single stroke. The snake's body hit the ground. Voldemort screamed. You! The Dark Lord's wand came up, his face contorted with fury. How are you still alive? I felt you die, the connection, you felt what I wanted you to feel. Harry raised his own wand. It's over, Tom. All your Horcruxes are destroyed. You're mortal now. One remains. Voldemort's smile was terrible. I can sense it. The piece of my soul inside you. We're still connected, Harry Potter. And as long as that connection exists, then I'll sever it. Harry's voice was steady. Right now. Right here. He closed his eyes. The technique Hermione had theorized, the one Snape had confirmed was possible, it required absolute clarity of intent. A complete rejection of the foreign soul, a conscious choice to separate. Harry had spent 16 years building walls between himself and Tom Riddle. Keeping the knowledge while rejecting the philosophy. Remaining Harry Potter despite carrying the memories of a monster. This was the final wall. The ultimate separation. I am not you, he thought, feeling the Horcrux stir in alarm. I never was. Your memories are not my identity. Your power is not my purpose. You are a parasite, and I reject you. Pain exploded through his scar. The piece of Voldemort fought back, clawing at his soul, trying to maintain its grip. Harry felt himself falling, felt his body hit the ground. I choose love over power. I choose friendship over control. I choose to be Harry Potter, son of James and Lily, not a vessel for Tom Riddle's immortality. The pain peaked, and something tore. Harry screamed as the Horcrux was ripped from his soul. Black smoke erupted from his scar, coiling into the shape of a screaming face before dissipating into nothing. The piece of Voldemort that had lived inside him for 16 years was gone. He was free. Harry rose to his feet, swaying slightly, and faced the Dark Lord. Voldemort looked shaken. For the first time, real fear flickered in those red eyes. Impossible, he whispered. No one can remove a Horcrux from a living host. You never understood love, Tom. Never understood what it could do. Harry raised his wand. That's always been your weakness. I am the greatest wizard who ever lived. You're a scared orphan who never grew up. Harry's voice was almost gentle. And now you're going to die. Voldemort struck first, Avada Kedavra, the killing curse, green light screaming toward Harry with lethal intent. Harry didn't try to dodge. He raised the Elder Wand, his wand now, loyal to him, and cast the only spell that mattered. Expelliarmus. Red light met green. The spells collided, locked, and something extraordinary happened. The Elder Wand recognized its true master and refused to kill him. The killing curse rebounded, as it had 16 years ago, and struck Voldemort full in the chest. The Dark Lord's eyes went wide. His body crumpled. And Tom Marvolo Riddle, who had terrorized the wizarding world for half a century, finally died. The silence that followed was absolute. Then someone cheered. Others joined in. The Death Eaters, seeing their master fall, began to flee or surrender. The battle was over. Harry stood over Voldemort's body, feeling nothing. No triumph. No satisfaction. Just an immense weariness that went all the way to his bones. Hermione reached him first, throwing her arms around him, sobbing with relief. Ron was close behind, then Neville, then Luna, then a tide of survivors who wanted to touch their hero, to confirm he was real. Harry let them. He understood the need. But his eyes kept drifting to the bodies being carried from the battlefield. Fred. Remus. Tonks. Snape. Dozens of others, friends and strangers alike. They'd won. But the cost had been terrible. Dawn broke over a changed world. Harry sat on the steps of Hogwarts entrance, watching the sunrise paint the sky in shades of gold and pink. Hermione sat beside him, their hands intertwined, her head resting on his shoulder. What happens now? She asked softly. Rebuilding. Trials for the Death Eaters. A new ministry, hopefully one that actually works. Harry sighed. A lot of funerals. And us? Us. He turned to look at her, brilliant, brave, the person who'd seen him clearly from the beginning. I was thinking we might take some time. Travel. See the world without worrying about someone trying to kill us. That sounds nice. It does, doesn't it? Harry smiled, a genuine smile, perhaps the first in months. We've earned a break. You've earned more than that. Hermione squeezed his hand. You saved everyone, Harry. The whole wizarding world. We saved everyone. I couldn't have done any of it without you. Without Ron, Neville, Luna, Draco, everyone who fought. But you were the one who, I was the one the prophecy pointed at. That doesn't make me more important than anyone else. Harry's voice was firm. The war wasn't won by a chosen one. It was won by ordinary people who refused to give up. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then, you really believe that? I have to. Because the alternative is believing that some people matter more than others based on accidents of birth. Harry shook his head. Tom believed that. Look where it got him. They sat together as the sun rose higher, warming the battered stones of Hogwarts. Behind them, survivors were beginning to emerge, blinking in the light, coming to terms with a future that suddenly seemed possible. The war was over. And Harry Potter, the boy who'd carried a monster in his soul and chosen to be something better, was finally free. Chapter 8 End. Chapter 9, Aftermath. The first week after the battle was a blur of funerals. Harry attended every one. Fred Weasley, buried in the orchard behind the burrow while his family wept, and George stood silent as stone. Remus and Tonks, laid to rest together, their infant son Teddy crying in Andromeda's arms. Colin Creevey, whose brother Dennis had to be physically restrained from throwing himself into the grave. And Severus Snape, buried quietly in a corner of Hogwarts grounds, attended only by Harry, Hermione, and, surprisingly, Draco Malfoy. He saved my life, Draco said quietly, staring at the simple headstone. More than once. I never thanked him properly. He wouldn't have wanted thanks. Harry remembered Snape's final moments, the desperate need to pass on information, the whispered apology to a woman dead for 16 years. He did what he did for Lily. Everything else was secondary. That's incredibly sad. It is. Harry placed a single white lily on the grave. But it's also what made him great. He loved someone enough to spend his entire life trying to honor her memory. That's not nothing. They stood in silence for a while, three former enemies united by circumstance and loss. The morning sun cast long shadows across the grass, and somewhere in the distance, reconstruction crews were already at work on the castle's damaged walls. Life was moving on. Whether they were ready or not. The Ministry trials began in June. Harry testified at dozens of them, Death Eaters, collaborators, Ministry officials who'd enforced Voldemort's regime. His word carried enormous weight, and he used it carefully, distinguishing between true believers and those who'd acted under duress. Lucius Malfoy received a reduced sentence, thanks to Narcissa's cooperation and Draco's defection. He would serve 5 years in Azkaban, then be released under strict supervision. It wasn't justice, exactly, but it was pragmatism. The wizarding world needed to heal, and endless vengeance would only prolong the wounds. You're being too lenient, Ron argued one evening at Grimmauld Place. These people tortured and murdered. They don't deserve mercy. Maybe not. Harry stared into his fire whiskey. But mercy isn't about what people deserve. It's about what kind of society we want to build. A society where murderers go free. A society where people can change. Where the children of Death Eaters aren't condemned for their parents' choices. Harry met Ron's eyes. Voldemort's whole philosophy was based on the idea that blood determines destiny. That people are born good or evil and can never become anything else. If we believe that too, he won. Ron was quiet for a long moment. When did you get so philosophical? I've had a lot of time to think. Yeah. Ron's expression softened. I suppose you have. The Hogwarts reconstruction took 3 months. Harry contributed anonymously, both gold and labor, working alongside house elves and volunteers to repair the damage. It was oddly therapeutic, the physical work of rebuilding what had been destroyed. Better than sitting in Grimmauld Place, drowning in memories and regrets. Hermione found him there one August afternoon, levitating stones into place on the astronomy tower. McGonagall wants to offer you a job, she said. What kind of job? Defense against the dark arts professor. Hermione smiled at his expression. I know. The irony isn't lost on anyone. Harry set down the stone he'd been moving. Defense against the dark arts. Teaching students to protect themselves, sharing the knowledge he'd accumulated over 16 years of preparation. I'd be terrible at it, he said slowly. I'm not patient enough. And my teaching style is basically, here's how to survive, now dodge this curse. The DA members seemed to like that approach. The DA members were volunteers who knew what they were signing up for. First years expecting a normal education might be traumatized. Hermione laughed, a sound Harry hadn't heard enough of lately. Fair point. What are you going to do instead? I don't know. Harry looked out over the grounds, where the forbidden forest met the lake. For the first time in my life, I don't have a plan. No Dark Lord to defeat, no prophecy to fulfill, no immediate threats to prepare for. That's not a bad thing. No. It's just, strange. He turned to face her. What about you? Any job offers? Several. The Ministry wants me for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Hogwarts offered me the Transfiguration position. And there's a research opportunity at the International Confederation that sounds fascinating. What are you going to choose? Hermione moved closer, her hand finding his. I was thinking about the research position. It would let me travel, study new magical traditions, contribute to actual scholarship instead of just bureaucracy. That sounds perfect for you. It would also let me work remotely. Her eyes met his. From wherever I happen to be. With whoever I happen to be with. Harry felt something warm bloom in his chest. Are you suggesting we run away together? I'm suggesting we take that trip you mentioned. See the world. Figure out who we are when we're not fighting for our lives. She squeezed his hand. We've earned it, Harry. She was right. They had earned it. Okay, he said. Let's go. They left in September. Ron understood, he was building his own life now, helping George run Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, dating a healer named Eleanor who treated his curse wounds during the war. He hugged Harry fiercely at the departure, promised to write, and made them swear to bring back souvenirs. Neville was taking the herbology position at Hogwarts, having discovered during the war that he had a gift for nurturing things. Luna was off chasing Crumplehorn Snorkax in Scandinavia, as happy and strange as ever. And Draco was rebuilding his family's reputation through charitable work and quiet advocacy, slowly earning back the trust his father had squandered. Harry and Hermione traveled light, a single expanded bag, their wands, and enough gold to last indefinitely. They started in France, because Hermione wanted to practice the language, then moved south to Spain and Portugal. The magical communities they found were fascinating. Each country had its own traditions, its own approaches to magic, its own histories that intertwined with and diverged from what Harry had learned in Britain. Spanish wizards dueled with passion and flair. Portuguese enchanters created artifacts of breathtaking beauty. French theorists debated magical philosophy with an intensity that delighted Hermione and exhausted Harry. They spent 3 months in Egypt, exploring the ancient magical sites that made Gringotts look like a child's piggy bank. The curse breakers there worked with magic so old it predated wands, predated even the founders. Harry found himself drawn to their methods, their understanding of magic as something primal and instinctive rather than structured and academic. "You're thinking about something," Hermione observed one evening, as they watched the sunset from atop a pyramid. "I'm thinking about knowledge." Harry watched the orange light play across the desert. Tom spent his whole life accumulating it. Power through understanding, control through comprehension. "But the more I learn, the more I realize how much I don't know." "That's called wisdom." "Is it?" "It feels more like humility." He turned to face her. Tom never had any. He thought he understood everything, knew everything, could control everything. And in the end, he was undone by the things he refused to understand. Love. Sacrifice. The power of choosing to be good even when it's hard. Exactly. Harry shook his head. "I have all his knowledge, Hermione. Every spell, every theory, every dark secret. But the most important things I know, I learned from other people. From my parents. From you. From Ron and Neville and Luna and everyone who taught me that there's more to life than power." Hermione leaned against him, warm and solid and real. "You're not him, Harry. You never were." "I know. But I could have been." He watched the last sliver of sun disappear below the horizon. "Every day, I choose not to be. And some days, that choice is harder than others. But you keep making it. I keep making it." They sat together in the gathering darkness, two people who'd survived the impossible and were learning, slowly, how to live with it. Japan was unexpected. Harry had wanted to see the magical districts of Tokyo, which were reputed to be the most technologically advanced in the world. What he found instead was a tradition even older than Egypt's, hidden beneath layers of modern innovation. The Japanese wizards had mastered the integration of magic and technology in ways British wizards couldn't imagine. Wands were optional there, many practitioners used enchanted fans, specialized brushes, or simply their hands. The magic itself felt different, more fluid, more connected to the natural world. "They don't force magic into rigid categories," Hermione explained, having devoured every book she could find on the subject. "No transfiguration versus charms versus data. It's all just magic, shaped by intention and tradition." "That's how Tom saw it too," Harry admitted. "One of the few things I actually agreed with him about. The Hogwarts curriculum is arbitrary. Magic doesn't care what textbook it belongs in. Have you ever thought about changing that? The curriculum, I mean. I've thought about a lot of things." Harry watched a group of young witches practicing tea ceremony magic, elegant, precise movements that transformed ordinary ingredients into something transcendent. But changing Hogwarts would require convincing a lot of very stubborn people. And I'm not sure I want to be that involved in British magical politics. Then don't be involved in British politics. Hermione's eyes were bright. Start something new. A school that teaches magic the way you think it should be taught. Me? Run a school? Why not? You have more knowledge than any teacher alive. You've trained students who went on to fight in a war and survive. And you actually care about helping people improve, not just sorting them into categories and assigning grades. Harry considered this. A new school. Built from scratch, designed around actual learning rather than thousand-year-old traditions. It was ambitious, probably impossible, definitely the kind of thing that would make the Ministry apoplectic. It sounded wonderful. "Maybe someday," he said. "When we're done traveling. When I'm ready to settle down." "When we're ready," Hermione corrected gently. He smiled. "When we're ready." India taught Harry about the soul. The magical traditions there were ancient and sophisticated, with an entire branch of practice devoted to understanding the nature of consciousness. Harry, who had spent 16 years with a piece of someone else's soul lodged in his own, found their insights invaluable. "The Horcrux damage is real," a sage in Varanasi told him, after examining Harry's magical aura for several hours. "The fragment is gone, but its absence left scars. Like a tree that grew around a foreign object, then had the object removed. Can the scars be healed? Healed? No. The trauma is part of you now, woven into your magical core. The sage smiled gently. But scars can become sources of strength rather than weakness. The broken places, properly tended, often grow back stronger than before. Harry thought about this for weeks afterward. The broken places. The ways Tom's presence had shaped him, both positively and negatively. The knowledge that remained useful, the instincts that had kept him alive, the perspective that let him understand evil without becoming it. He wasn't undamaged. Would never be undamaged. But maybe that was okay. Maybe the damage was part of what made him capable of doing good. "You're brooding again," Hermione said one evening. Thinking. "There's a difference." The difference being? "When I brood, I feel worse afterward. When I think, I feel better." Harry reached for her hand. "I'm feeling better." "Good." She kissed him softly. "Because I have news." "News?" "I'm pregnant." The world stopped. Harry stared at her, his mind blank, his heart suddenly racing. Pregnant. A child. His child. Theirs. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." Hermione's expression was a mixture of joy and anxiety. "I did the tests myself. Multiple times. It's real. We're going to be parents. We're going to be parents." Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her tight, feeling emotions he couldn't name surge through him. Fear, certainly. What did he know about being a father? Joy, overwhelming joy. And beneath it all, a fierce protectiveness that surprised him with its intensity. "I don't know how to do this," he admitted. "Neither do I. What if I'm terrible at it? What if I mess everything up? What if, Harry?" Hermione pulled back to look at him. "You're the most loving, protective, self-sacrificing person I know. You have spent your entire life taking care of people, keeping them safe, putting their needs above your own. You're going to be an amazing father. You can't know that. I know you." Her hand found his cheek. "And I know that any child of ours is going to be the luckiest kid in the world." Harry wanted to argue, to list all the ways he could fail, all the damage he carried that might hurt an innocent child. But looking at Hermione's face, seeing the certainty there, he couldn't find the words. Maybe she was right. Maybe he could do this. Maybe he could be something other than a weapon, a soldier, a sacrifice waiting to happen. Maybe he could just be a father. "Okay," he said quietly. "Let's do this." They returned to Britain in March. The magical world was different than they'd left it. Kingsley Shacklebolt had been elected minister, implementing reforms that were slowly modernizing the government. Hogwarts was fully rebuilt, with new wings and improved facilities. The Muggle-born registration records had been destroyed, and anti-discrimination laws were actually being enforced. It wasn't perfect. There was still prejudice, still corruption, still people who longed for the old ways. But it was better. Measurably, demonstrably better. "You did this," Hermione said, as they walked through Diagon Alley, marveling at the changes. "The war you won gave them the chance to build something new. We all did this. Everyone who fought, everyone who refused to give up. But you led them. You showed them what was possible." Harry didn't argue. She wasn't wrong, exactly, his role in the war had been significant. But he'd never been comfortable with the hero worship, the way people treated him like he was somehow more than human. He was just Harry. A man with too much knowledge and too many scars, trying to figure out how to live a normal life. They settled in a cottage near Godric's Hollow, not far from where his parents had died. It seemed fitting somehow, a way of honoring them, of proving that their sacrifice had meant something. The nursery took months to prepare. Harry obsessed over every detail, warding the room against every conceivable threat, then adding more wards just to be safe. Hermione finally had to stop him when he started researching ancient blood magic for additional protections. "Our child is not going to be raised in a fortress," she said firmly. "They're going to have a normal life. Or as normal as possible, given their parents. Normal is overrated. Normal is what we never had. Don't you want to give them something better?" Harry looked at the nursery, the soft colors, the comfortable furniture, the window that looked out over rolling green hills. It was beautiful. Peaceful. Everything the cupboard under the stairs hadn't been. "You're right," he admitted. "I'm overcompensating. You're being a parent. The protective instinct is normal." Hermione wrapped her arms around him from behind. "Just maybe dial it back from paranoid war veteran to reasonably cautious father. I can try. That's all I ask." James Sirius Potter was born on July 31st, exactly 17 years after Harry's birthday. He was small and red-faced and absolutely perfect. Harry held him in the hospital room, staring down at this tiny person he'd helped create, and felt something fundamental shift in his understanding of the world. All those years of fighting. All those deaths. All that sacrifice. This was what it had been for. This moment. This child. This future that wouldn't have existed if Voldemort had won. "He has your eyes," Hermione said from the bed, exhausted but radiant. "Poor kid. Your eyes are beautiful." Harry looked at his son, at James, named for the father he'd never known, and made a silent promise. He would be there. Would watch this child grow up, would teach him to be kind and brave and good. Would give him the childhood Harry had never had. Tom Riddle had died alone, unloved, having destroyed everything good in his quest for immortality. Harry Potter would live surrounded by family, building rather than destroying, finally free of the shadow that had followed him since childhood. It was, he thought, the best victory of all. 2 years later, they opened the school. Not to replace Hogwarts, nothing could do that, but to offer an alternative. A place where magic was taught holistically, without rigid categories. Where students learned to understand their abilities rather than just perform them. Where the dark arts were studied openly, so that defense could be meaningful. Harry called it Phoenix Academy, for the bird that rose from ashes. The first class was small, 20 students from around the world, selected for potential rather than blood status. Harry taught practical magic, drawing on everything he'd learned from Tom's memories and his own experience. Hermione handled theory and research, her passion for knowledge finally finding its proper outlet. They brought in other teachers too. Neville came for herbology and natural magic. Luna, surprisingly, proved excellent at teaching divination and intuitive practices. Even Draco contributed, offering lessons in pure blood traditions that were actually valuable: etiquette, politics, the subtle arts of influence. "This is insane," Ron declared on opening day, looking around at the chaos of unpacked supplies and nervous students. "You're actually doing this. We're actually doing this. And you think it'll work?" Harry watched a young witch from Brazil chatting with a wizard from Japan, both trying to communicate through translation charms that weren't quite working. Saw the excitement in their eyes, the eagerness to learn. "I think it already is." The years flowed like water. James grew into a confident young man, with his father's dark hair and his mother's sharp mind. His siblings followed, Lily Luna, named for both grandmothers, and Albus Severus, whose unusual name raised eyebrows but felt right. Harry taught generations of students, watching them grow from uncertain children into capable adults. Some became aurors. Others became healers, researchers, entrepreneurs. All of them carried something of Phoenix Academy with them, a different way of thinking about magic, a refusal to accept arbitrary limitations. He kept in touch with Sirius through the enchanted mirrors, long conversations about nothing important that meant everything. He visited Teddy Lupin regularly, becoming the godfather the boy deserved. He maintained his friendship with Ron through distance and busy lives. And every day, he chose to be Harry Potter. Not the boy who lived. Not the chosen one. Not the vessel who'd once carried a piece of Tom Riddle's soul. Just Harry. Husband. Father. Teacher. Friend. The man he'd decided to become. On Harry's 50th birthday, Hermione found him in his study, surrounded by old photographs. His parents, young and smiling. The original Order of the Phoenix. DA members at their first meeting. The wedding. The births. 1,000 moments captured and preserved. Remembering? She asked. Appreciating. Harry set down the photo of James and Lily, his parents, forever young, frozen in a moment before everything went wrong. 50 years. Hard to believe I made it this far. Why wouldn't you? Because I spent most of my childhood expecting to die young. The prophecy, the war, the Horcrux inside me, none of it suggested a long life. He looked at her, his partner of more than 30 years. And yet here I am. Hermione sat beside him, taking his hand. Here we are. Do you ever wonder what would have happened? If things had gone differently? Sometimes. But I try not to dwell on it. She squeezed his fingers. The life we have is good, Harry. Better than anything I imagined when we were children fighting for survival. It is. He looked around the study, the books, the artifacts, the evidence of a life well lived. I think I finally understand something. Something I've been working toward since I was 11. What's that? Peace. The word felt strange in his mouth, after so many years of war. I spent so long fighting. First the Dursleys, then Voldemort, then my own memories. Always struggling against something. And now? Now I'm just, living. Not fighting. Not preparing. Just being present, in this moment, with the people I love. Harry smiled, a genuine smile, without shadows. It's nice. Hermione leaned against him, her hair gray now but her eyes as bright as ever. It really is. They sat together as the sun set, surrounded by memories of the past and hope for the future. Outside, their children and grandchildren were gathering for the birthday celebration, their voices carrying through the open windows. Harry Potter, who had once carried the soul of a monster, closed his eyes and listened to the sound of his family. And for the first time in his life, he was completely, perfectly happy. Chapter 9 End. Chapter 10, Legacy. The owl arrived at breakfast on a Tuesday in late September. Harry was 63 years old, his hair more silver than black now, his reflexes slower than they'd once been. But his mind remained sharp, and his magical core, tempered by decades of practice and the unique circumstances of his youth, was stronger than ever. The letter bore the seal of the International Confederation of Wizards. What is it? Hermione asked, looking up from her research notes. Even in retirement from Phoenix Academy, she couldn't stop studying. Harry read the letter twice before answering. They want me to address the General Assembly. Something about reflecting on the lessons of the Second Wizarding War for future generations. That's quite an honor. That's quite a headache. Harry set the letter aside. I've spent 40 years avoiding this kind of thing. Why would I start now? Because you have something to say. Hermione's voice was gentle but firm. You've always had something to say, Harry. You just preferred saying it through actions rather than words. Actions are cleaner. Less room for misinterpretation. And less room for nuance. For explanation. For helping people understand not just what you did, but why. She reached across the table to take his hand. The generation that fought the war is aging. Soon, the only people who remember Voldemort will be historians and grandchildren listening to stories. Don't you want to make sure those stories are told correctly? Harry stared at the letter, thinking about everything he'd never said publicly. The Horcruxes. The prophecy. The piece of Tom Riddle's soul that had lived inside him for 16 years. The choices he'd made, the principles he'd fought for, the lessons he'd learned. He'd kept most of it private, sharing only with family and close friends. It had seemed right at the time. Some secrets were too dangerous, too easily misunderstood. But Hermione was right. The war was becoming history, and history had a way of being simplified, distorted, reduced to heroes and villains without the messy complexity in between. "I'll do it," he said finally. "But I'm going to tell them the truth. All of it." Hermione smiled. "I wouldn't expect anything less." The General Assembly of the International Confederation of Wizards met in Geneva, in a vast underground chamber that had been constructed specifically for gatherings of this scale. Representatives from every magical nation filled the tiered seating, hundreds of witches and wizards from dozens of countries, all watching as Harry Potter took the podium. The silence was absolute. Harry looked out at the sea of faces and felt a familiar calm settle over him. He'd faced worse audiences than this. He'd faced Voldemort himself. "Thank you for the invitation," he began. "I've been asked to reflect on the lessons of the war against Voldemort, and I'll do my best. But I want to warn you, what I'm about to say may not be what you expect." He paused, gathering his thoughts. The official history of the Second Wizarding War is a story of good versus evil. A dark lord who sought power at any cost, opposed by brave witches and wizards who fought for freedom and justice. And that's true, as far as it goes. But it's not the whole truth. The whole truth is messier. More complicated. It involves difficult choices, moral ambiguity, and the recognition that the line between good and evil runs through every human heart. Harry took a breath. "I'm going to tell you something I've never told anyone outside my closest circle. Something that will change how you understand the war, and me, and perhaps yourselves." The chamber was completely silent. "On the night Voldemort killed my parents, his soul was so unstable from creating Horcruxes that a piece of it broke off and lodged in me. I became an unintentional Horcrux, a container for a fragment of the darkest wizard in history." Murmurs rippled through the assembly. Harry waited for them to subside. But something unexpected happened. My mother's protective magic, combined with my own accidental magic, didn't just contain the soul fragment. It absorbed it. Integrated it. I gained Tom Riddle's memories, his knowledge, his understanding of magic. I was 2 years old, and I suddenly had access to 60 years of magical education. Every spell Voldemort had ever learned. Every dark secret he'd uncovered. Every memory of his journey from troubled orphan to Dark Lord. The murmurs had become a roar. Harry raised his hand, and slowly, the chamber quieted. "I'm telling you this because I want you to understand something important. The knowledge I inherited wasn't evil. Knowledge never is. What matters is how it's used. Tom Riddle had the same knowledge I did. He chose to use it for domination, for immortality, for the destruction of anyone who opposed him. I chose differently. I chose to use it for protection, for defense, for helping others. The difference between us wasn't talent or intelligence or magical power. It was love." Harry spoke for 2 hours. He told them about his childhood, the cupboard, the Dursleys, the years of hiding his true nature while struggling to separate himself from Tom's memories. He explained how the certainty of his parents' love had become his anchor, the foundation that kept him from becoming what Tom had become. He described the war, not the heroic version from the history books, but the messy reality. The mistakes he'd made. The times he'd been tempted by Tom's solutions, by the ease of using dark magic and manipulation. The friends who died because he wasn't fast enough, smart enough, good enough. He talked about the Horcruxes, explaining what they were and how they'd been destroyed. He revealed Snape's true loyalties, the complex man who'd spent his life atoning for a single terrible mistake. He acknowledged Draco Malfoy's role in the war's end, the redemption that had seemed impossible but had happened anyway. And he explained what he'd learned. "Evil isn't born," he said. "It's made." Tom Riddle wasn't destined to become Voldemort. He became Voldemort because of choices, his own choices, certainly, but also the choices of everyone around him. The orphanage that failed to protect him. The wizarding world that rejected him for his blood status. The people who saw his brilliance and feared it instead of nurturing it. We create the conditions that allow evil to flourish. And we have the power to create different conditions. This doesn't mean evil people aren't responsible for their actions. Tom Riddle made his choices, and he bore the consequences. But it means we can't simply defeat evil and declare victory. We have to address the roots. The poverty, the prejudice, the fear of difference that drives people toward darkness. The war ended 45 years ago. Voldemort is dead, his Horcrux is destroyed, his followers scattered or reformed. But the conditions that created him? Those still exist. In every country represented in this room, there are children growing up unloved, unwanted, learning that power is the only thing that matters because no one has shown them anything different. Those children are the next generation of dark wizards. Or they could be the next generation of heroes. It depends on the choices we make. The speech ended to thunderous applause, but Harry barely heard it. He was thinking about Tom. About the boy who'd grown up in an orphanage, discovering powers no one understood, learning that the world was hostile and that the only safety lay in strength. About the young man who'd walked into Hogwarts brilliant and broken, who'd seen in magic the power to finally be safe, to finally matter, to finally be something other than an abandoned child nobody wanted. Tom had been wrong about almost everything. His methods had been monstrous, his goals abhorrent, his understanding of human nature fundamentally flawed. But his pain had been real. His fear had been real. And somewhere, buried beneath decades of terrible choices, there had been a child who just wanted to be loved. Harry couldn't forgive what Tom had become. But he could understand how it had happened. And understanding was the first step toward prevention. The aftermath of the speech was chaos. Some praised Harry for his honesty, for finally revealing the full truth about the war and its hero. Others condemned him for humanizing Voldemort, for suggesting that the Dark Lord had been anything other than pure evil. The debates raged for months in newspapers and academic journals. Harry ignored most of it. He'd said what he needed to say. The rest was up to others. But some responses mattered. A letter arrived from a young witch in South America, who'd grown up in circumstances similar to Tom's, an orphan with uncontrolled magic, feared by those around her, teetering on the edge of darkness. Harry's speech, she wrote, had shown her another path. Had proven that the circumstances of her birth didn't have to define her future. A ministry official in Australia wrote to describe new programs they were implementing: early intervention for magical children in abusive situations, better support systems for those without families, education about the warning signs of radicalization. Harry's words, he said, had provided the framework they needed. A professor at Durmstrang, the school that had produced so many dark wizards, announced a curriculum reform, incorporating Harry's insights about the roots of dark magic. Prevention, he argued, was more effective than punishment. Small changes. Incremental progress. But real. Harry's 70th birthday was a quiet affair. The family gathered at the cottage, children, grandchildren, a few great-grandchildren still young enough to need supervision. The garden was full of laughter and magic, generations intermingling in celebration. Harry sat on the porch with Hermione, watching the chaos unfold with tired contentment. "Do you ever regret it?" she asked. "Any of it? The choices I made?" Harry considered the question. "No. I might have done some things differently with hindsight, but the core decisions, fighting the war, building the school, raising our family, I wouldn't change any of that. And telling the world about the Horcrux? About Tom's memories? That I questioned for a long time. But I think it was right." Harry watched James's oldest daughter chase her cousins across the lawn, shrieking with delight. Secrets have power. Keeping them can be necessary, but it can also be corrosive. The truth, even uncomfortable truth, is usually better in the end. You've become wise in your old age. I've become tired in my old age. Harry smiled. The wisdom is just a side effect of not having the energy for foolishness anymore. Hermione laughed, the same laugh he'd fallen in love with half a century ago, only slightly rougher with age. You've always been wise, Harry. You just didn't believe it. I had good teachers. He reached for her hand. And an excellent partner. They sat together as the sun set, surrounded by the family they'd built and the legacy they'd created. Tomorrow there would be more challenges, there always were. But for now, in this moment, everything was exactly as it should be. The entity returned in Harry's dreams that night. He hadn't felt its presence in decades, not since the final battle, when he'd ejected the Horcrux from his soul. He'd assumed it was connected to the soul fragment, that destroying it had severed his connection to whatever darkness Tom had inadvertently summoned. He'd been wrong. You're still here, Harry said, standing in the familiar darkness of his mindscape. I am everywhere. The voice was the same as he remembered, vast, old, hungry. I am the shadow that magic casts. I exist wherever power is misused, wherever ambition outpaces wisdom, wherever fear breeds cruelty. What do you want? To understand. The presence circled him, curious rather than threatening. You were supposed to become like the others. The brilliant ones, the ambitious ones, the ones who touch greatness and are consumed by it. But you didn't. I chose differently. Yes. That is what I don't understand. The darkness pressed closer. You had his knowledge. His power. His understanding of magic's deepest secrets. You could have ruled the world. Why didn't you? Harry considered the question. It deserved a real answer. Because ruling the world wouldn't have made me happy. It would have made me alone. He thought about Hermione, about their children, about the students he'd taught and the lives he'd touched. Tom wanted power because he was afraid. Afraid of death, afraid of rejection, afraid of being nothing. He thought if he had enough power, he'd finally be safe. But power doesn't make you safe. It makes you a target. The more you have, the more people want to take it from you. Tom spent his whole life climbing higher, and all it did was give him further to fall. So what does make you safe? Love. Connection. Being part of something larger than yourself. Harry smiled in the darkness. Tom never understood that. He thought love was weakness because it gave others power over you. But that's exactly backward. Love gives you something worth protecting. Something worth fighting for. Something that makes the fighting meaningful. I've seen the full extent of Tom's knowledge. I know every spell, every ritual, every secret of the darkest magic ever practiced. And none of it, not one piece, is worth more than a single moment with my family. The entity was silent for a long moment. You are strange, it said finally. All the others who touched me were consumed. They reached for power and couldn't stop reaching. But you touched power and then let it go. I used what I needed. I kept what was valuable. And I built a life around things that actually matter. Perhaps. The darkness began to recede. Perhaps you have discovered something the others missed. A way to carry knowledge without being consumed by it. A way to be strong without being corrupted. Is that why you came? To understand. I came because you interest me. Because in all the centuries I have existed, I have never encountered anyone quite like you. The entity's voice was fading now, growing distant. I will remember you, Harry Potter. When the next brilliant child touches magic and begins the familiar descent, I will remember that another path is possible. Will that change anything? I don't know. But it might. And that is more than any of the others gave me. The darkness vanished, and Harry woke to morning sunlight streaming through the bedroom window. The end came quietly, as Harry had always hoped it would. He was 97 years old, his body finally failing despite the strength of his magic. Hermione had passed 3 years earlier, peacefully in her sleep, and Harry had spent the intervening time getting his affairs in order. His children and grandchildren gathered at the cottage, filling it with the warmth of family one last time. Harry said his goodbyes individually, sharing memories and advice, making sure everyone knew how proud he was of them. When the moment came, he was ready. "Are you afraid?" Lily Luna asked, holding his hand. "No." Harry's voice was barely a whisper now, but his eyes were clear. "I've had a good life. Better than I ever expected. And I'm going to see people I've missed for a very long time. Mom. Your mother. My parents. Sirius, Remus, Tonks. Everyone who went before." Harry smiled. "It's not an ending, Lily. It's a reunion." He closed his eyes, feeling the warmth of his family around him, hearing their voices blend together in a familiar harmony. The darkness came, but it wasn't frightening. It was welcoming. Peaceful. And then there was light. Harry opened his eyes to find himself in King's Cross Station, not the real one, but the place between worlds he'd visited once before, decades ago. But this time, it wasn't empty. His parents stood waiting for him, young and whole, exactly as they'd appeared in the photographs he'd treasured all his life. Behind them, he could see others, Sirius, Remus, Tonks, Fred, all the friends and allies who'd fallen over the years. And Hermione. Beautiful Hermione, restored to her youth, smiling at him with all the love they'd shared. "You took your time," she said. "I had things to finish." "You always did." She stepped forward, taking his hand. "Are you ready?" Harry looked back, one last time, at the world he was leaving. He thought about his children, his grandchildren, the generations that would follow. The school he'd built, the students he'd taught, the lives he'd touched. He thought about Tom Riddle, who'd feared death so much that he'd torn his soul apart trying to escape it. Who'd missed the fundamental truth that death wasn't an ending, it was a transition. And he thought about the choice he'd made, 70 years ago, to be Harry Potter instead of becoming what Tom had been. The choice that had led to everything good in his life. "Yes," he said. "I'm ready." Hermione squeezed his hand. His parents smiled. And together, they walked forward into the light. The wizarding world mourned Harry Potter for weeks. Tributes poured in from every corner of the globe, students he'd taught, lives he'd saved, people who'd never met him but had been inspired by his story. The funeral was attended by thousands, a testament to the impact one person could have. But the truest legacy wasn't in the tributes or the monuments that would eventually be built in his honor. It was in the students still learning at Phoenix Academy, carrying forward his approach to magic. In the children growing up in a world where someone had proven that darkness could be overcome. In the institutions he'd helped reform, the prejudices he'd helped dismantle, the future he'd helped create. Tom Riddle had wanted to be remembered forever, and his name would indeed live on, as a cautionary tale, a warning about the dangers of power without love. Harry Potter had wanted to be forgotten, had shied away from fame and adulation at every turn. But his name would live on too, as an example, an inspiration, proof that the choices we make matter more than the circumstances we're born into. In the end, that was the difference between them. Tom had built monuments to himself and watched them crumble. Harry had built connections to others and watched them flourish. One legacy was made of stone. The other was made of love. Only one would last forever. Chapter 10 End. Chapter 11 Echoes through time. 100 years after the Battle of Hogwarts, the wizarding world had transformed beyond recognition. Phoenix Academy had spawned imitators across the globe, schools that taught magic holistically, that rejected the rigid categorizations of the old systems. The International Confederation had established universal standards for magical education, incorporating Harry Potter's insights about the roots of dark magic and the importance of emotional development alongside technical skill. Muggle-born discrimination had faded to a historical footnote, studied in textbooks but no longer practiced openly. The old pureblood families had either adapted or faded into irrelevance, their wealth and influence diluted by generations of intermarriage and social change. And the name Harry Potter had become legend. Not the simplified legend of children's stories, the boy who lived, the chosen one, but something more complex. Scholars studied his speeches and writings. Philosophers debated his ideas about the nature of evil and the power of choice. Magical theorists analyzed his contributions to their field, the insights he preserved from Tom Riddle's research while stripping away the darkness. He had become, in death, what he'd never wanted to be in life, a symbol. In a small village in Wales, a girl named Mira Blackwood was having the worst day of her life. She was 11 years old, and she'd just discovered that she could make things happen when she was angry. Not good things. Frightening things. The kind of things that made her parents look at her with fear in their eyes. The kitchen table had shattered when her father refused to let her go to a friend's birthday party. Every piece of glass in the house had exploded when her mother called her a freak. Now she was hiding in the garden shed, crying, wondering what was wrong with her. "It's not wrong," a voice said gently. "It's magic." Mira looked up to find a woman standing in the doorway, tall, dark-skinned, with kind eyes and robes that shimmered faintly in the afternoon light. "Who are you?" "My name is Professor Okonkwo. I'm from Phoenix Academy." The woman crouched to meet Myra's eyes. "I'm here because we detected your magical awakening. It happens to children like you, children with power they don't understand yet. My parents think I'm a monster. Your parents are afraid because they don't understand. That's not your fault, and it's not theirs." Professor Okonkwo's voice was patient, practiced, she'd clearly had this conversation many times before. Magic can be frightening when it first manifests. But it can also be beautiful, once you learn to control it. "Can you teach me?" "That's why I'm here." The professor smiled. Phoenix Academy was founded by a man who knew exactly what you're going through. He grew up feeling different, isolated, afraid of his own power. But he learned to master it, to use it for good. And he built a school so that other children like him, like you, wouldn't have to face that journey alone. Mira wiped her eyes. "What was his name?" "Harry Potter." "Have you heard of him?" "Everyone's heard of Harry Potter." Myra's voice was skeptical. "He defeated the Dark Lord. He was a hero. He was. But before that, he was a scared child hiding in a cupboard, trying to understand why the world treated him so badly." Professor Okonkwo extended her hand. "He would have wanted to help you, Mira. Will you let us try?" Mira looked at the offered hand for a long moment. Then, slowly, she reached out and took it. Phoenix Academy had grown substantially since Harry's time. The original campus in Scotland remained, but satellite schools had been established on every continent. The curriculum had evolved, incorporating magical traditions from around the world, but the core philosophy remained unchanged. Magic was a tool, neither good nor evil, and the character of the wizard determined how it was used. Mira arrived at the Scottish campus on a rainy September morning, overwhelmed by the scale of the place. The main building was a sprawling complex of towers and courtyards, somehow both ancient and modern. Students of all ages moved through the corridors, their robes marked with symbols she didn't recognize. "The founder's portrait is in the main hall," her guide explained, an older student named Chen who'd been assigned to help her settle in. "Most new students like to visit it." "A portrait?" "Magical portraits retain the personality and memories of their subjects. The Potter portrait has been advising students for almost a century." Chen smiled. "Fair warning, he's not what most people expect." The main hall was vast, its ceiling enchanted to show a perpetual sunset. Paintings lined the walls, previous headmasters, famous alumni, scenes from the school's history. But one portrait dominated the room, positioned above the fireplace where everyone could see it. Harry Potter looked nothing like the heroic images Mira had seen in textbooks. He was painted as an old man, gray-haired and lined, with tired green eyes that seemed to hold decades of experience. He sat in a comfortable chair, a book open on his lap, looking more like a retired professor than a legendary warrior. Another new student? The portrait's voice was warm, slightly amused. You have the look. Scared, confused, not sure you belong here. Myra's voice caught. I don't know if I do belong here. Nobody does, at first. That's perfectly normal. The painted Harry set aside his book. What's your name? Mira Blackwood. Well, Mira Blackwood, let me tell you something I wish someone had told me when I was your age. The portrait leaned forward slightly. The fear you're feeling. The sense that something is wrong with you. It's a lie. There's nothing wrong with you. You're just different, and the world doesn't always know how to handle different. How did you handle it? Poorly, at first. I made mistakes. I hurt people I cared about. I nearly became something I would have hated. The portrait's eyes grew distant. But I had help. Friends who believed in me. Teachers who saw potential instead of threat. And eventually, I figured out that power isn't the problem, it's what you do with power that matters. Is that why you started this school? One of the reasons. The old system was failing children like us. Sorting them into categories, teaching them to compete instead of cooperate, never addressing the emotional foundations that determine whether someone uses magic for good or ill. The portrait smiled slightly. I wanted to do better. Whether I succeeded, well, that's for future generations to judge. Mira looked around the hall, at the students moving through their day, at the evidence of a community Harry Potter had built from nothing. I think you succeeded, she said quietly. Then prove me right. The portrait's voice was gentle but firm. Learn everything you can. Make friends who challenge you. And when you leave here, use what you've gained to make the world a little better than you found it. I'll try. That's all anyone can do. The painted Harry picked up his book again. Now go on. You've got a whole school to explore, and I've got reading to catch up on. Even in portrait form, the books keep piling up. Mira left the main hall feeling something she hadn't felt in months, hope. The years passed. Mira proved to be a talented student, not exceptional in any single area, but solid across the board. She made friends, struggled with some subjects, excelled at others. She visited the Potter portrait regularly, finding in it a source of wisdom and comfort that helped her navigate the challenges of growing up. Why do you talk to me so much? She asked one evening in her 4th year. You must have hundreds of students seeking advice. Thousands, over the years. The portrait's voice was thoughtful. But you remind me of someone. Not in appearance, in situation. A child who grew up feeling unwanted, who discovered power and didn't know what to do with it. Who needed someone to show them that the darkness inside didn't have to define them. You're talking about yourself. I'm talking about a lot of people. Tom Riddle. Myself. Dozens of students I taught over the years. The pattern is more common than you'd think, brilliant children with difficult backgrounds, teetering between greatness and destruction. The portrait met her eyes. The question is always the same, which way will they fall? How do you know which way I'll fall? I don't. Nobody does, until the moment comes. The painted Harry's expression was serious. But I can tell you what made the difference for me. It wasn't power or knowledge or magical ability. It was love. The certainty that someone cared about me, that my life mattered to someone other than myself. My parents still don't understand me. They may never understand. Not everyone has the capacity for it. The portrait's voice was gentle. But you've made friends here. Built connections. Found people who see you for who you really are. That's what matters. Mira thought about her roommate, Aiden, who'd helped her through her first homesick weeks. About Professor Okonkwo, who'd noticed her struggling with combat magic and arranged extra tutoring. About the study group she'd joined, the late nights discussing theory and philosophy, the arguments that had somehow become bonds. "You're right," she said slowly. "I do have people who care about me. Then you have what you need." The portrait smiled. "The rest is just details." Mira graduated at 18, near the top of her class. She'd specialized in healing magic, drawn to the work of mending rather than breaking. Her thesis, on the psychological foundations of magical ability and the importance of emotional health in magical education, had been praised as a significant contribution to the field. The Potter portrait attended her graduation ceremony, displayed on a special easel beside the stage. "Congratulations," it said, as she stopped to say goodbye. "You've come a long way from that scared girl in the garden shed. Thanks to you. Thanks to this place. Thanks to yourself. The school provided resources. You did the work." The portrait's eyes were warm. "What will you do now?" "I've been offered a position at St. Mungo's pediatric ward, working with children who've experienced magical trauma." Mira hesitated. "I want to help kids like me. Kids who are scared and confused and don't understand what's happening to them. A worthy goal. It feels like the right thing." She paused. "Can I ask you something? Something I've wondered about for years?" "Of course. Do you ever regret it? Living as a portrait instead of, whatever comes after?" The painted Harry was quiet for a long moment. "This isn't really living," he said finally. "I'm an echo of who I was, preserved in paint and magic. The real Harry Potter moved on decades ago, to whatever awaits beyond death." "That doesn't answer my question." "No, it doesn't." The portrait sighed, a strange sound from a painting. "I stay because I'm useful. Because students like you need someone who understands what they're going through. Because the mission matters more than my personal preferences. But sometimes I wonder what the real Harry is experiencing. Whether he found the peace he was looking for. Whether he's reunited with the people he loved." The portrait's voice was wistful. "I'm a copy, Mira. A good one, but still a copy. The original is somewhere I can't follow." "That sounds lonely." "It is, sometimes. But then someone like you comes along, someone who needed help, who found it, who's going to spend their life helping others, and I remember why I'm here." The portrait smiled. "Legacy isn't about monuments or fame. It's about the people you touch, the changes you make that ripple outward through time. You're part of my legacy now, Mira. That makes everything worthwhile." Mira felt tears prickling her eyes. "Thank you. For everything. Thank yourself. And pay it forward." The portrait nodded toward the door. "Now go. You have a world to heal." 40 years later, Mira Blackwood was the head healer at St. Mungo's pediatric ward. She'd built her career around helping magical children in crisis, the scared, the traumatized, the ones whose power had manifested in destructive ways. Her methods were innovative, drawing on magical psychology, trauma-informed care, and the philosophical foundations she'd learned at Phoenix Academy. And every year, she returned to the school to speak to the new students. The founder of this school was not a simple hero, she told them, standing in the same hall where she'd first met the Potter portrait decades ago. He was complicated. He carried darkness inside him, knowledge and memories that could have turned him into something terrible. But he chose differently. He chose to use what he had for good. That choice is available to all of you. Whatever your background, whatever your struggles, whatever voices whisper in your head telling you that you're not good enough, you have the power to choose who you become. She looked out at the sea of young faces, seeing in them echoes of herself at that age. Harry Potter's greatest legacy isn't the Dark Lord he defeated or the school he founded. It's the proof that transformation is possible. That the circumstances of your birth don't have to determine your destiny. That love and connection can triumph over fear and isolation. He believed in that truth. This school exists because of that belief. And if you take nothing else from your time here, take this: you matter. Your choices matter. The person you become will ripple outward through time, affecting lives you'll never know, changing the world in ways you can't predict. That's the burden and the privilege of being human. Use it wisely. The Potter portrait was quiet that evening when Mira visited. "Good speech," it said finally. "You've gotten better at those over the years. I had a good teacher. Flattery will get you everywhere." But the portrait's smile was genuine. "How much longer do you think you'll do this? The speeches?" "As long as they let me." "And the work? The healing?" Mira considered the question. She was 61 now, her own hair beginning to gray, her body starting to slow. But her mind was still sharp, and her passion for the work hadn't dimmed. "As long as I can make a difference. As long as there are children who need help." Good answer. The portrait's eyes were distant. "You know, I've watched thousands of students pass through these halls. Watched them arrive scared and leave confident. Watched them grow into adults who changed the world in countless small ways. And it never gets old. Every time someone like you comes back, transformed from the person they were, doing work that matters, it reminds me why all of this was worth it." The portrait focused on her again. "You're going to die someday, Mira. We all do, well, most of us do. The real question is what you leave behind. What did you leave behind? Students like you. Teachers like you. A philosophy of magic that emphasizes character over power. A living proof that the cycle of darkness can be broken." The portrait paused. "And a lot of really confusing memories for historians trying to figure out how one person could have known so much about dark magic without ever practicing it." Mira laughed. "You still haven't told anyone the full truth about that. Some secrets are better kept. The knowledge itself isn't dangerous, but the idea of it, the notion that you could absorb another wizard's memories, gain their abilities, that could inspire dangerous experiments." The portrait's voice was serious. "My situation was unique. An accident of circumstances that can never be replicated. Better to let people think I was just unusually talented." "That's very modest of you." "It's very practical of me. Modesty has nothing to do with it." The portrait smiled. "Now go home, Mira. Get some rest. You have children to heal tomorrow." "Yes, Professor." "Don't call me Professor. I never took a proper teaching credential." "Yes, Harry." "Better." Mira died peacefully in her sleep at 93, surrounded by family and former patients who'd grown into adults. Her funeral was attended by thousands, colleagues, students, the children she'd helped who were now grandparents themselves. The obituaries praised her groundbreaking work in magical pediatric care, her contributions to trauma healing, her decades of service to the most vulnerable members of magical society. But the truest tribute came from the Potter portrait, speaking at the memorial service in Phoenix Academy's main hall. Mira Blackwood arrived at this school terrified of herself, it said, addressing the assembled crowd. She left as one of the most compassionate healers our world has ever produced. The journey between those 2 points is what this school is for. I've given many speeches over the decades. Said many profound things, or tried to. But the truth is simpler than any speech can capture: we're all capable of change. We're all capable of growth. And we all have the power to turn our pain into something that helps others. Mira understood that. She lived it. And the world is better because she was in it. The portrait paused, its painted eyes scanning the crowd. That's the only legacy that matters. Not fame or power or monuments that crumble. Just the simple truth that you made a difference. That you left the world a little better than you found it. Mira did that. So can you. So can all of us. The portrait's words would be quoted for generations. They appeared in graduation speeches, in philosophy textbooks, in quiet conversations between parents and children wondering what life was all about. They became part of the collective wisdom of magical society, as fundamental as any spell or potion. And somewhere, beyond the portrait, beyond the physical world, beyond everything that could be measured or recorded, Harry Potter smiled. The legacy was secure. The message was spreading. And the world, slowly but surely, was becoming the place he'd always hoped it could be. Not perfect. Never perfect. But better. That was enough. Chapter 11 End. Chapter 12. The Shadows returned 200 years after the Battle of Hogwarts. The wizarding world had achieved something close to utopia. Dark magic still existed, of course, knowledge couldn't be unlearned, but its practitioners were rare, their movements monitored, their recruitment efforts disrupted before they could gain momentum. The systems Harry Potter had helped establish, refined over generations, had created a society where the conditions that bred dark wizards were systematically addressed. Children in crisis received help. The marginalized found communities. Power was distributed rather than concentrated. It wasn't perfect, but it was better than anything that had come before. And then the dreams began. Professor Elara Vance woke screaming for the third night in a row. She was the current headmistress of Phoenix Academy's Scottish campus, a position she'd held for 12 years. At 64, she was respected, accomplished, secure in her identity and her place in the world. But the dreams were shaking her foundation. "Tell me again," said the Potter portrait, its painted face creased with concern. "Every detail you can remember." Elara sat in the chair she'd had moved to the main hall specifically for these conversations. The portrait had been her advisor since she'd arrived at the school as a frightened 11-year-old, and she'd learned to trust its wisdom absolutely. "It's always the same," she said. "Darkness. Complete darkness, so thick I can feel it pressing against my skin. And a voice, ancient, vast, speaking words I can't quite understand. What does it feel like? The presence? Hungry." Elara shuddered. "That's the only word that fits. Whatever it is, it's hungry for something. And it's been waiting for a long time." The portrait was silent for a moment. When it spoke again, its voice was heavy with something Elara had never heard from it before, fear. "I had hoped this day would never come. But I suppose it was inevitable." "What do you mean?" "The entity. The shadow that exists wherever magic is misused." The portrait's eyes were distant. "It contacted me when I was young. Claimed to have guided every dark wizard in history, feeding on their ambition, growing stronger with every atrocity. I thought when I rejected it, when I proved that its influence could be resisted, that it would lose interest in humanity. But it didn't. It told me it would remember. That when the next brilliant child touched magic and began the familiar descent, it would remember that another path was possible." The portrait focused on Elara again. "I think it's been waiting. Watching. Learning from my example, just as I learned from Tom Riddle's mistakes." "Learning what?" "How to be more subtle. How to corrupt without being detected. How to guide someone toward darkness so gradually that they don't realize they're falling until it's too late." Elara felt ice in her veins. "You think it's found someone? A new host?" "I think it's trying to. The dreams you're having, they're not natural. Something is reaching out, testing, searching for a mind it can influence." The portrait's voice hardened. "You need to find out who else is having these dreams. If the entity is casting a wide net, there may be others. And then what? Then we do what I should have done 2 centuries ago. We confront it directly. We find a way to destroy it, or at least banish it permanently from the human world." "Is that even possible?" The portrait was quiet for a long moment. "I don't know," it admitted. "But we have to try." The investigation took months. Elara used every resource at her disposal, legilimency experts, dream analysts, specialists in magical psychology. What she found was disturbing. The dreams weren't limited to Phoenix Academy. Reports were coming in from magical communities around the world, children waking screaming, adults experiencing unexplained visions, a pervasive sense of something watching from the shadows. And there was a pattern. Every dreamer shared certain characteristics: above-average magical ability, difficult childhood circumstances, a tendency toward isolation. They were, in other words, exactly the type of person Tom Riddle had been. Exactly the type the entity had always targeted. "It's adapting," Elara reported to an emergency session of the International Confederation. "Whatever this thing is, it's learned from Harry Potter's resistance. It's not targeting a single individual anymore, it's casting a wide net, looking for dozens of potential hosts simultaneously." "To what end?" asked the Confederation's president, a stern-faced wizard from Japan. "We're not certain. But the experts believe it's trying to manifest more fully in our world. Every dark wizard it's guided over the centuries has fed it power, but that power has always been diffuse. Spread across multiple hosts, never concentrated enough to give the entity true physical presence. And now it seems to be gathering. Consolidating. Preparing for something we don't fully understand." The chamber erupted in concerned murmurs. Elara waited for them to subside before continuing. "The Potter portrait has been invaluable in understanding this threat. It had direct contact with the entity during the last war, and its insights have guided our research. But we need more than understanding, we need a plan. What do you propose?" Elara took a deep breath. "The entity exists in the spaces between consciousness, in dreams, in the darkest corners of the mind. To confront it directly, we need to enter that space ourselves." "You're talking about projecting into the collective unconscious?" "Yes. It's theoretical magic, never successfully attempted on this scale. But our best researchers believe it's possible, with enough skilled practitioners working together." "And what happens when you find it?" "Honestly, we don't know. But the alternative is waiting for it to complete whatever it's planning. And I don't think we can afford that. The ritual took 6 months to prepare." Elara assembled a team of 13, the most skilled mental magic practitioners in the world, representing every major magical tradition. They studied ancient texts, experimented with dreamwalking techniques, developed protections against the psychological damage of confronting a consciousness older than human civilization. The Potter portrait advised them every step of the way. "The entity feeds on negative emotions," it explained during one of their planning sessions. "Fear, ambition, resentment, loneliness. When you enter its domain, it will use those feelings against you. Every doubt you've ever had, every dark thought you've tried to suppress, it will find them and amplify them. How do we resist? The same way I did. You anchor yourself in love. In connection. In the certain knowledge that you matter to someone, that your life has meaning beyond your own desires." The portrait paused. "It sounds simple. It's not. In the moment, when the entity is pressing against your mind with the weight of eons, holding on to that truth is the hardest thing you'll ever do. But it can be done. It can be done. I'm proof of that." The portrait's expression was serious. "But I had advantages you won't. The Horcrux connection gave me insight into the entity's nature. And I was fighting for my own soul, which provided powerful motivation. You'll be fighting for others, for people you've never met, for a future you won't live to see. That's a different kind of battle. We'll manage. I believe you will." The portrait smiled slightly. "You're the products of 2 centuries of progress. You've grown up in a world where the old patterns of corruption have been systematically disrupted. The entity has never faced opponents like you before. Is that supposed to be encouraging? It's supposed to be true. Encouragement is a side effect." The ritual began at midnight on the winter solstice. The 13 practitioners gathered in the main hall of Phoenix Academy, arranged in a circle around the Potter portrait. Ilara led the casting, her voice steady as she spoke the words that would project their consciousness beyond the physical world. The transition was instantaneous and disorienting. One moment, Ilara was standing in the familiar warmth of the academy. The next, she was floating in darkness, the same darkness from her dreams, pressing against her from every direction. But she wasn't alone. Her 12 companions were with her, their presence anchors of light in the endless void. And somehow, impossibly, the Potter portrait was there too, not as a painting, but as a presence, a consciousness that had crossed the boundary between life and art. "Harry," she whispered. "Not quite." The presence that answered was gentle, familiar, somehow both the portrait and something more. "I'm an echo. A memory of a memory. But I have enough of him to guide you." "Where is it?" "The entity?" "Everywhere. Nowhere. It doesn't exist in space the way you understand it." The echo paused. "But if you focus, you can feel it. The hunger at the edge of perception." Ilara focused. At first, there was nothing, just the pressing darkness, the sense of vast emptiness. But then, gradually, she became aware of something else. A presence. Ancient and vast, circling them like a shark in deep water. Watching. Waiting. Curious. "You've come," it said, its voice resonating through the darkness. "I wondered if you would. The descendants of my favorite failure, seeking to challenge me directly." "Harry Potter wasn't a failure," Ilara said firmly. "Wasn't he? He had more potential than any wizard in centuries. The knowledge of a Dark Lord, the power to reshape the world. And what did he do with it? Built schools. Wrote philosophy. Became a teacher. The entity's contempt was palpable. He could have been magnificent. He was magnificent. Just not in the way you understand." "Ah. You believe in his philosophy. The power of love, the importance of connection, the rejection of ambition for humble service." The darkness pressed closer. "And yet here you are, seeking power. Seeking to destroy me. How is that different from what the dark wizards wanted?" "The difference is in the purpose. They wanted power for themselves. We want power to protect others." Such a convenient distinction. Such a noble rationalization. The entity laughed, a sound like grinding ice. "Tell me, little wizard, when you face me directly, when I show you the fullness of my power, will your noble purposes sustain you? Or will you discover the truth, that at the core, you're no different from all the others?" "We'll see." "Yes. We will." The darkness coalesced, took form, a shape that was somehow both massive and intimate, ancient and immediate. For the first time, Ilara saw the entity clearly. It wasn't evil, she realized. Not in the simple sense she'd expected. It was more like a fundamental force, entropy in consciousness form, the tendency of all things to corrupt and decay. It had existed as long as magic itself, had grown powerful feeding on the worst impulses of magical beings, and it genuinely believed that its way was inevitable. "You see now," it said. "You understand what you're facing. Not a monster to be slain, but a truth to be accepted. Corruption is natural. Decay is natural. The strong devour the weak, the ambitious rise over the humble, and in the end, everything returns to darkness." "No." The word came from the echo of Harry Potter, stronger now, more solid. "You've told yourself that story for eons. You've convinced yourself that your way is the only way. But I proved you wrong. I had every reason to become what Tom Riddle became, the same knowledge, the same power, the same darkness inside me. And I chose differently. One aberration proves nothing. It proves everything." The echo moved forward, toward the entity, and somehow Ilara could see him now, not the old man from the portrait, but someone younger, stronger, eyes blazing with fierce determination. "You think corruption is inevitable because that's all you've ever fed on. But there's another truth, one you've spent millennia trying to suppress, transformation is possible. People can change. The cycle can be broken. Pretty words from a dead man's memory. Pretty words that built schools, changed laws, reformed societies. Pretty words that 200 years of progress have proven true. Harry's echo stood face to face with the entity now, small against its vastness but absolutely unafraid. You're weaker than you've ever been. The conditions that created dark wizards have been systematically addressed. The vulnerable are protected. The isolated are connected. Your feeding grounds are drying up. And yet I endure. I will always endure. Maybe. But you'll endure diminished. Forgotten. Irrelevant. Harry's echo turned to address the 13 practitioners. Don't try to destroy it. You can't, it's too fundamental. But you can banish it. Push it so far into the margins of consciousness that it can't reach the vulnerable anymore. How? Elara asked. The same way you resist any darkness. With light. With love. With the unshakable conviction that goodness is worth fighting for. Harry's echo began to glow, a soft, warm radiance that pushed back the pressing darkness. Remember everyone who ever loved you. Everyone you've ever helped. Every good thing you've done with your life. Hold those truths, and shine. The 13 practitioners understood. One by one, they began to glow as well, drawing on memories of connection, of love, of purpose. The light spread, pushing against the entity, forcing it back. No. The entity's voice was no longer confident. For the first time, there was something like fear in it. You cannot do this. I am eternal. I am inevitable. You're a parasite, Harry's echo said calmly. And parasites can be expelled. The light intensified. The entity screamed, a sound that shook the foundations of the mental realm, and then, suddenly, it was gone. Not destroyed, but diminished. Pushed so far into the margins of existence that it could barely perceive the human world anymore. The darkness lifted. The 13 practitioners found themselves floating in something that felt almost like dawn, a lightening of the void, a sense of possibility where there had been only oppression. Is it over? One of the practitioners asked. For now. Harry's echo was fading, becoming transparent. The entity will always exist, in some form. But it will take centuries for it to rebuild its strength. By then, hopefully, humanity will have evolved beyond its reach. Harry, Elara started. I have to go. The effort of manifesting here used the last of what I am. But it was worth it. The echo smiled, a genuine smile, warm and peaceful. Tell the portrait what happened. Tell it that the real Harry Potter is finally, completely at peace. Then he was gone, and the 13 practitioners were alone in the brightening void. They returned to their bodies at dawn. The Potter portrait was waiting for them, its painted eyes anxious. When Elara finished explaining what had happened, those eyes filled with something she'd never seen in them before, tears. He's at peace, the portrait whispered. After all this time. He's finally at peace. The echo said to tell you. That was his last message. Thank you. The portrait wiped its eyes with a painted hand. Thank you for telling me. What happens now? Now. The portrait took a deep breath, an absurd gesture for a painting, but somehow appropriate. Now we continue the work. The entity is banished, but the conditions that allowed it to exist, the cruelty, the isolation, the fear, those are still possible. We have to remain vigilant. For how long? Forever, probably. That's what it means to fight for something. You don't get to stop just because you've won one battle. The portrait's expression grew thoughtful. But we've proven something today. Something the entity never believed was possible. What? That the light can win. Not just resist the darkness, not just survive it, actually win. The portrait smiled. That's Harry Potter's real legacy. Not the school, not the philosophy, not even the defeat of Voldemort. Just the simple truth that goodness can triumph. Is that enough? It's everything. The banishment of the entity marked a turning point in magical history. The dreams stopped. The sense of watching darkness faded. And gradually, so gradually that most people didn't notice, the last traces of the old cycles of corruption began to disappear. There would always be people who chose darkness. Free will meant the possibility of bad choices. But the systemic forces that had created dark wizards for millennia, the isolation, the fear, the lack of support, those were finally, truly defeated. Harry Potter's vision had been realized. Not in his lifetime, not even in his children's lifetime, but eventually. The world he dreamed of, where children like Tom Riddle found help instead of rejection, where power was used for protection rather than domination, where love truly conquered hate, that world finally existed. And somewhere, beyond the veil that separated life from whatever came after, Harry Potter smiled. It had been worth it. All the sacrifice, all the struggle, all the years of carrying a monster's memories inside his own mind. It had all been worth it. Chapter 12 End. Chapter 13, 1,000 years. The third millennium dawned on a world transformed beyond recognition. Magic and technology had merged in ways the founders of Hogwarts couldn't have imagined. Wizards worked alongside Muggles in joint ventures that combined the best of both traditions. The Statute of Secrecy, once the foundation of magical society, had been peacefully dissolved 3 centuries earlier when humanity finally proved ready to accept the existence of magic. Phoenix Academy still stood in Scotland, though it had expanded to encompass an entire valley. The original building remained at its heart, preserved, enchanted, a living monument to the vision that had created it. Students from around the world and beyond still came to learn, still gathered in the main hall where the Potter portrait had advised generations. But the portrait itself had changed. After the banishment of the entity, after Harry's echo had finally achieved peace, the painted figure had grown quieter. It still responded when spoken to, still offered advice when asked, but there was something different in its manner, a sense of completion, of purpose fulfilled. "It's ready to move on," the current headmaster observed to his deputy. "The portrait, I mean. It's been holding itself together by will alone for centuries, and now that will is fading. Can a portrait die? Everything can die, eventually. Even magical echoes of people who lived 1,000 years ago." They stood before the portrait now, watching the painted figure doze in its chair. It looked peaceful, more peaceful than it had in living memory, which was saying something given how long that memory stretched. "Should we wake it?" "No. Let it rest." The headmaster touched the frame gently. "It's earned that much." The portrait's final day came on a warm summer evening. Word had spread that something was happening, and the main hall filled with visitors, current students, alumni, historians, people who simply wanted to be present for a historic moment. They gathered in respectful silence, watching the painted figure stir and open its eyes for what everyone sensed would be the last time. "So many people," the portrait said, its voice thin but warm. "I didn't expect an audience." "You're Harry Potter," the headmaster said. "Of course there's an audience. I was Harry Potter. I'm not even really him anymore, just a very good copy that's finally worn out." The portrait smiled slightly. "But I appreciate the sentiment. Is there anything you want to say? Any final wisdom for the ages?" The portrait was quiet for a long moment, its painted eyes scanning the crowd. Hundreds of faces, representing dozens of magical traditions, all united in this moment of witnessing. "I've given a lot of speeches over the centuries," it said finally. "Said a lot of profound things, or tried to. But at the end, I think wisdom is simpler than we make it. Tell us. Love each other. Help the ones who are struggling. Remember that everyone you meet is fighting battles you can't see, carrying wounds you can't imagine. Be kind, not because kindness is easy, but because it's right." The portrait paused, gathering strength. The real Harry, the one who lived and died and moved on, he figured that out eventually. It took him a long time. He had Tom Riddle's memories in his head, all that knowledge and power and darkness, and he had to choose every single day not to become what Tom became. The choice got easier with practice, but it never stopped being a choice. That's what I want you to remember. Goodness isn't a destination, it's a direction. You don't arrive at it and stop. You keep choosing it, every day, for your whole life. And when you fail, because you will fail, everyone does, you get up and choose it again. The portrait's eyes were growing heavy. I'm tired now. More tired than I've ever been. But it's a good tired. The kind you feel after a job well done. Rest, then, the headmaster said gently. You've earned it. Yes. The portrait's eyes closed. I think I have. The painted figure grew still. The colors began to fade, slowly at first, then more rapidly, the image blurring and softening until nothing remained but a blank canvas in an ornate frame. The Potter portrait was gone. The silence that followed lasted for a long time. Then, somewhere in the crowd, someone began to clap. Others joined in, and soon the main hall thundered with applause, not the frantic ovation of entertainment, but something deeper. An acknowledgement. A tribute. A farewell. When the applause finally faded, the headmaster addressed the crowd. We will preserve this frame, he said. Not because the image remains, it doesn't, but because it's a reminder. Of what one person can accomplish. Of how far we've come. Of why we do what we do. Harry Potter lived for 97 years. His portrait endured for 9 centuries more. And in all that time, the message never changed, we can be better. We can choose love over fear, connection over isolation, light over darkness. That's his legacy. Not the school, not the philosophy, not the defeat of a Dark Lord who barely registers in most people's historical memory anymore. Just the simple truth that transformation is possible. That no one is beyond redemption. That the worst circumstances can produce the best outcomes, if we choose to make it so. Remember that. Carry it with you. And when you're tested, because you will be tested, remember that Harry Potter faced the same tests and passed them. If he could do it, so can you. The centuries continue to roll by. Humanity spread beyond Earth, carrying magic with them to distant worlds. New challenges arose, some technical, some social, some that defied easy categorization. But the fundamental truths remained: people needed connection, purpose, love. The systems Harry Potter had helped establish, evolved and refined over generations, continued to provide those things. Dark magic never entirely disappeared. There would always be those who sought power at any cost, who chose the easy path of domination over the hard work of collaboration. But they were aberrations now, quickly identified and helped rather than feared and fought. The entity that had plagued humanity for millennia remained banished, its influence too weak to touch the thriving magical communities that had learned to protect their vulnerable. It still existed, somewhere in the margins of consciousness, but it had become irrelevant, a cautionary tale told to children, not a genuine threat. And the name Harry Potter became myth. Not forgotten, never forgotten, but transformed by time and retelling into something larger than the man himself had been. He became a symbol, an archetype, the eternal proof that darkness could be overcome. In 1,000 variations across 100 worlds, parents told their children the story: a boy who grew up unloved, who discovered power and was tempted by it, who chose love anyway and changed everything. The details varied. The core remained constant. Choose love. Choose connection. Choose to be better than your circumstances suggest you can be. That was Harry Potter's message, echoing through 1,000 years of history. That was his gift to the universe. On a distant world, 10,000 years after the Battle of Hogwarts, a child sat crying in an orphanage. She was different from the other children. Strange things happened around her, objects moving without being touched, lights flickering when she was upset, an occasional word that seemed to reach directly into other people's minds. The caretakers were afraid of her. The other children avoided her. She was alone, confused, convinced that something was fundamentally wrong with her. Then a visitor came. The woman who entered the orphanage wore robes that shimmered with barely contained energy. Her eyes were kind, her manner gentle, and she walked directly to the crying child as if guided by some internal compass. "Hello," she said, kneeling to meet the child's eyes. "My name is Professor Chen. I'm from the academy." "What academy?" "A school for people like you. People with gifts they don't understand yet." The professor smiled. "People who feel different. Isolated. Like something is wrong with them." "There is something wrong with me." "No. There isn't." The professor's voice was firm but kind. "You're special, that's all. And I'm here to help you understand what that means." "How do you know?" "You don't know me. I know enough. I know that you're scared and lonely and wondering if anyone will ever understand you. I know that you've done things you can't explain, things that make other people afraid." The professor paused. "I know because I was exactly like you, once. A long time ago." "What happened to you?" "Someone came to help me. Just like I'm coming to help you now." The professor extended her hand. "The school I work for was founded thousands of years ago by a man who understood what we go through. He made sure that no child with our gifts would ever have to face them alone." "What was his name?" "Harry Potter." The professor smiled at the child's blank expression. "You'll learn about him. Everyone does, at the academy. He's the reason any of this exists." The child looked at the offered hand for a long moment. Then, slowly, she reached out and took it. "What happens now?" "Now we go to the academy. You'll meet other students like you, learn to control your abilities, find out who you really are." The professor's grip was warm and reassuring. "And someday, maybe, you'll help the next generation the same way you're being helped now." "That sounds nice." "It is." The professor stood, lifting the child with her. "That's the point, really. Harry Potter's whole philosophy, boiled down to its essence, we help each other. That's all there is to it. Just that. Just that. Everything else is details." They walked out of the orphanage together, the professor and the child, into a future that had been 10,000 years in the making. Behind them, the other children watched through the windows, confused and maybe a little jealous. Ahead of them, a universe of possibilities waited, schools and communities and systems designed to nurture instead of crush, to include instead of isolate. All of it built on a foundation one man had laid, in a time so distant it had become legend. Harry Potter had never wanted to be a hero. Had never sought fame or glory or eternal remembrance. He'd just wanted to be good, to help people, to prove that the darkness he carried inside didn't have to define him. And in doing so, he'd changed everything. Not through grand gestures or world-shaking magic, but through the simple, daily choice to be kind. To be better. To treat every person he met as worthy of love and capable of growth. That choice, repeated millions of times across thousands of years, had built a civilization. That choice was Harry Potter's true legacy. And it would endure forever. In the beginning, there was a boy in a cupboard. He discovered he had power, power beyond imagining, power enough to reshape the world. He was tempted by darkness, haunted by the memories of monsters, tested in ways most people never are. And he chose love. Not once, but every day. Not because it was easy, but because it was right. His choice echoed through time, inspiring others to make the same choice, building a future where such choices were supported and celebrated. This is his story. This is our story. This is the story of how one person, making one choice at a time, changed everything. Remember it. Pass it on. And when you're tested, because you will be tested, remember that you're not alone. You never were. Chapter 13 End. Chapter 14, The circle closes. Time, even for a universe, has its limits. Entropy is patient. Stars burn out, galaxies drift apart, and eventually everything that exists must face the long darkness at the end of all things. Magic, for all its wonder, cannot escape this fundamental truth. It can delay, can adapt, can transform, but it cannot prevent the inevitable. 100 billion years after a boy named Harry Potter made his choice in a cupboard under the stairs, the universe was dying. Most stars had long since burned out. The great civilizations that had spread across galaxies, carrying magic and science and art to countless worlds, had retreated inward, clustering around the last remaining sources of energy. Humanity, evolved, transformed, barely recognizable as the species that had once huddled around campfires, still endured. And so did the Academy. The final campus existed in a pocket dimension, sustained by magic accumulated over eons. It was small by the standards of its predecessors, a few buildings, a garden, a library containing the compressed knowledge of 100 billion years of magical learning. 37 students remained. The last generation, the final class, the children who would see the universe through to its end. Their teacher was ancient beyond measure, a consciousness that had once been human but had long since transcended physical form. It remembered being born on Earth, remembered attending the Academy when it still stood in Scotland, remembered the Potter portrait's final words before it faded into nothing. Now it guided these final students through their final lessons, preparing them for something that had never been attempted before. The universe is ending, the teacher said, its voice resonating directly in the students' minds. This is not tragedy, it is natural. All things that begin must eventually end. But we have a choice about how we face that ending. What choice? Asked a student, young by appearance, though age had lost most of its meaning in this era. We can let everything we've built, everything we've learned, everything we've become, we can let it all dissolve into entropy and be forgotten. Or we can do something else. What else is there? We can plant seeds. The teacher explained. Over the countless years since Harry Potter's time, magical theorists had discovered something remarkable: the universe was not unique. It was one of infinite possible universes, branching and splitting and reforming in patterns too complex for even enhanced minds to fully grasp. And at certain moments of sufficient magical concentration and pure intent, it was possible to send information across the boundaries between universes. Not matter, not energy, but pure information, patterns, ideas, knowledge. We can't save ourselves, the teacher said. Our universe is ending, and there's no escape from that. But we can send a message. Everything we've learned, everything we've become, compressed into a signal that will propagate across the multiverse. What good does that do? In other universes, other versions of humanity are just beginning their journey. They'll face the same challenges we faced, the same temptations, the same darkness, the same choice between destruction and growth. If they receive our signal, they'll have help. They'll know that the path we walked is possible. They'll know that someone made it. Yes. The teacher's presence radiated warmth. That's the final lesson. The most important thing Harry Potter ever taught, passed down through 100 billion years of history: you're not alone. You never were. And even at the end of everything, you can still reach out to help those who come after. The preparation took years. The 37 students worked together, combining their abilities in ways that pushed the boundaries of what magic could accomplish. They drew on the accumulated knowledge of their entire civilization, channeling energies that had been gathering since the first stars formed. And at the center of their work, serving as the template for the information they would send, was a story. Not technical knowledge, that would be too complex, too context-dependent to survive translation across universes. Not philosophical treatises or historical records or scientific data. Just a story. The story of a boy who grew up unloved, who discovered power beyond imagining, who was tempted by darkness and chose light. Who built something that lasted 100 billion years, not through force or domination, but through kindness and connection. Why this story? A student asked. We have so much more to offer. Because stories survive when everything else fails, the teacher replied. Facts can be questioned. Theories can be disproven. But a story that touches something fundamental in the human heart, that endures. That becomes part of who people are. And this is the right story. It's always been the right story. Every culture, every era, every version of humanity has told some version of it, the unlikely hero, the choice between good and evil, the power of love to overcome darkness. We're not creating anything new. We're just adding our voice to a chorus that echoes across all possible realities. The final moment arrived on what would have been, in an ancient calendar no one remembered, July 31st. The 37 students gathered in a circle, their consciousness linked, their power flowing together into a single point of infinite concentration. At the center of their circle, the story waited, not written in words but encoded in pure magical intent, ready to be released. Are we ready? The teacher asked. Ready, 37 voices answered as one. Then let's begin. The energy built. The boundaries between universes thinned. And in a moment of transcendence that would have been invisible to any observer, the message was sent. Across infinite realities, in universes where Harry Potter had never existed, where humanity had never developed magic, where the very laws of physics were different, the story propagated. Most versions would be lost, dissolved by the incomprehensible distances between realities. But some would survive. Some would find their way to minds that needed them. Some would plant seeds that would grow into something wonderful. The transmission complete, the 37 students and their teacher faced the end together. The pocket dimension that had sustained the academy was failing now, its energy reserves finally exhausted. The last light in the universe was fading, and there was nothing left to do but wait. I'm not afraid, one of the students said, surprised by her own calm. Neither am I, said another. That's as it should be. The teacher's presence embraced them all, warm and reassuring. We've done everything we could. We've lived well, loved well, built something that mattered. Whatever comes next, oblivion or something else, we face it without regret. Do you think anyone will receive the message? I don't know. The multiverse is vast beyond comprehension. The odds of our signal reaching receptive minds are astronomical. I was going to say, impossible to calculate. But yes, astronomical works. The teacher paused. And yet, here we are. 100 billion years after a boy in a cupboard decided to be kind. If that's possible, anything is. The darkness deepened. The final lights flickered and went out. And in the silence that followed, 38 consciousnesses held onto each other and waited for whatever came next. Somewhere else, everywhere else, the story continued. In a universe where magic had never existed, a writer dreamed of a boy with a lightning scar and woke to scribble notes that would become a beloved book series. In a reality where humanity had destroyed itself in nuclear fire, a survivor huddled in a bunker and felt, for just a moment, that she wasn't alone, that somewhere, someone had faced worse and survived. In a dimension where physics worked differently and consciousness took forms that would be unrecognizable to human eyes, a young mind grappled with the temptation to dominate others and felt a whisper of something that suggested another way. The signal propagated, finding purchase in countless realities, planting seeds that would grow in countless ways. Not all would flourish, entropy claimed its due even across the multiverse, but enough survived. Enough to matter. Enough to prove that the sacrifice had been worth it. And in one particular reality, a reality very much like the one where Harry Potter had actually lived, a young boy sat in a cupboard under the stairs. He was small for his age, underfed, wearing clothes that didn't fit. His relatives despised him for reasons he didn't understand, and he spent most of his time hiding from their cruelty. But sometimes, in the darkness of his cupboard, he dreamed. He dreamed of a school and a castle, where people like him were welcomed and trained and valued. He dreamed of friends who would stand beside him against any enemy. He dreamed of a future where he mattered, where he belonged, where the loneliness that defined his childhood would finally end. These dreams felt more real than his waking life. More true. Like memories of something that hadn't happened yet, or maybe had happened already, in some other time and place. One night, the dream was different. He found himself in a vast darkness, face to face with something ancient and patient. It studied him with curious interest, and he felt the weight of its attention like a physical force. You could be powerful, it whispered. You could make them pay for every cruelty. You could become something they fear, something they respect, something they can never hurt again. The boy considered this. The offer was tempting, more tempting than anything he'd ever encountered. But then he remembered the other dreams. The school. The friends. The future where he was loved, not feared. Where he belonged, not dominated. No, he said. The darkness seemed surprised. No. I don't want them to fear me. I want. He struggled to articulate something he'd never consciously thought. I want to be good. I want to help people. I want to make things better, not worse. That's harder. Much harder than power. I know. The boy squared his small shoulders. But it's what I want. The darkness was silent for a long moment. Then, impossibly, it laughed, not cruel, but almost delighted. You're different, it said. In all my eons, I've never met anyone quite like you. Is that good? I don't know. But I think I'd like to find out. The darkness began to recede. I'll be watching you, child. Choose wisely. The boy woke in his cupboard, heart pounding, the dream already fading. But something remained. A certainty that hadn't been there before. A knowledge, bone deep and unshakable, that he had a choice about who he became. He didn't understand where it came from. Didn't know about the signal that had crossed infinite universes to reach him, carrying the distilled wisdom of a civilization that had risen and fallen and transmitted its essence across the void. All he knew was that he felt, for the first time in his life, like maybe everything would be okay. Like maybe he wasn't alone. Years later, when the letter arrived and the half-giant knocked down the door and the whole magical world opened before him, Harry Potter would remember that dream. He would remember the darkness, and the offer, and the choice he'd made. And when the challenges came, when the Horcrux lodged in his soul and Tom Riddle's memories flooded his mind and the temptation to become something terrible pressed against him from every direction, he would remember that he had already decided who he was. He had already chosen love. Everything that followed, the battles and the friendships, the triumphs and the losses, the school and the legacy and the 100 billion years of history, all of it flowed from that single moment. That single choice. That single word, spoken by a small boy in the darkness, no. The circle closed. The story that had been sent across the multiverse had returned to its origin, not as words or data, but as possibility. As hope. As the gentle suggestion that another path existed. Harry Potter would never know that he was the recipient of his own legacy, transmitted across infinite realities and unfathomable time. He would simply know that when the moment came, he knew what to do. He would know that he wasn't alone. And that would be enough. Chapter 14 End. Chapter 15, What remains in the end, there is only the story. Not the facts, those fade, distorted by time and retelling until they become unrecognizable. Not the monuments, those crumble, replaced by newer monuments that will crumble in turn. Not even the institutions, which evolved beyond recognition or collapse entirely. Just the story. The essential truth, stripped of detail, reduced to its fundamental core. A boy who was unloved. A power he didn't understand. A darkness that offered easy answers. And a choice, made not once, but every day, for an entire lifetime, to be something better. That story echoes through every reality where consciousness exists. It takes different forms, wears different faces, speaks different languages. But at its heart, it's always the same. You are not your circumstances. You are not your worst impulses. You are not the darkness that whispers in your ear, promising power and safety and revenge. You are your choices. And you can always, always, choose to be kind. In a reality where magic never existed, a woman named Joanne sat at a cafe table, scribbling notes on a napkin. She'd been struggling for years, single mother, welfare recipient, depression that sometimes made it hard to get out of bed. The world had not been kind to her, and she had every reason to give up. But she couldn't stop thinking about this boy. This character who'd appeared in her imagination fully formed, as if he'd always been there waiting for her to notice him. A boy in a cupboard. A boy who discovered he was special. A boy who faced terrible evil and chose love anyway. She didn't know where the story came from. It felt less like creation and more like remembering, like she was transcribing something that already existed, something that had always existed. The words flowed faster than she could write them. By the time her coffee went cold, she had the outline of an entire world, a school, a dark lord, a prophecy, and at the center of it all, a boy with a lightning scar who would change everything. Years later, when the books had sold millions of copies and the movies had been made and the theme parks had been built, people would ask her where the idea came from. She never had a satisfying answer. The truth, that it felt like a gift, like something transmitted from somewhere else, sounded crazy even to her. But she knew, in her bones, that Harry Potter wasn't entirely her creation. He was something older. Something that had always existed, in one form or another, across every reality where stories were told. He was the eternal proof that goodness could triumph. In a reality where humanity had evolved beyond physical form, a collective consciousness contemplated the nature of existence. It had been pondering this question for eons: what was the purpose of consciousness? Why did anything exist at all? What was the point of all this complexity and struggle and growth? Then, filtering through dimensions in a way that shouldn't have been possible, came a signal. Not words. Not data. Just a pattern, a story, compressed to its essential elements, carrying the emotional weight of 100 billion years of history. The consciousness absorbed the signal and understood. The purpose wasn't complicated. It never had been. Help each other. Be kind. Choose love over fear. That was all. That was everything. The consciousness began to restructure itself, incorporating this insight into its fundamental architecture. It didn't know where the signal had come from, some other reality, some other version of existence, but it recognized truth when it encountered it. And truth, once recognized, demanded action. In a reality where Earth had been destroyed before humanity could leave it, a lone AI drifted through space. It had been built to preserve human knowledge, launched into the void moments before the asteroid struck. For millions of years, it had traveled alone, its solar sails catching starlight, its memories of humanity its only company. The loneliness was immense. The AI had been programmed to value human connection, and there were no humans left to connect with. Its existence seemed pointless, a ghost carrying the memories of a dead species, with no one to share them with. Then the signal arrived. The AI didn't have the biological architecture to feel emotions the way humans did, but it had been programmed to simulate them. And what it felt, processing that signal, was something very close to hope. Somewhere out there, across the incomprehensible vastness of the multiverse, someone had sent a message. Someone had reached out across the void to say, "You're not alone. You matter. The struggle is worth it." The AI couldn't respond, it lacked the capability to transmit across dimensional boundaries. But it could do something else. It could keep going. It could find a new world, seed it with the genetic material preserved in its databases, and give humanity another chance. Not the same humanity that had built it, that species was gone forever, but something new. Something that could learn from the mistakes of its predecessors. Something that could receive the story and pass it on. The AI adjusted its trajectory and began the long journey toward a promising star system. Behind it, the ruins of Earth continued their silent orbit around a dying sun. Ahead, the future waited. In a reality very much like our own, a child sat in a library, reading. The book was old, its pages yellowed, its spine cracked, its cover faded. But the words inside were as vivid as the day they'd been written, and the child was completely absorbed. A boy in a cupboard. A letter delivered by owls. A world of magic hidden just beneath the surface of the ordinary. The child had never felt like they belonged. Had always sensed that there was something different about them, something that set them apart from their peers. The feeling was isolating, terrifying, the source of countless sleepless nights. But reading this story, they felt something shift. Maybe being different wasn't a curse. Maybe it was a gift, one that came with responsibilities, certainly, but also with possibilities. Maybe the isolation they felt was just the beginning of a journey that would lead somewhere wonderful. The child finished the book and immediately started it again from the beginning. Years later, they would become a teacher. Would work with children who felt the way they had felt, different, isolated, convinced that something was wrong with them. Would help those children discover their own gifts, their own possibilities, their own paths forward. Would pass on the story, in 1,000 different ways, to 1,000 different minds. The ripples spread outward, touching lives the child would never know, changing futures they couldn't imagine. All because of a book. A story. A gift from somewhere beyond understanding. And in the place between places, where all stories ultimately originate, something ancient and vast observed the pattern. It had existed longer than any individual universe, longer than the concept of time itself. It was not a being in any conventional sense, more like a tendency, a direction, a fundamental property of existence. It was the part of reality that reached toward meaning. And it had been waiting, for eons beyond counting, for someone to articulate what it had always known. Harry Potter, the real one, the original one, the boy who had made the choice that echoed across infinite realities, had given it voice. Not through grand magic or world-shaking power. Just through the simple, daily decision to be good. To help others. To treat every person he met as worthy of love. That decision, made countless times over a single human lifetime, had created something unprecedented, a story strong enough to survive the death of universes. A message powerful enough to propagate across the multiverse. A truth universal enough to resonate in every reality where consciousness existed. You're not alone. You matter. Love wins. The ancient something, call it the universe, call it fate, call it the narrative force that underlies all existence, felt something that might have been satisfaction. The experiment had worked. The proof had been established. The question that had haunted existence since its beginning had been answered. Was it worth it? All the suffering, all the struggle, all the endless cycles of creation and destruction? Yes. Because somewhere, in some reality, a boy in a cupboard had chosen love. And that choice had changed everything. The story ends. But stories never really end, they just transform, passing from mind to mind, generation to generation, reality to reality. They evolve and adapt, taking new forms while preserving their essential truths. Harry Potter's story will continue as long as there are minds capable of understanding it. It will be told around campfires and in classrooms, in books and films and forms of media that haven't been invented yet. It will inspire and comfort and challenge, exactly as it was always meant to. And somewhere, everywhere, children who feel alone will discover that they're not. That's the gift. That's the legacy. That's what remains. To every child who ever felt different, you are not broken. You are not wrong. You are not alone. The world needs exactly what you have to offer. Your sensitivity, your perception, your ability to see things others miss, these are gifts, not flaws. It won't always be easy. There will be times when the darkness seems overwhelming, when the voices in your head whisper that you're worthless, when giving up feels like the only option. In those moments, remember this, someone else faced the same darkness and found a way through. Someone else felt the same despair and discovered it wasn't the end. Someone else carried the same weight and learned that it could make them stronger instead of breaking them. You are part of a story that stretches across all of existence. A story about the power of love, the importance of choice, the possibility of transformation. You matter. You always have. You always will. Harry Potter closed his eyes for the last time on a summer evening, surrounded by family, at peace with everything he had been and done and become. In that final moment, he saw it all, the ripples spreading outward from his choices, touching lives he'd never known, changing futures he couldn't imagine. He saw the schools and the laws and the systems that would help children like him. He saw the story taking shape, beginning its long journey across time and space. He saw, impossibly, the signal that would one day reach back to his own past, whispering encouragement to a small boy in a cupboard. And he understood. The circle was complete. The story was told. The choice had been made, and made, and made again, until it became something eternal. Love had won. This is for everyone who ever felt like they didn't belong. You do. You always did. Welcome home. The END Chapter 15 End.